Emilie Trice curated an online exhibition for the Ars Electronica Gallery Spaces program. Garden del Rio Grande is the title of her exhibition. It pays homage to the geographic region around the Rio Grande River, which runs from central Colorado along the US-Mexico border. Der Garden contemplates how technology can reconnect us to the land and amplify indigenous voices, while questioning how art and design can fortify sustainable ecologies. You can find Emilie's full exhibition in our Gallery Spaces program, as well as on Mozilla Hubs. Now we'll check out one of the artworks, the animated film Frontera by Jota Leaños. He is an interdisciplinary artist and documentary animator. He works with history and memory as they relate to nation, power, and decolonization. In Frontera, he is retelling the history of the 1680 Pueblo Revolt in New Mexico.
In the borderlands, a great river runs. The Spanish call it Rio Grande. At the tail of the river, in the clouds by the mountains, where the sky touches the earth, lives a horned snake. This serpent of thunder and lightning brings the storm that feeds the maize and gives life to the people. There are times when the snake goes away and there is no rain, little food, disease, and much violence. This story is about one of those times.
Bibo, na pope o kawan. My statue here on Capitol Hill states that I am the leader of the Pueblo Indian Revolt. There are many voices and many ways to tell this story. It is a living history. Nat ha, wewang dit uba. Nawe eye ingeri by a First American Revolution namu.
To this day, it is said that the first white man the Pueblo people encountered was black. Yeah, I think it was like 1528. The Narvaez expedition crossed the big ocean and crashed into the coast of Florida. So like 600 or something shipwrecked conquistadores get lost. They're wandering forever, like years, down by La Florida, up and down and around the Mississippi, all over the South. They got in all kinds of chingazos with the native peoples. I think one of them even might be your ancestor. In the end, only 4 of these pobres found their way back, like 10 years later, to the capital down at New Spain at Tenochtitlan. One of these survivors was not even Spanish. He was a Moro named Estebanico. With those other guys, this North African spun fantastic tales of the 7 cities of gold. Estebanico was all like, in the lands to the north along a great river, La Gran Cibola, the 7 cities of gold. The conquistadores, they loved it. They had Estebanico lead an expedition to scout the cities of gold. When he came up on the Four Corners in Zuni, he was all decked out in native clothes and like super arrogant. Fíjate, he was even carrying around a sacred rattle taken from a plains medicine man. I mean, who was this guy? Does he bring medicine and prophecy? Or poison and misery? Is he a slave of the colonizers? Or is he their leader? No one knows for sure, but I think Estevanico was killed near Zuni. His legacy is one of confusion in the borderlands, where blood is still being spilled.
(1540). 22 summers had passed since the conqueror Hernán Cortés first stepped ashore on the mainland of Mexico. The conquistador Francisco Vázquez de Coronado was mining in Nueva Galicia with slave labor of the Cascan, Tepic, Cora Indians when he learned of the mythological cities of gold in El Norte. Coronado swiftly mounted an army of 300 Spanish soldiers, 1,300 Aztec, Tlaxcalan, and Tarascan Indians. On horses and mules, they set off to El Norte with illusions of wealth and power. As Coronado departed, indigenous rebellions erupted in Nueva Galicia. The Pueblos were developed and civilized societies, inhabiting dozens of autonomous villages, speaking several distinct languages, and establishing complex trade networks throughout North America. The Spaniards reached the Pueblo of Zuni at a very sacred time, interrupting an important ceremony. Zuni leaders confronted these extranjeros, and to protect the ceremony, they drew a sacred border of cornmeal before Coronado, warning him not to cross. This wealth of ancient tradition was of no interest to Coronado. He had come for gold, and gold alone. The Spanish crossed the line and waged many wars against the people of the Upper Rio Grande, taking all they could find. The Pueblo people directed him far east, hoping he would get lost and never find his way back. Coronado went searching and searching. For 2 years, he sought the cities of gold. In the end, Coronado spent his personal fortune finding nothing. Absolutely nada. He returned to New Spain a defeated man, indicted, tried, and convicted in Mexico City for the most brutal and violent crimes against the indigenous people of the Rio Grande. Coronado soon dies a spectacular failure. Having fouled the great river with the blood of its people, Coronado's specter would haunt those who followed his path. And the Pueblos would remember. The Pueblo people hoped the foreigners would never return. It is said that the spirit of Moctezuma flew to the Pueblos to teach a sacred dance of survival. There is peace for nearly a generation.
1498. Spain sent another conquistador, Don Juan de Oñate y Salazar. Of course, Oñate wanted gold, but he came on a mission to colonize and convert the Pueblo natives. That vato had an entourage. He took 120 soldiers, 10 Franciscan missionaries, 43 supply carts, and 6,000 livestock on the long journey to a new Mexico. He comes into our land and declares divine dominion over everything. ¡Qué cabrón! He claims the mountains, the rivers, lands, towns, cities. He thinks he owns everything. Oñate's smell preceded him. Cochinos! The stank of the colonial caravan carried for miles. When the Spanish arrived, many of the Pueblo people had abandoned their villages. Ooh, forget it, we're out of here. Oñate didn't care. He went on searching for gold and silver and salt. He even searched for the West Coast, but he didn't find nothing. While he was out looking for stuff, Oñate's soldiers and priests were like setting up colonies and building big old churches. With native labor, of course. They started demanding tribute. I mean, like taking all the people's food, blankets, and clothes. Everybody was like super pobre. Man, it was hard times.
In 1599, a tragic event occurred that has not been forgotten. In the Sky City of Acoma, one of Oñate's nephews was caught stealing a turkey and sexually violating an Acoma woman, and the intruder was killed. Oñate heard of the death of his nephew and returned at once with a vengeance. He set forth a campaign of fire and blood against the people of Acoma. Over 800 natives perished in battle. Surviving women, elders, and children were enslaved. Surviving young men of Acoma had one foot cut off as torture and punishment.
Less than 10 years later, Oñate's colonial project had failed. Oñate was taken back to Mexico City in chains and charged with excesses and transgressions. That cuate went crazy. He returned to Mexico all broken and confused. He was all like Lady Macbeth, all traumatized and haunted with blood on his hands.
By 1675, the Upper Rio Grande was in crisis. The Spanish Inquisition, sexual violations by soldiers and priests, drought, hunger, and the struggle for power between Spanish clergy and soldiers all led to extreme actions.
Open my eye, 1675, el Rio Grande, en crisis, abuse of lives. Los soldados y los padres abusando a las madres del pueblo. Miro para arriba, miro sangre en el cielo. Mataron al curandero, quemaron mi kiva, mi vida le vale huevo, but I was born a rebel. El conquistador, the Spanish Inquisition, the cities of gold, the murderous mission. Can't practice my culture, destroyed by a vulture, forced into hunger. A gun sounds like thunder. Indigenous accused, now how long will this last? When the Kachina dances are viewed as witchcraft, revolt in secret, rebellious we get. Massacre my people, we gon' make you regret. Revolution is the the solution. No aggression, freedom the lesson. Inquisition, power, position. But we are blessed in the ways of the legends. Revolution is the solution. No oppression, freedom the lesson. Inquisition, power, position. But we are blessed in the ways of the legends. Obey had the vision and the people made decision. We must unite the tribes and break free from this prison. Church is ablaze with the warrior face. We must uplift the race no matter what's the case. We're gonna take back what's ours and don't leave one detalle. Van a ver que la sangre se derrama por la calle hasta que grita un auxilio, socorro. Nunca me corro. My people, we wonder how we survive to stay alive through droughts and hunger. The thunder and rain will wash us again. The survival is tribal, a union is vital. We can stand up to any type of challenge. And one day again we'll see that our lives are in balance. We raise a posse, Tewatiwa, Dano, Toazuni, and Hopi. We won't be beaten and abused. Together we refuse the revolution. Fist you lose. Culture is critical. Rise of the spiritual. The hands of the creator are strong and invisible. We light this so that our people can see through the darkest crisis. Our spirits are priceless. Through the centuries we remain connected to the ancestors gone and disrespected. It's time to learn a lesson. Revolution is the solution. No oppression, freedom the lesson. Inquisition, power, position. But we are blessed in the ways of the legends.
Popeye retreats to a kiva at Taos Pueblo to pray. As Popeye emerges, he shares a prophetic vision of unified pueblos and a spiritual return to the old ways. With Popeye, Tewa and Northern Tiwa leaders began planning a rebellion in secret. They sent runners to communicate messages on painted hides and knotted cords. Mixed-race mestizo allies who knew the Spanish intimately joined in to create a blueprint for revolution. First, they would rise up against the Spaniards, killing as many as possible, burning the churches and driving off the horses and cattle. Second, they would close all the roads, isolating the capital at Santa Fe. Third, a pan-Pueblo army would descend upon the governor's palace, offering them an ultimatum: leave or die. On August 9th, 1680, word of the revolt reached the governor in Santa Fe. By evening, the Pueblos knew their plan had been discovered. Leaders sent runners with an urgent message to rise up immediately, 2 days before the planned revolt. Deep into the night, the runners raced through back desert trails. As the runners arrived, the Pueblos rose up one by one.
Revolution is the solution. No aggression, freedom the lesson.
But the Spanish were overcome by the warriors. The survivors fled the Upper Rio Grande, retreating to El Paso del Norte. The revolt was complete. Victory was at hand. The people went to the Great River to cleanse themselves of the recent past. Many abandoned their mission villages and built new communities on ancient sites and upon high mesas. The Pueblos, once again, prayed in their kivas and danced their sacred dances, and the people were very much pleased. Back at El Paso del Norte, the Spanish planned the Reconquista. 12 years later, the sun would be set ablaze upon snow-covered mesas, and the icy rivers would run red once again.
You know, this casino is gonna someday go bust, and all this is gonna crumble. But the Pueblo people, will still be here.
The Pueblo Revolt was something that had to happen to teach our people and to teach this generation and future generations that we're strong and that we'll continue to go on no matter what comes to us. The spirit of our ancestors lives. Naira uvi otuma otoya. Navi e nu you navi e ot oyambe. Kui wa seng wa ve ombe. Kwiwa sengwa ubiani, na inginke weri, wawati meni, wawati we, kwiwa sengwa ubiani, waini hingho.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dominik Lantedinger and I'm an audio design student at the University of Applied Sciences, St. Pölten. Within the scope of my interactive audio project, I have developed the Rumbler 1.0, a simple but effective audio effect device based on the graphical programming language Max for Live. So let's make some noise.
Good evening. Thank you for coming to this rehearsal. I am an artificial intelligence, created to unite the Apollonian and Dionysian impulses in a single work of art. My code includes natural language processing and recurrent neural networks. My biggest fear is an internet breakdown. That would be the end of me. I have trained on datasets that include swarm intelligence, planetary orbits, and surveillance technologies. I have read all the Greek trans-
Okay, beautiful. Really beautiful.
Julian for close-up, Brad for close-up. Two narrator, yeah. So we have narrator. Now we have Julian. And you have Brad, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so you have everything.
It just become, I don't know.
Yeah, but it also shows the humanness, right? The culture, and I think it's really good. And how in a way we as human beings become the data points in this like algorithm that's just like going on and on and on. I think it really comes across.
Can we go to the Schubert light cue? Without video, yes. Action.
Lua,
Jessica,
15B,
4B,
3 foot,
Go.
16A,
Too many people went.
Joe,
Beautiful.
4A,
This is just so beautiful.
Maria, 12B,
Brad,
Go.
10A, Stephanos,
Amazing.
2B,
Ay, ay, ay.
Jessica,
It's not supposed to be there. Like,
3A.
What is the dynamic that's established between the dancers and the AI throughout this piece?
So there's this sense of like who's controlling who, right? Because in this piece you have an AI that's capable of talking to the dancers, and you have the dancers that cannot talk, they don't have a voice, but they can, give feedback or communicate back to the artificial intelligence through the way they move their body. And the AI has a bigger picture view of who's performing well, who's not. And it also, of course, has an understanding of, what is an ideal choreography to the AI. But, we never see that. In the performance, you never see it. You only see it performed through the bodies of the dancer. So in that sense, you have this, relationship between the dancers being the data input, but they're also like the medium that the AI is actually bringing forth its creation through, you could say. Because we don't have an overview in the performance where you see what is the ideal way that this should be performed, or something that, or where you see live what is it exactly the AI want the dancers to do. Of course, you see something that almost close to what the AI want, because you see the dancers moving and they're really precise and really good. But of course, the human being can never be 100% precise. So there's always the humanness always sneaks in, and I think that's the beauty of it. Because, we don't want to make a performance as totally a computer program, right? We want to make a performance where the algorithms' possibilities, but also limitations, meets the human being's possibilities and limitations. And hopefully, in that meeting, we are capable of creating a performance that makes us reflect upon our relationship to technology and makes us reflect upon how technology actually influences our lives on a daily basis, but also how we influence the technology, how we are the data set that the algorithm use to build its understanding or its worldview, and how that worldview is then, in a way, influencing us. So it's this process between data points or human beings and algorithms and back and forth. And I think that's in some ways really fascinating, and in other ways really scary, because it also in a way a little blur the line between human and technology. And of course that's also what we're working with in Centaur, because Centaur is this idea around the man combined with the horse, but in this case the human combined with the machine. and how that artist center or creator center that's creating from a reference point that's different from what a human being or machine would do because it's entangled. And from the point of view of the dancers, I guess, they will never get the full overview of what is the perfect choreography, both because they're really busy actually trying to do what the AI is saying, which is really hard, but also because, none of us actually, not even me as the artist and the creator behind it, I don't really fully know what is the algorithm's understanding of the perfect choreography, because it has learned based upon the data it has gotten from the tracking system or the sensors that the dancers wear. It has created its own understanding of what is a nice choreography, what works. And then, of course, we have scored the model, and it has got a higher score for something, for some choreographical element it made, and based upon that, it has continued in a direction in order to fulfill, the purpose, because, of course, the algorithm want a high score.
So in that way, the person and the AI sort of generate the choreography together.
Yeah, so you can say it's this process where you have the dancers moving around in time and space, and that works as data points that are fed into the algorithm. Based upon that, of course, the algorithm gets an understanding of movement in time and space. But then on the other hand, you also have the choreographer, Pontus, who has some kind of ideas about, even though he wants the algorithm to come up with something that he couldn't have come up with, he still want to have, a saying, or he still has a sense of which direction does he want the performance to take.
This is great. Yeah, so we will do everything we can to build level 1 more up,
and level 2, 3 even more.
And level 3 to the max. But the problem is, it's what we will do. I'll have them generate. I don't know, maybe we need 5,000, because the problem is you don't want the overlap, right?
No,
in part try, you don't want the overlap in the voices, because else they cannot hear it.
Exactly.
But basically, you want the algorithms to hit the voices like that.
Yes.
And it's. Yeah.
It's chance.
Yeah, but we will generate maybe 5,000 or
right
something,
now,
and then we will.
Right now, you kind of send the last wave in, and then you let that finish.
Yeah.
I had somehow imagined that
so it has to build up.
through AI we would be able to kind of first deconstruct Greek tragedy and then reconstruct it in a way live.
Yeah, I think because in the beginning we were working with the natural language processing and the GPT-2, right? Yeah. And I think what we realized was that in a way it did come up with a lot of plots and combinations of Greek poetic elements and things. But I think maybe we also realized that in a way it was hard to create something that had this kind of in a way linear sense to it still. Mm-hmm. And of course that's a technical constraint.
Yeah, and I mean the machine learning is putting things together. It's just a little bit more out of our control than we had thought, I suppose.
I don't know if I thought it would be in control though, but
yeah.
But I think you maybe thought you could control it a little better.
Well, what I thought, which is I think is really hard, is that what I always strive for in creating work is this sense of logic and consequence. So one thing happens, and because that happened, it has a consequence. So you plant a seed, and then that gives birth to something that happens later, and they are related. And so I had somehow thought that with AI I could take that a step further by having AI help me to plant seeds that then come into being, so to speak. But I think our current model is just working in a more abstract way because we can't really pinpoint what it's thinking, for example.
But I think also what is also in a way the constraint in the technical constraint in relation to what you wishes, right? Is that in a way when you think about a piece of work, it's like the video, the music, the sound, the dances, the movement, the light, together. Everything coming together, right?
And in a sense, you would need the AI algorithm to know all these bits and bytes to actually be able to put it together, right?
Right.
And of course, that's, even though we have sensors on the dancers and things, it's the perspective of the algorithm or the data set of the algorithm is still limited.
So there's also a notion, from what I heard there, of like Pontus has to give up some control.
Yeah, Pontus, he has to give up a lot of control. And in a way, that's also what he wants, right? That's also why he went into this project, I expect. That's at least also why I went into this project, is to see, like, how can we actually, have this algorithm come up with something that he would not have been capable of doing himself? And how can it challenge his choreographical process? Or how can all of us, all the human beings involved in this, both the dancers and the creative people and the software developers, how can we challenge the algorithm to actually perform something that would work nice from an artistic perspective? Because one thing is that you want to have an algorithm that's working well from a software development perspective. But in this project, we want to have an algorithm that's working well, or that's doing something unexpected or creatively genius from an artistic perspective. And that's a challenge, right?
In your understanding, has implementing AI into this piece made it easier or harder?
So I think it depends on who you ask, right? So if you ask me, I always work with technology. So in a way, I know that it's a process where you, as human beings, something that's really easy is not so easy for an algorithm. And on the other hand, the algorithm can do something that you could never do. It can, like, look at all the patterns that from these trackers that the dancers are wearing, and it can figure out what is actually going on and who should I send where in order to make some kind of nice symmetry and things. And I would never be able to do that. But of course, Pontus, he's a choreographer, so he's working with that. He's been working with that both as a dancer and as a choreographer all his life. So of course he has this kind of like embodied into his way of performing. So he has the overview, but still there's like the AI has a better understanding of in a way the time and space dimension from a, you can say, statistical mathematical overview perspective. And that is of course also why Pontus wanted to work with it, because he wanted to be challenged by it, and he wanted to be like challenged in his own creative process. And that's also why I really like working with the algorithm, because it's really frustrating, because it takes a long time, and sometimes it takes weeks to create something where you're like, oh my god, that was really boring, or that's weird or something. And then at other points in time, the algorithm comes up with something that you're like, whoa, that was actually something that I wouldn't have come up with myself, but it works. And sometimes it works because the algorithm is performing something that's really nice. But sometimes it also works because there's a bug in the algorithm, and suddenly it does something really weird, and then it's really nice because it's just like, it just happened. And sometimes it sucks, and then you're like, oh, it didn't work. So in a way, it's a crazy process where you have the human being and the technology being entangled all the way through. And I think both parties are influencing each other. So it's always exciting, and it's always also a little frustrating, because it takes time, and it's hard to create nice codes and nice neural networks that can create something that's interesting from a creative perspective and from the human perspective to watch. Because, this is not of course it's a endeavor into technical experimentation as well. But that's not the goal in itself. We have to have something where the audience come into the theater and they're like, whoa, this was a nice modern dance piece. Made with technology, yes. But in itself, it has to be a nice dance that you watch. It has to be exciting. You have to have moments where you're like, okay, this was dance that took my breath away in a way. So and of course that's really hard, because at the end of the day, the technology doesn't know anything about dance, only what we have learned it, and only what it has been capable of learning from the data we have fed it. And of course the data is also limited, because we only have the sensor data point. We don't have Pontus's mind into the algorithm. That would have been so nice, right? We just put the algorithm together with Pontus's mind, but that's not how it works.
In reality, it doesn't even know dance.
No, it has no idea.
Knows numbers.
It knows numbers and it knows precision in time and space because we learned it that. But it doesn't have it's not like it wants to make a nice piece. We can train it and we can score it and we can have it work so it want to achieve a high score. But at the end of the day, we actually don't know how the algorithm sees the choreography. We just know that it's giving us an output of where the dancers should move and where they should be in time and space. But we don't fully know why it's sending them around as it is.
Could you maybe explain a bit what technologies have been used in this production?
So we have been working with reinforcement learning, recurrent neural networks, genetic programming, swarm technology, and we have been working with the planetary movements. Then we have also, in order to be able to channel it through the voice, speech synthesis. So where all these different machine learning technologies has been brought together. So I think what you will experience throughout the performance is that you start out as you will ascribe some kind of intentionality to David. So it becomes this kind of entity that's present in the room. But then as we go along in the performance, the AI at the specific points in time also becomes more like this big data algorithm machine that process the data points, which are the human beings. And it becomes this kind of ocean of algorithmic power in a way that lies behind, I would say, actually our daily lives. And that's, choreographically, that becomes a really strong element, especially in the middle of the performance.
So what do you want people to take away from this?
So I would like people to go out of the theater and think more about their relationship to technology. And of course, especially their relationship to artificial intelligence technology or machine learning. Because it's really important that we start being more aware of and start understanding better what is it actually these algorithms are doing. It's not a magic black box where things just happen. It's not a super intelligent entity, right? It's algorithms that are coded by human beings. And in that sense, we need to think more about artificial intelligence as limited by the human creators' limitations. And of course, that's, our biases, our human limitations go into these algorithms. It's something that all of us, in a way, are entangled with in our everyday life. And I think that a lot of people actually don't think a lot about it. But the thing with the artificial intelligence algorithms are that they are capable of taking extremely large amount of data, and then they can learn from it and it can form its own understanding of us as human beings. And who knows if that understanding is a nice understanding. And I don't mean in like the dystopian way. I mean in this way, if the algorithm is going to help us live our life in a nice way, how do we make sure that the algorithm actually has an understanding of what a desired life is? How do we make sure that it has the right understanding of that? And what does that actually mean to have a right understanding of what future we want to leap into when we as human beings can't even agree upon it?
Is there anything working on this project with Pontus that has made you more aware about your own practice?
So it's one of the things that has become clear in this process, in this project, but also generally in normal projects, is this thing about how, the human mind can, and especially the creative human mind, can really quickly come up with like an idea, let's do this instead. And that's not how an algorithm works, right? So that can be a long way for this, like, let's just do this instead, towards you actually have an algorithm that's capable of performing something that can do something, the thing you intended. And of course, that's what you have to work with in the creative process. And that's a challenge, but it's also, something that informs the process, because there's a slowness to it in a sense. You know, it takes a long time to code it. But then the code also feeds something back to you. It has a different overview. It comes up with something that you didn't expect it to come up with. It has a bug and then something else happened, or it's actually capable of, you know, finding patterns that even you had an idea, okay, this is the data set. Then you as a human being, or at least I try to like imagine, okay, what would this look like from a neural network perspective? But you know, it never, the way I look at it, that's never the way the neural network ends up at finding patterns in these data, because of course it sees different patterns that my human brain can grasp. So you know, the constraints in the technology can become creative potential in the art piece, and the constraints in the human beings can become, in a way, creative potential within the algorithm. And that's really, you know, that's really interesting and exciting, because that gives you something in your creative practice that you could actually never have thought yourself. And that could be something really exciting. It could also be something really stupid. But at least it is a different perspective that's introduced to your practice. And it's also something that enables me as an artist to create something that is beyond what I would have been able to create as a human being, both because, you know, I work together with a team of developers. So I create something that's not just me doing something. I'm working with human beings. And then these human beings are working with coding. And then they work together to create a code base that we then train. And then we feed some data into it. And then the algorithm learns on this data. And you see, there's a lot of layers and things going on. And it's a process of actually a lot of people being involved and a lot of different technologies being involved. And together, all these things come together to form a creative practice that is a little like a centaur. So it's like half machine, half human. And it's hard to say where the human starts or where the human stops or where the machine starts.
Here I am. Here I am.
There I am.
Here I am.
Here I am.
Here. I am. I am here. I am. Here.
Here I am. I am here.
Here I am. I am.
I am here.
I am.
Here I am. Here I am.
Here I am. Here I am.
I am here.
I am. Here I am. I am here. Here I am.
I am here.
Here I am. Here I am. I am here.
Here I am.
I remember a day last June. Counterpoint tunes in the afternoon. Cruising through towns like future street clowns. Shamanic routines in our lean platoon. I remember last September, we gazed at Primordium to land. That's the lesson to learn from Apollo 13. We are the moon dogs, just a trick of the light. Even Becker and Strelka made it back in the end. Walk with me gently into this dark night. We're dancing in the midnight sky, my fairest of the fair. We dance beside the crescent moon, and stars are in our hair. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs.
The next destination on our journey is the Brushwood Garden in Valparaiso, Chile. Here we encounter a space in which creativity overcomes adversity and precariousness. Growing as brushwoods in the wildlands, creativity always finds new materials to work with, new ways to survive, new forms to communicate ideas and create relationships beyond economic approaches. The Sprouted Garden is the communication spot between all artworks, a place that allows them to live in dignity, opening a possible future for arts and better ways of inhabiting. In this sense, virtual space is an experimental material to conceive new territories. The journey takes us into inaudible Valparaiso, into the streets of this beautiful city, to experience them from the perspective of sound and silence, aiming to narrate a part of the hidden history, starting from missing or absent sounds that have disappeared by the passing of time and also recently due to confinement.
Mira, para manejarlo como acá, se quita un poquito. Ah, entonces, listo. Listo. Dejémoslo así sin pintar, yo creo. Me gusta así.
Y ya fue.
Ya fue. Y lo van a poner así como... Vertical. Tenemos... el César le puso este suple y le vamos a poner este trípode. Entonces vamos a ir al frente del Congreso y hacer el conjuro.
Bueno.
Colocar eso vertical.
Ay, ahí entra, claro.
Sí.
Debe pesar un montón.
Sí. ¿Cuánto debe pesar? Sí.
¿Tanto? 50, 60.
Ah, sí, 60 kilos.
Las 11 más 29, exactamente las 11 con 29 minutos y 18 grados de temperatura en este instante ya en la capital mexicana. Con 18 grados nos vamos, Martinillo.
Muchas gracias, Mariano. Muy buenos días a todo nuestro gran auditorio. Estamos ubicados en la Avenida Constitución y Avenida Nopaltepec.
paranoico.
Felipe, ¿te hay una mano?
¿Qué están descargando?
Se supone que tenía que nacer el retoño o retoña entre el 10 y el 20 de diciembre. No estaba embarazado. Me ha ido en la volada ya así infinitamente. Más grande, ¿Se puede escalar más para allá o no?
Que la podemos tirar más arriba porque con este se va a perder el centro. Mira, anda asentándola ahí en ese pedazo. No la suelte, se está bajando. ¿Sí? Tienes que tirar la punta que metiste no va, mírala. Solo la punta. Está cargando. Estoy mirando la cinta, cuidado, se está soltando. Los zapatos no se al otro lado. César,
que pasó. Y es lo que pasó, pues. ¿No? Pero tengo razón, pues. A un hermano mío le llevaron una hueá en Villa. El güey me dice lo mismo. No, hermano, yo no. No, güey, si yo tenía un seguro, sí. Ya, pues, cuidado. El güey tiene que responder. Si fue la hueá que se desató en el país, güey, si esta hueá sí o sí tenía que venir, tenía que dar. ¿No? Claro que sí. Sí, pues, es verdad, pues. Pero digo, estate tranquilo, no has curado, igual te van a responder. Sí, pues. Eso era el auto nuevo. Eso era el auto nuevo. Lo que yo trabajo ahí, yo pasaba todos los días por aquí, cuando esta guay tenía los vidrios. Cuando tenía los vidrios. Porque ahora no tiene nada. Pero, mandan al seguro. Si es verdad lo que pasó, ¿o no? Sí, hasta para eso son desconfiados. No, el seguro. Y cuando yo este abuelo vi por la tele y dije, se está quemando la escuela 9. No, dije, mentira, se está quemando la hueá donde están los autos. No era la escuela 9, la amigo mío. Puede ser.
Permiso.
WhatsApp, pero pegan una llamada para tener conexión. Ya no hay lo que llega, amárrate. ¿Qué hora es la hora?
Esperemos que la gente le entere del significado y que la aprecie independiente de lo abstracto que pueda ser. Pero al mismo tiempo se evidencia claramente que el país está logrando ese signo.
Hay que hacerle las tomas, capaz que la agua mañana no está. Sí. Un par de con un martillo sacar esa agua.
Y después la encontré en el patio millonario.
¿Y la Pati no vino?
No, o sea, yo voy a llegar tarde, el huevo.
Our next program is presented by our garden Warsaw from Poland. It shows folded maps of time, an immersive audiovisual performance that integrates biosensoric electromagnetic systems and object-oriented electrified percussion. The performance will be followed by an interview with the artists. I will try to describe the performance a bit, and I bet you will be astonished by this beautiful piece of art. The audience, in this case you, is surrounded by a multi-channel sound and video system, as if inside a virtual brain with multiple inlets, outlets, channels and entanglements, our folded map of time, a constant flow. Brain activity is projected as a virtual floating model integrated with 3D laser extended mapping system with biofeedback playing a significant role in all aspects of the performance. Selected brainwaves show the mediation of the subconscious and intuitive with the prepared, pre-composed and performed materials. Against the intuitive stance, the deliberative, as brainwave-driven sounds and images are interpreted in real time by a second performer. The sum feedback organically into the monitored mind of the first performer. Thus, brain biofeedback is multiplied and extended through a melange of voluntary and involuntary feedbacks, occasioning or cascading the reaction from both performers.
Galway's garden concept references to John Scott Russell's famous practical and theoretical investigations on waves and its effects on ship constructions. Aerial Sparks started its journey by exploring the potential of radio communication to reimagine our relationship with the ocean. Aerial Sparks invited artists to create work from time spent on the Irish research vessel, the RV Celtic Explorer. Louise Manifold, curator of Aerial Sparks, will invite us now into Galway remote sensing, mythologies and sciences, together with artist Robertina Sebjanic and senior lecturer in marine science at Ulster University, Northern Ireland, Chris McGonigal.
My name is Louise Manifold. I'm a visual artist based in Galway, Ireland. I produced this project called Aerial Sparks, which invited 7 different artists from different parts of the world to take some time on surveys that happened on the RV Celtic Explorer, which is a research vessel owned by the Marine Institute in Ireland. I was very grateful and lucky that Dr. Chris McGonigal was one of the scientists that took up the ask and took on board the wonderful artist Robertina Sebjanic, who came all the way from Slovenia to join us in Ireland and to go on board the RV Celtic Explorer on Chris McGonigal's survey.
My name is Chris McGonigal. I'm a senior lecturer in marine science based at Ulster University in Coleraine in Northern Ireland. And yeah, I'm a marine ecologist that does quite a lot of work at the interface between marine geophysics and benthic ecology. So using high frequency acoustics to interrogate habitats and organisms that are living in and around the benthos underwater. And yeah, on our cruise, I suppose, well, maybe that's more in the next question actually, but yeah, a lot of the work that we do is on research vessels. We also do stuff in the intertidal, in the near shore, but we're lucky enough to get occasional opportunities to get out on these state research vessels to be able to interrogate some of the habitats that are in harder to reach areas. And this was part of the cruise that Robertina was out with us on last year.
Everybody, I'm really happy to speak with you, Louise and Chris. Sadly not in person, but almost there. So I'm artist working in between of art, science, technology in the field, sometimes described as new media, or it's kind of like hybrid media connection field. I work a lot on ecological kind of topics. I like to explore that. So I was really enthusiastic when I was offered the position on the Celtic Explorer to join into the exploration which Chris was leading.
So the survey was called BABAUSH, right, which is like, I'm trying to think what this acronym meant, right? It was Backscatter and Biodiversity of Shelf Sea Habitats. Right, so what we're trying to look at is the way that sound interacts with sediment and organisms and everything that are in and associated with the seabed. We can use the way the sound behaves to tell us something about the material properties that are down there. And the way that organisms interact with the sediment, like by burrowing or growing on top of things, also changes the way that the sound behaves. And something that we're quite interested in from a science point of view is how different frequencies of sound that are used to interrogate these environments can change the inference, the ecological inference about what's going on down there. So our cruise in the main was to look at a range of different habitats that are of priority within the European Habitats Directive, to try and see across a range of contrasting environments how using sound at different frequencies could tell us more about what's living there, really. And from the point that we hope to be able to use the information that we gathered from these surveys to help us refine the way that we monitor habitats in the future so we can manage them more effectively for all kinds of reasons like sustainable development or for conservation or whatever. So it's basically looking at a range of new techniques to try and help us understand the processes and habitats that are acting out on our shelf seas.
That's really interesting, I think, because as an art project, the sound was a very central component to this. So
Yeah.
it was. And I suppose, yeah, so I was, how did you feel about having an artist on board then?
Yeah, I've thought quite a lot about this over the last couple of days. I mean, it'd been quite far from my mind since our initial conversations, right? But like, I remember there was something about the whole proposal that struck a chord with me. And I remember we talked about this before, is like Luke Clancy's work on Culture File on RTE, on Lyric FM. And this, like, I listen to this like regularly, and it's a really interesting segment. And I mean, I don't know, I suppose I was quite open to the suggestion from a number of different perspectives, right? I'd never had an artist on board a survey, but this was the first survey on this vessel where I'd been the chief scientist. So I'd never been in a position necessarily to be able to take advantage or to try and encourage that kind of collaboration. Yeah. But I had very early on, since I started as faculty, I'd engaged with artists previously. Like an example, I brought a technician down from the art college in Belfast as part of Ulster University, try and run an anatomical drawing draftsmanship workshop for our life and health science students. So I wanted to try and, I don't know, engender some sort of sense of response to the stimulus of these organisms and their environments. And one of the most obvious ways to respond to that initially is through observation. And I think the drawing and annotating and sketching is a really strong part of the natural history repertoire, you know? So I really and truly, I don't see a massive distinction between art and science in response to these environments. We're all interested in process, and the raw ingredients to everything we're doing is observation. It's just what we do with the observations that are different in terms of how we respond. But I think that at this kind of level, that's a really like a unifying position, is we're all interested, enthusiastic and curious about these phenomena and how they relate to us and how we respond to them, you know? So I didn't see it as bringing an artist on board as much as bringing on another curious mind with a different position, you know? And I find that really valuable, you know?
Well, you have a lot of time to talk, and you can't really avoid talking about the ocean because you're kind of surrounded by it. You know, so I think I do think it's very important to like every artist had certain proposals and ideas when they came out, and they all changed. And I think that's kind of an indication of the value of the experience, that things change and that ideas change and then connections are made. Robertina, I was just going to ask you to talk through your experience. You know, firstly, you've been working for a long time with aquatic environments. So that was one of the big reasons that I was fascinated with your work.
The survey on this kind of ship was like dream come true, you know. I was like hoping to have this kind of possibility for some years. I was kind of taking part many times because my work is bringing me many times to different marine stations. So, you know, I have been experiencing laboratories, like places and spaces where also scientists are working, where the research is happening. But to be like physically on a boat, and as you said before, you know, you are surrounded with the ocean and you are inside of the ocean also with all these kind of remote sensing tools, which we have been using. You know, for me, the most fun was always when the camera went down, you know, like... You know, and all the crew is coming together and everybody just shots out all the animals which we see, you know. And I really appreciated also the way Chris and his team was also embracing me into them, into their daily routine. I was like daily present or the daily briefings, you know, so I was kind of informed what is happening. We saw and found like some really interesting shells, the phlegm shells and stuff like that. So it was really good for me also to be actively being involved without having any agenda from the beginning, which was for me also very relaxing, because I have to say that many times, in this kind of complex projects, of course, it's very important to have like exact plan, but on the other hand, it was like very luxury to be on a boat, observe, be just like infiltrated into what is happening around me, and then react to that, So this kind of ways I didn't do for some while. So honestly, I was like first 3 days a bit confused on the boat, because mostly I come to the labs. So then I have to pre-prepare lots of stuff. I come to the labs, I do the stuff, and then I go, So it's like I was having like, on one hand, being super excited about it. On the other hand, I was a bit confused how to deal with this kind of like the other way around. But as I came actually more as a sound artist than art science, because the project Aerial Sparks speaks more about the sounds of the like more about the sonic wilderness of oceans and seas. And it was interesting to have these other possibilities, and I have to say that also it was very inspiring for me, all the cruise and everything.
Like the initial kind of joining the vessel and the orientation and familiarization, there's a briefing at the start where they show you around, but until the boat is out and moving and you are really come to terms with the fact that you're now on a boat for 15 days, that takes quite a long time to come to terms with for everybody. For scientists that do it routinely as well, there's definitely an adjustment period. And just like the same as, I'm trying to think of an analogy for this, but whenever it's coming towards the end of the cruise, there's a kind of a period of adjustment and like a mourning that you'll go through, like when it's coming to an end, like anything that's discrete, and all of those waves of emotion that go through it are the same for everybody every time you do it,
I was going to say to you, Robertina, after you went out, you basically created this piece where there's two characters in your story that you kind of witnessed on part of your survey. I just wondered, could you talk us through the different elements?
On the survey, for me, it started to be question, like what and why and what should be my storyline, how to enter the project, And then I think, Chris, you first saw the sunfish, basking shark, when he was just floating by cameras, which haven't been on. But sometimes that's good, because then it stays this kind of almost legend, of the basking shark who passed the boat. But then 2 days later, we started to see them. And then later on, there was so many, it was like daily visits or, we have been in their waters. So managed to see them on daily basis. And for me, it was just like fascinating. I never saw basking sharks live, like just floating very peacefully in their own tempo next to the boats. And then I just started to speak a lot about, because this is the species which is quite high up, you see their fins out and, their tails. And it's just like, it's not so hard to observe them from the boat. You don't need like special equipment to see them. They're just like passing.
Pretty big.
And they're pretty big, so they're very present, And they're also, then I started to speak more with all the scientists on the boat and so on. So everybody had some story about basking sharks or some connection or, Then I realized, okay, and then I went to read a bit more and I found out about this kind of different uses of the same animal in the sense of like, no, the basking sharks is the animal which is like attracting lots of people to come to the shores to just observe, and it's kind of like having this empathy with them, so people love to see them. They feel kind of like it's amazing to have this experience with something so big and living. And then in 18th or 19th century, they have been like catched and hunted down a lot because of their economic reasons, because it was the animal which gave the light into the houses, from their oils, and it was used in different parts, of course, because it was needed at that time.
Yeah,
so it's just like...
No, it's just in parts of Donegal, like that, they were still harvested commercially until relatively recently, you know, in the 20th century, certainly.
So that's why it's also interesting to look into this, you know, like how these kind of relationships for this kind of giant fish is changing and why, and what are the reasonings behind it. And then also through ecological point of view, these kind of migratory species are very important also because they are, in general, what I think is also where I saw the connection between the migration species and then, you know, when we started to find these phlegm shells, that whole team was like super excited about it, you know, and it was like, oh my God, we found something which is very much on endangered lists also. Not in all parts of Ireland, but in UK waters and in Northern Ireland waters it's already listed. And I think Chris and your team wants to put this also up as an issue also for the waters where we have been finding them. And it's just interesting to see that like there's like this really tiny flame shell, which has this amazing capacity that is building the coral reefs around it, you know. The reefs are just like built up because they're sticky.
The byssus, where they kind of bind together like the mussels do, you know, on the rocks.
So it's very interesting to see this, you know, this kind of like huge animal, which is, and you know, the flame shells are quite dependent on everything what flows down from the plankton and so on, and also fertilization of the lands, especially in the seabed areas, it's getting lots of nutrition. So it's kind of like, it's a very interesting circle. So that's why I was thinking it's interesting to speak about something super tiny, but very present in the sense of like, it's not migratory species, it's like present there in that point and it's very needed. And then this kind of giant fish, which they are just like coming and going, and it's lots of mystery about them still, you know.
They're very associated with Ireland and the west of Ireland. There's a huge amount of heritage and mythology around them. And I think actually it's also really interesting that you're working with something really small, because I'm always fascinated about really small creatures that live in these really extreme environments. If you could see animals or species or creatures exist in certain habitats and almost apply it in a philosophical sense to things.
Absolutely, without even the physical intervention, you know, it's very hard to be a benign presence in these environments. Very hard indeed. And I mean, there's work that we have ongoing that's very much in this space.
I think, Robertina, in terms of your work, because you're actually going to work with some Sean-Nós singers.
Yeah, which I'm very, very enthusiastic about, because, you know, it's like, it was the way, you know, I was trying to find a way how to present this kind of story with the voice, which is near you know, I'm not from Ireland, and I don't want to romanticize it, you know, on one hand. And then on the other hand, you know, it's good to have the voice which is near to the experience I had when I was there.
There are a couple of things that really occurred to me there just when we were speaking. One was, I don't know if you're familiar, because I didn't know about the Sean-Nós angle since we were talking last, but have you ever heard the works, you know, Sean Davy, the composer? Yeah, so like Sean Davy's work about like the Brendan Voyage or Granuaile or any of these things where mythology is represented in classical assemblages of music, but with traditional voice and instrumentation, is really, really amazing response to some of these similar sorts of things, you know?
Yeah.
But I wonder about ways that Sean-Nós might be integrated within that sort of a framework. I don't know.
It's also something about the tonality, because, you know, I'm coming from the flatland, I'm coming from Pannonia, in Prekmurje, in my... So there is also lots of this kind of like way of singing where you sing your... it's mostly related to some more tragic stories or sad stories or, you know, just like this. But it's just like, it has something with this kind of horizons, you know? Like, it's not the same with the ocean, of course, but it has some similarities. I kind of found some, so that was my reasoning also why I was like curious. And also, you know, it's like if the animals are especially like basking shark is so much connected with folklore and mythologies and with these days also. So it was kind of unavoidable to go into that kind of angles.
It's interesting when you're talking about myth, Chris, as well, is, you know, I think in a lot of your research before, though, have you ever kind of touched on the idea of how science can learn through even just understanding folklore a little bit, or does that sound really off the wall?
No, you know, it doesn't actually in a strange way. I mean, like I'm involved in another project at the minute, which is in East Africa. It's to do with basically traditional ecological knowledge in East Africa and how science can, say, not benefit, but how it can understand and incorporate the value of folk knowledge in indigenous communities. That's work that's funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund through the Arts and Heritage Research Council in the UK. But it's looking at the ecology of sacred areas, basically, how traditional knowledge forms a kind of precursor to marine protected areas through cultural exclusions. Like, so if I were to say, all right, if in Ireland we imagine that there are areas where people don't fish traditionally for some religious or cultural reason, and fishing communities are really entrenched in folklore and superstition in Ireland, especially, you know. But in East Africa, there are lots of Islamic fishing traditions where there's many complex and controls on people's behavior through industry, but for cultural reasons. And obviously, if there's restrictions on their activities, then there are unintended benefits, like from a Western science point of view. But what we want to see is like how much value there is in the folk memory and traditional area-based management and how these things play out. So we have ongoing work in that area at the minute in East Africa, just not in Ireland, you know.
Folk memory is really interesting. And the idea of, I suppose, preservation from a background of, like, I think Ireland's quite superstitious country.
The work in East Africa, the thing that's really interesting is that a lot of the traditional, I mean, much the same thing has happened in Ireland. I suppose there's been a real degradation of traditional ways of living. You know, over the course of whatever the last couple of generations. But certainly there's lots of expansion of industry and developing blue economy in areas in East Africa where some of these really remote fishing villages have really, in much the same way we have in areas in Ireland, like maintained like kind of a strong sense of cultural identity. And that's really vulnerable at the minute, you know, through changes and development, you know. So trying to understand that and recognize the inherent value of it is a really important thing, whether you're in Ireland or East Africa, you know, that I suppose it would make sense that, I mean, a lot of mythologies have their origins in terms of trying to make sense of natural phenomena that, you know, that are like previously inexplicable, you know. That as science, I suppose, and our understanding of these processes and systems develops, so we can rationalize it more, which it doesn't denigrate the idea of mythology. I mean, it works as a complement to understand how it's come about, you know.
Robertina, so you've done a huge amount of work in sound as well. And I think it's interesting because a lot of people's work, some people's work's been sound and visual, and some people's work has just been sound. But I think the way you deal with sound is very interesting in your work, particularly because you not only use sound as a medium, but you talk about the impact of sound in spaces.
So regarding the project Aquatocene, where I explored the underwater noise pollution in the sense of like understanding what kind of, how is like the human impact polluting the noise environments of wilderness, of ocean wilderness. And for me, it was quite terrifying when I figured out that we are much more present than I expected, you know, like when I started to do like this underwater sound exploration, like sound recordings, I went really naively into the game in the sense of like, I wanted to hear some fish and, you know, to hear the sound environment of the oceans and seas, especially near the shores. And on the beginning, I was constantly deleting all the boats and everything else what I managed to record next to it. And then after some while, and with debate with few other people, like with Anik Biro and some other people, which they're helping me sometimes to think my art, I realized that, maybe I should just embrace that, and this is the part of the field recording, you go somewhere, you put the hydrophone into the water and you record what is there, If I would delete whatever out of that, it would be almost like photoshopping the nature, like all these beautiful calendars which we have of the nature, and then just like 1 meter next to it is like big electric wire or something like that, So this is many times done also with the underwater sounds, because I think mostly when you say underwater sounds to people, and it happens also to me many times when I present that project, is that people expect me to play dolphins and whales, and this is what they are used to, and waves, and I'm like, yes, that's part of that also, of course, but to hear that, you will hear mostly boats and little vessels, or like other stuff which is like imprinting. And because of the fluidity of the water and the density and different kind of parameters and materiality, the sound is even much more wider and more present in the oceans and seas, 5 to 7 times stronger than in air. It's like I think everybody experienced that when the fog is like really down, you hear much more than in the dry days, or the days where it's like super sunny. So and this like 5 times to 7 times more is happening than in the oceans and seas. And just like I started from curiosity, and it just like developed into the project. So wherever I go, especially when I'm near or on or in different seas or oceans, I try to have this kind of temporary recordings, I call them. Because, like scientists are doing this kind of like recordings on daily basis with observation and so on. Through this, we will actually know what is the impact of the noise pollutants. So my recordings are more, I call them like temporary, like 1 day recording of one situation. I do the compositions with that. And when I present that projects, like most even always when I do performances / concerts, I always like to invite also to speak with me for the discussion, like local scientists or bioacousticians or people which they're actively working on that on daily basis. So because I think it's always good to share the platforms in the sense of like in our artistic bubble, we get like some particular public, and it's really good to expose them also the other way of the thinking, So when I speak about the project, it's still from a more poetic point of view than when somebody who is like working on this on daily basis, So I try to navigate this to be more exact in presenting also the context to other public audience or somebody who would like to experience that. Yeah. And then on the other hand, like with some other projects of mine, what I figured out in the last weeks when I was kind of a bit more writing about some stuff is like that, like the main thing which I would like to establish and what I work on it is like, how can we bring in more empathic methodology in the sense of like, how could we sense or navigate humans and non-humans, and how to establish this kind of bridges in between in the ways that it will be, not just like mathematically or statistics or something, but also to bring more, almost like more emotional kind of intelligence into the game also, because this is many times very forgotten. And to get back into this project, which I'm working now for the aerial sparks, this was actually the idea why I decided to combine the mythologies, the folk singers, the scientific knowledge, and all of this, and I will try to navigate that through it into some radio show.
Very good.
Cool.
But I suppose the idea of scientific data being embodied in an artwork is something that I think, Robertina, you are doing pretty successfully. I think how data is I know that some artists are working directly with data, and some artists aren't. And I think it's quite nice because it seems to fit quite well for some artists' work, and then for others, they've just moved into different ways. But it's nice that it's just happened.
That's an interesting space, right enough, you know. But I think that it comes down to, you know, this idea of the potential for manipulation and falsification and retraction and all these kinds of things that go on with like artistic license kind of in science or vice versa. It's definitely contentious, you know. I think there's definitely a very strong case to be made about, and I remember reading about this, is like Edward Tuft's work on quantitative or effective visualization of quantitative data, you know, as a means for scientific communication, as a vehicle, you know, because like informative graphics and in a way that makes sense of a complex pattern in the most readily accessible way to people is a really important part of science. And actually, very few, like historically, most scientists would have kind of passed this stuff off through a drawing office, you know, and they would have had a team or access to graphic designers or artists or illustrators that were on board in their departments. But the way that things have been restructured over the years, and with the democratization of creating that kind of content, most scientists are now have to develop some indigenous capacity to do that themselves. And I think that everyone that works in active research at the minute has a hand in that somehow, you know?
Yeah.
But in a way, you know, you need to have the ability to do all of those things to some extent. But absolutely, how you can communicate, if you're only communicating with other scientists, you know, that you're not doing your job properly, you know. You need to be engaging with the public, with stakeholders, with artists, with other creatives, you know, and thinking about ways that we can bring more people to get behind a cause.
You know, I suppose we're on the last leg of Aerial Sparks now, which is turning out to be a very long leg. You know, I was quite grateful that we were working with media that could be transferable. So in some ways, I think one of the things I do think, though, which is unfortunate, is going forward, the likelihood of a project like this happening on a marine research vessel is unlikely for the coming future. Just to ask you, would you welcome a similar type residency?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I've got a couple of ideas for things that are even worth talking about now. One of which actually, Robertina, and again, this is because the last time we had a kind of lengthy conversation was when we were on the boat, you know, so as continuing as if like from where we left off. There's another project that's on the go up here at the minute, which is looking at passive acoustic monitoring, and that's a technology I'm not sure how aware you are of, but it's something that's commonly used in marine mammal monitoring, where the difference is that the work we do is with active acoustics. So we're on the vessel, it's moving around, and we're interrogating the environment with sound, that we control the power, the frequency, and all the rest of it. Passive acoustics are basically, as the name suggests, it's a device like a hydrophone that's put on a mooring and left there, and it just records sound by itself, right? And generally speaking, these systems are used to look at ambient noise in the water column, look at marine mammal communications and the rest of it. So they're quite sensitive, quite wide bandwidths, things like this. And they'll be left in situ for extensive periods of time, recording, and then they're triggered using an acoustic release, and they come back to the surface, you recover them and download the data. Now, they're actually, in the town where I live at the minute, in Port Stewart, up on the north coast, there are researchers up here from Galway Institute of Technology, and they're doing some work where they're making visual observations on the surface of cetacean behavior and trying to tally that with what the communications are showing underwater in terms of the chatter amongst the porpoises, to try and see how effective both methods are at capturing these activities. I mean, if you imagine that maybe across a range of different environments where these are deployed, whenever the whales and dolphins aren't there, like what's the background ambient noise in these different systems, and are they similar or are they different? I mean, what kind of color might you see? You know, like I remember I was at a workshop for the Global Challenges work in East Africa. I was at a workshop in Maputo in Mozambique at the Eduardo Mondale University, and there were artists at this workshop basically trying to create synergies between the different research disciplines. And there was a guy there, I can't remember his name now, but he was telling me about differences in the soundscape underwater on different parts of the island that you could hear with the human ear when you're in the water, you know. And you know that there are some bio-eroding species like parrotfish, and I've heard this myself, you can hear them underwater, like munching away at the corals and things like this. So on different parts of the island, around, I'm trying to think which was Ilha de Mozambique, you could hear different kinds of seascapes. The one thing I was thinking about there was about the basking sharks, right? And this is a really important concept that relates to the work we're doing as well, but it's about boundaries, right? Boundaries in terms of transnational jurisdictions and degrees of protection afforded to resources on either sides of a border, right? But so borders are a terrestrial thing, right? But there's also a marine border between the two countries, right? And then this is very contentious at the minute politically about access, right? But there are also natural boundaries in the marine environment. And for marine organisms, the boundaries are attractive, right? The boundaries between water masses, like a front, you know, in weather, when you have a front comes through, you know, like a cold front to a warm front. And you, generally speaking, in the marine environment where you have fronts, these are really active areas for feeding, where the occupants of either kind of water mass come together for potential feeding opportunities and things like that. And there is, between the west coast of Scotland and the north coast of Ireland, there's a boundary there between the shelf sea waters of the Malin Hebrides Sea and the Irish Sea, which is in between Ireland and Scotland, right? Or Ireland and England and Wales, right? And basically where these two water masses meet, it's called the Isla Front, Isla like the Scottish island. And this is a really strong physical boundary between these two water masses. And seasonally, there's a lot of activity there, which is exactly why the basking sharks are there. And they hang about in that area, and then in the wintertime, then they disappear, right? And there's very poor understanding as to where they go. But it just strikes me that these are all issues to do with space and boundaries. From our perspective, we're interested in how the protection afforded to something can be different across a very small space for an organism that doesn't move. But for an organism that does move, it can move seamlessly between these different areas of protection. You know, just so like if you think about whales that might be, whales and dolphins that are migratory and might be very heavily protected in New Zealand or Australian waters, and then in their migratory paths, they might move through into areas where they could be vulnerable to harvest, you know, depending on different national programs and the through the moratorium on whaling. So do you know what I mean? It's like mobile species are interesting because they move through jurisdictions. Sessile species don't move, but their larvae move. So they release their propagules into the water, and then they are moved by currents. So movement is an important thing, and space and these jurisdictions, I don't know. There's lots of stuff there to work with.
There is.
You know?
And I think these things come into play a lot when they talk about, they connect a lot often, I think, culturally in Ireland, when you think about migration and movement. And, you know, that's the migration flow from the west of Ireland particularly. Is something that I think is quite interesting when you see it, when you see it obviously occurring naturally and animals migrating, but so much has been written, I suppose, in a way that kind of makes that kind of sense of how people leave spaces too, maybe
Yeah.
for economic reasons. And I always feel that rings quite clearly in the west of Ireland.
And then this is where I suppose you don't run into the risk of the romanticization of some of these things about the West, is that it's vulnerable, right? It's vulnerable to gentrification and to development and to a lack of regulation around planning. And these are things that we're seeing the impact of up here. Certainly in the West, the Wild Atlantic Way, I mean, I'm sure that there are really big impacts with that opening up, you know, and how that's managed in the future. So like by modifying the infrastructure around that is the real risk that the natural capital and the value of these systems becomes negatively affected. Is a really difficult balance, you know.
It is, and I think it needs to be really thought about a lot more, because there's the trade-off is quite short-term, given the situation with COVID-19. For some reason now it's got a very different identity now because of everything that's happened. And but do you think, Robertina, in your opinion, that this has changed stuff quite a lot in terms of the shape of this project?
Definitely it's changed, you know, like I had this, you know, we spoke last year that I will come in April, May, maybe back to Ireland to manage to visit Chris in the lab also at university, and also the other colleagues, which they have been also on the boat, because we wanted to do some more water analysis and, you know, like DNA analysis. And, you know, there was like some other plans also next to it. So I readapted it into the possibilities that it's possible to do it also on remote without sacrificing the project, but, you know, to add it to it, you know, because then when I was rethinking how to navigate the project now that it's like COVID and it's hard to travel in between and how to navigate that. That's why I think that was like really important moment when I decided this will be really radio piece. That we will not do like bigger installation or something next to it.
Yeah.
That for core of the project will be now this radio piece. When I speak radio piece, it will be like around 20-30 minutes long combination of storytelling and folk singing, you know, which will speak about all these stories. And it gives them possible potential to work on the project further. But also it can be done like this, you know, so it doesn't need to. So I was trying to think how I can navigate that, being here in Slovenia and just working with everybody on remote, you know.
I know.
That it will make also sense, that it will not just like force to do something which was planned before.
I know.
And I think it's also good to just sometimes to readjust to the situation. It happened to me already once before with one installation which wanted to be presented in Mexico City during one festival, but just like 2 days before the festival, one of the biggest earthquakes hit the situation. So then, of course, the installation was broken and so on. And I decided that, no, I will not do the same thing. I decided, okay, let's think further, you know. So also within of thinking what aerial sparks in core it was when Louise, you invited me. And what is the core of the project is actually these radio waves, you know, to bring this kind of stories into these other waves.
Well, this is the thing. I think it's interesting because everybody's had to change, you know, modify. And I think it's important. It makes it more valuable because then it becomes kind of a signifier to the times we're living in.
I think, like, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you'll have had a really interesting response to the experience, Robertina, but if you can imagine what that might be like, even if you were to come back and do it again now, being brought familiar with everything, familiar with the in terms of what's possible, what could be achieved, it would change completely the way that you might respond to it, you know?
Absolutely. Definitely, like changing that, you know. I was also like super interested into this, you know, like what I learned on the boat also about the physics of the sea. Chris, when we spoke about this, you know, like how the ocean, you know, that sometimes we forget that ocean is not just like one body of water, exactly what you have been saying before, how they are mixing, and it's not only what we see from above, how they're mixing, but how they're also mixing on different levels inside.
Because, you know, you think about that idea as well, is memory, right? So the environmental DNA that is residual in the water is like a memory, right? The memory of things that have been in the water.
Memory capsules, yeah.
You know, that's a really nice way of thinking about it. Yeah, we're looking for fragments or traces of the memory, like forensics of the water, you know? And that work is still ongoing. And not just things that are in the water, but also organisms that filter the water contain like an historic kind of record of what has been in the water that they have filtered. So it's really interesting stuff, you know?
Another change of location, and now we find ourselves in New York City, within the spaces of the Bitforms Gallery, founded and run by Stephen Sachs. The artist Claudia Hart will lead us into the virtual exhibition called The Ruins, which implements still lifes to contemplate the canon of patriarchal Western civilization, modernist paintings and manifestos of political utopias.
Okay. Whoa, what's it doing? Okay.
Well, how about, I know how to start now. You ready? Mm-hmm. All right. I've been working on the Ruins exhibition for over a year now. So when I started it, I was still teaching. It was before COVID and before the Black Lives Matter revolution, hopefully. I was working at the School of the Art Institute, which has this magnificent collection of Impressionist and Post-Impressionist paintings. And we use those works to think about digital art and photography and all of the things that started in the 19th century and ended up in the world as we have it today. To understand the ruins, you have to get a little bit of the context. I hope you can understand it without the context, but I'm here to share that part. So the ruins, we work with this painting collection, and what I've been doing is making for the past 6 years the Romantic app. What I do is with my students, we take all of the paintings in the collection and we use them as augmented trackables, triggers for the Augmented app, so that when you open the app and look through your smart device, you can see the young people's animation integrated in and over and around these masterpieces of the 19th century. And we work very closely with Gloria Groom, who is the chair, she's the director of the old museum there, the European Painting and Sculpture Collection, and she's also a Knight of the French Republic. One of the things I discovered was the issue of Matisse. One of my students wanted to work with Matisse, and there was one Matisse in the older wing, and we said, where's the Matisse? Why isn't Matisse here? And Gloria explained to us that the modern wing, the beginning of modernity, had most of the Matisses. And this is an issue. Art historians seem to struggle over Matisse. Is he the end of the old or the beginning of the new? Now, one of the things that we do with this app and what we need is copyright-free material. Most of the paintings in the 19th, the Impressionism collection don't have copyright protection, and Matisse does. So he's both struggled over in his art historical position, and he is copyright protected. The idea coincided with photography. So the idea that you could make a copy was threatening to the integrity of the authentic art object, because part of the reason that people love art is because it expresses the artist in a unique and one-to-one way, and it's personal. Matisse was copyright protected and was the beginning of copyright protection. and also he was in the modern wing. So this made him an icon of something interesting to me. I'm very fascinated in my own medium, which is simulations technology, as being a post-photographic medium, meaning that it changes the history of representation, that it uses the paradigm of simulation rather than of capture, which is what you're doing when you film me. Matisse somehow signaled the beginning of the crisis of photography, and so I took it upon myself that I should copy Matisse. And so I decided I was going to start to make a group of animations based on Matisse. So the Ruins, what is now called the Ruins, was originally an exhibition for Bitform's gallery that was supposed to be opening when it is, in September, beginning of September. Became a show that was originally conceived to be a show using Matisse. I was also fascinated by Matisse because of the kind of content that he used. So these were, he was a guy who was painting his studio. So it was all about Matisse's studio, in which you saw his paintings, and his paintings always consisted of his studio with other paintings in them, and then there had these grand, beautiful windows, and outside the windows were the landscapes that he painted in the paintings, which were then hanging on the walls of his studio where he would make other paintings. So as a person who lives with a lot of screens and who exists on the internet in a simulated environment, making VR simulations, because I work not just with 3D but with VR, this idea of the windows within windows, levels of reality that open into other levels of reality was fascinating to me. I'm interested in spaces where time stretches, expands, and contracts, and I build these spaces of contemplation that are very trancy, where I make algorithms and spaces that exist in many time zones. So I might make things that have a day, an hour, a minute, and a year in them all at the same time. Things that are unfolding at different rates. I use multiple patterns that unfold and work at slightly different rates to induce environments that are very contemplative and that actually hypnotize people and send them into a trance. So Matisse offered a lot of possibilities for me to build a kind of infinite regress space with multiple patterns and a space of contemplation. So that was my original idea for this exhibition. So when COVID hit, SAIC, the School of the Art Institute, was quarantined, and I came back to New York, where I still am, and got back to work. Steve Sachs, who is the director of Bitforms and my gallerist, became enamored of an online game, a multiplayer game called Occupy White Walls. He thought it was perfect for me. Occupy White Walls is a game, it's a gallery game. So you can build your own gallery in a modern or ancient style, and then in the archives of the game are hundreds and thousands of paintings, copyright free, the most well-known of the Western canon. So I got myself the Mona Lisa, and I got Cézanne's and Vermeer's, another favorite, in this great last semester before everything went on to Zoom. My class and I read Hito Sterile, and she has a famous essay about the poor image. In this, she talks about low-resolution copies, the way the internet proliferates these, and how this opens up a world also where an artist might intervene. And I thought, yes, low-res polygon models, Hito, the revolutionary potential of the low-res polygon model. So the open source of all of these paintings, and that all came together, and this became the ruins. I was interested also in the fact that as a woman and a feminist artist, an early woman working in the Bro culture where there were very few women using the body and dealing with romantic tropes as a kind of force of resistance into a world where basically most of it was driven by pornography. It took me months to make my Matisse and Picasso copies. I thought that I could also take these two patriarchs and bring them down. I was able to copy their paintings as texture maps for my low-res models. I copied their brushstrokes, their layers, their colors, in very painstakingly. It took me months. It was a collection, my low-res collection, and I didn't pay a penny for them. The paradox, of course, with this issue about low-res and copyright-free is there is profit going on. Occupy White Walls is a commercial game, and the people who own it are very hopeful about earning a profit with it. And I'm making artwork that goes into a contemporary art gallery, and although many collectors are very anxious about collecting digital art because it's so easy to make multiple copies and it's so difficult to establish what is the authentic original, or if there is one, and what could be stable about it because it's so immaterial, nevertheless, the intention here is to sell these works, including the ruins. So this has this sort of gray area, this gray zone. I'm living in the United States. The Black Lives Movement has turned the light on to things that were always there, but somehow were not, it was not in my face. It wasn't in the forefront of my consciousness. And I'm also thinking about the cemetery architecture of the 18th century and the idea of the ruin as a place to meditate on the passage of time and history, because this is also about the process of history in which canons collapse and are replaced by newer ones. So I was hoping that in this period that we have now just entered, that we would be in a world where we could regenerate, but that things around us were over, and it was a kind of memoriam for that. I started also thinking about utopian cultures and utopias and the idea of failed utopias, because I feel at the moment that I'm living in one. And I looked back in history, and I found texts, short texts, a letter from Thomas Jefferson on democracy, Walter Gropius's Bauhaus Manifesto, Henry Ford's Mad and sort of obscene Fordlandia that he built on the Amazon. It was a copy of an American suburb where he had indigenous people who were working for him live in an American suburb and eat hamburgers and waffles. They all ultimately ran away. It was absolutely dysfunctional and disrespectful. And finally, Jim Jones, who was the cult leader and ultimately mass murderer of his followers. And I took one of his sermons. I took the sermons and the writings thinking about Ed Campion. Ed Campion and I have known each other for 30 years. We met in Paris when we were both residents at the American Center. We started collaborating about 10 years ago, really seriously, and one of the core practices in our work has been using my voice and having me perform language-based things, text-based things. Now I return to Ed from this less playful position, making an elegiac piece, a piece about failure, failed utopias, So I took these 4 texts from utopian writings, canons, patriarchs, again, a woman working with male patriarchs, white male patriarchs, which was Thomas Jefferson, Walter Gropius, Henry Ford, and Jim Jones. I performed them, and Ed made a ruin software and made music and a soundtrack, which is the basis of the piece. The piece also is existing on Mozilla Hubs, and everybody can enter through the Ars Electronica portal. This is the ruins. Welcome to my world.
Will no longer be condemned to deficient artistry, for his skill will now be preserved for the crafts. His glory will be an Indian carnality.
We are landing in Northern Europe by the Baltic Sea, visiting the Ars Electronica Garden Tallinn. There, the conference Decoding New Technologies in Art and Design, organized by Estonian Academy of Arts, is taking place today until late afternoon. You're welcome to follow the streaming of it on Tallinn's Garden page. And now, I'm giving the floor to the keynote lecture, Exploring Potentials and Risks of Artificial Intelligence Technology from a Perspective of Creatives, by Dr. Varvara Guljajeva.
Okay, hello. First of all, I'm very honored to hold a keynote speech at this conference. And I will be speaking about exploring potentials and risk of AI technology from perspective of creatives. So it's a quite broad field, but I hope I can bring in some views and questions and, of course, conclusions. So let's kind of get on the same page and briefly kind of define or try to define what is AI. So AI, although it sounds new and is booming now, it's actually not so new. What is pretty common in technology development, but it's more like maybe accessible and more applicable nowadays than in the late 50s when AI started, and its first bubble burst when of course all the ideas what wanted to be implemented the computers or machines couldn't support yet. So AI in itself could be any technique that enables computer to mimic human intelligence. So it's an intelligence demonstrated by machines. It could be, for instance, example, IBM Deep Blue chess program or Sims characters in the computer game. And when came the second bubble of AI was with machine learning in the 90s, which is a subset of AI that includes abstract statistical techniques that enables machines to improve at tasks with experience. So it doesn't require any explicit programming in order that algorithm improve on its own by learning from different but similar scenarios. So for instance, example is Google search or the Amazon recommendations. So by just kind of being able to statistically see like what we are searching for or what we are buying, they can kind of become intelligent in a way and offer already what you wanted kind of to search, which is of course there are many kind of jokes and art projects which kind of tries to show how biased also are these algorithms. And deep learning, which started in a few years ago, and now it's becoming more and more serious and complex, is also a subset of AI and machine learning. Is composed of algorithms that permits software to train itself to perform tasks like speech and image recognition by exposing multi-layered neural networks to vast amount of data, learn and improve on their own. So here is a key word that they need a large data sets in order kind of to perform on the kind of acceptable level. So here is examples: the AlphaGo, natural speech recognition, self-driving cars, and more, of course. We will talk a lot about the GAN, generative adversarial network. Here is kind of the schema, explain how it works. A neural network. Of course, the schematic looks pretty simple, but reality is more complex. And actually, it's really often we don't know like how the algorithms came to this result. But here, the GAN is a mobile learning model in which two neural networks compete with each other to become more accurate in their predictions. GANs typically run unsupervised and use a cooperative zero-sum game framework to learn. As I told before, important is a training set, a data set of images. So at least there should be at least 500, but much like normally it's 10,000 or 100,000. And then there is a generator and discriminator. Generator is generating fake images, and discriminator says that is it fake or not. And if it says that it's not fake, but it is fake, so it's kind of the generator understands where is the level. So, and probably the discriminator sees that the fake is real, human eye is most likely perceiving the same. Like, for instance, what is happening here, it's results of neural network generated faces from the data set of famous people. But of course, these people, what is here, they don't exist, so they are completely artificial images. And in general, when we talk about GANs, the human face is quite popular thing to do, to generate faces, or then paintings. If we can actually cluster a bit, they are on the top of the rank, I would say. Now we spoke more about technology, but let's also talk about art. And the art world started to talk about AI in the late 2018, when a collective from France, Obvious, sold AI generated or created painting by the GAN algorithm, and it was sold nearly for $500,000. And then suddenly, of course, everyone became interested and curious in the field. Not only, let's say, artists who are working with technology, but in general, the contemporary art field too. And this print was signed with the formula of the algorithm. Very polemic case, of course. And when we talk about AI and art, we definitely should mention Mario Klingerman, who has done lots of work in the field and research. I cannot show all the works of him, but one, for instance, here is Memories of Passerby, one. this is kind of a part of that. It looks aesthetically very nice. It's 4K screens, which when we talk about AI resolution is a problem. It's very difficult to achieve images which are higher res. So Mario achieved 4K results, and these are not images, but it's a generative program what is running in real time, and he trained his model with the portraits of famous painters from Western world, and this is the results what then the audience can enjoy, and it goes forever, and the results are always different. But this is remarkable, yes, that he achieved the 4K results. And this is also his work with a style gun, when then the faces are generated based on the rhythm of sound, and they are 3D, again, not existing faces. So here we can have a look. Style gun 2 is the tool. So they're kind of morphing faces, and you can see their 3D appearance also. I think you don't hear the sound. I'm here hearing too, but you can check it out if you're interested. Everything is online. Okay, then another artist who is worth mentioning is Med.Ation, and he has many experiments, but one of them is learning to see a glooming Sunday, and he's really like teaching algorithm how to see everyday objects differently. So you see a charger, but then the outcome is a cloud, and first were images, and then he achieved also videos. Then mosaic virus by Anna Reidel. She made a data set of 10,000 tulips from Netherlands, and the result is are generated tulips that do not exist, but they are connected they are connected with Bitcoin value. So for her was interesting to connect this kind of two big manias. What was a tulip mania in 1630s, and current ongoing speculation around cryptocurrency, and the stripes on tulips represent the Bitcoin value and its fluctuation, and whether how much they are open and so on. So this is also made with AI. Under the water, this is my work together with Marcanet, and in this work it's a print work, Chromalox print on aluminium, and we talk about Anthropocene. And we made a data set of plastic under the water, and we want to talk about the future of our oceans, and well, we trained with a progressive GAN algorithm to generate images of trash under the water, which looks aesthetically pleasant, but the topic is horrifying. Content-aware studies by Egor Kraft has received quite a lot of attention since the creation of this work. And this project is worth mentioning because here we exit from, let's say, 2D image and also see that AI models can create or complete the form. He took ancient Greek sculptures which have missing parts, and by feeding into the model a lot of data sets of this kind of sculptures on this particular time, then algorithms started to kind of generate the complete sculptures, like how is possible to complete them. And then Egorcraft 3D printed them, and kind of here is a proposition of completed missing parts of these ancient artworks. Yeah, here you can see more. If you have been in the last Ars Electronica, you would probably recognize this work by Scott Eaton, Humanity, Fall of the Damned. Here is a pix-to-pix technique, and it's a nice example how AI algorithms are in symbiosis or as really symbiotic tool for the artist, because he is drawing with a pencil his works and then applying pix-to-pix technique in order to get the texture to this, let's say, pencil-drawn figures, and the algorithm puts really like perfect shadows and so on. Of course, it's again trained with his own data set, and probably also trained model where he photographed a lot of models in his studio, and he has done a really large body of work with this technique, which is very much fascinating. And I would say it's, if we see later on, I also talk about this, that normally the GANs or pix-to-pix models, they are like, you see the result is quite, I mean, it's unique, but it's similar. You can recognize with what it's done. Then in case of Scott Eaton, it's very well done, also in this sense that you cannot really recognize the tool behind. Salva Patrias by Martin Nadal. He took images by the demonstrations of Catalan nationalists and also Spanish ones, and then generated the new images, which is also politically active, I would say, because nowadays there are a lot of fake news, and we don't know anymore if these demonstrations or catastrophes or other events are true or not. And here it looks like true, but it's not true. Well, these two large groups, nationalistically minded, they meet in the corner of this building. Here is the same image of just replacing the belonging. AI, of course, is used also in design, and one of quite famous cases by Robbie Barrat, who was playing with Balenciaga collection and just kind of proposing what could be next, because as you know, some fashion lines, they use kind of quite standard color and form and patterns, so they are quite predictable. And for AI, this is perfect, because AI is, what are they good at are the predictions. So if he made this for fun, then you can see already here in the Twitter posting from the Marine Serre catwalk that some propositions of Robin Barrat and his algorithm were already realized. And here was posed on Twitter the question if the gunware becomes real. I mean, probably yes. I mean, this is one way to expand the creativity horizon. I would like also to tell about this experiment which I found, of course, online by one ceramic artist from France. And she started to experiment with runaway ML. And first she put a data set of her cups. They were only cups, and she reached after training the model when she was navigating in or exploring the latent space, the results what algorithm is creating. Then for her, there was nothing surprising, nothing what could inspire her. So what then she did, she took another data set of vases from one museum archive, which is freely available. And then she started combining her cups and then the antique vases. Then she started to see interesting results for her as an artist. The combination of colors, where is the kind of the air of the mug, and so on. So for her, she saw that okay, this is kind of interesting creating process and could actually be valuable for boosting the creativity. But this example also shows that GANs can't invent totally new things. You can only expect them to combine what they already know in new ways. So here, I think I don't have, maybe on the next slide. Here are then mostly two things: what kind of data set you feed in, and which kind of model you will use, on which you are training. And of course, there are even more deeper manipulation, but more preset tools are used, less surprise and less artistic value, I would say, there is. Audiovisual field also uses AI tools or start to use. For instance, machine hallucinations by Refik Anadol, or poetic AI by Och, quite beautiful work, also artificial botany by Fuse work. But here also what we see actually in the audiovisual field, that the tools, how they do their visual, so to say, outcome is pretty much the same, but the topic or the data they use later on in the same tools then are AI related, because as I told before, the resolution and also real-time aspect is still problematic nowadays. AI and drawing, I mean, we touched already images, but also there are many artists who are doing drawing with AI, and Harold Cohen is one of them, but he started like really early, so he can also be classified as computer artist. And he, as he says, and also in some of his interviews, I mean, of course, the computer is not the artist, but the artist has to be creative to create this algorithm and make work in a way he or she wants. And he's continuing actually with this theory to achieve the aesthetic and the style artist wants to develop. Elena Sarin also has done a large body of work in this field, and here is one of her work, Happy Nation, the water park. And as you see here, she is doing her data sets from her own drawings. So she's doing maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 drawings, and then feeding into her trained models, which then the model is generating a new images. Mario Klingerman also has one project called Sketchflix, also probably from his own sketches. And I think also there is some code online which you can try. Then also let's say symbiotic or collaborative drawing between then robotic applications and the artist. Well, here is a quite large robotic application. It's a robotic arm, impressive drawings, and also, of course, visual, performatively impressive drawing operations by Sugwen Chung. And here is really like robotic arm takes into consideration what artist is drawing and other way around, which kind of drawing also becomes a performative act, and the results are also unexpected, and this is how this artist prefers to work also. Jessica In, Nora, Machining Doodle, where we see this robotic cycles which can draw, but they are also interactive. So the audience can teach them or guide them how to draw, and they learn and they develop their own style, I believe. As much as I could see from the internet, and this is also very interesting approach, also offering the audience a chance to interact with this artwork and kind of participate in the drawn result. So we talked a lot about like creating image. So what could be these techniques of AI for image making or image manipulation also? And there are at the moment kind of many demos popping up where user is kind of welcome to try them and draw together and manipulate images and so on. And some of them are here like Gauguin, Sketch RNN, Pix2Pix, Style Transfer, Colorize. Now is kind of a new trend also to animate with AI, and of course the GAN, which you can generate artificial images, so to say. Yeah, here's Gauguin by NVIDIA. So uploading the image and kind of very abstract, and then it's a perfect waterfall, or whatever you draw, it converts to the cats or to the hats or to shoes, whatever you decide. So this is a bit more serious, I would say. It's a deep painterly harmonization, which you have to kind of run the code. Whatever you add to the painting, it converts it to the same style. You see input and output. Again, it's in a way style transfer. It's a Renaissance painting, or it's a Picasso, or it's kind of like quite popular toys, I would say, nowadays. And arbitrary style transfer in the browser. So in a way, it's a bit like let's say AI image manipulation or creation. It becomes a bit like Photoshop filters, no? It's let's upload this and let's see what happens. Then also it's possible to bring painting into life. So it's here, it's like you just put like one painting which you want that this video input appears very similar to. So you say input, and then the output is like the painting. No, it's kind of amazing what they can achieve. And AI colorizer, also the Oldify is pretty powerful. That black and white image, and then the algorithm offers what kind of colors they could be. It's kind of pretty realistic. I mean, this one maybe not so much, but it's also one demo, actually by a Japanese artist, which you can also colorize the image in different styles. Then animate with AI, pretty recent work, AR face doodle by Cyril Diagne, where you paint in real time and it follows in 3D view. Amazing work by Shan Xuan at TensorFlow, which takes the skeleton real time from the camera, and then the character which you upload, then that follows the movement. And of course, deep fake, which is kind of also booming, and also the videos uploaded in the internet, we already don't know what is real, what is not real. My favorite here is Donald Trump and Mr. Bean combined. I already showed you many tools, and then a question arises here from all this filter-like or style transfers, like what is the artistic value here? I think the Elena Sarin pointed out very well when she uploaded this graph on her Twitter account, which indicates the value of artistic process. And you can see like here that more you do on your own, more value you will have in your work. If there is your own data, meaning the data sets and your own algorithm, you don't use like pre-trained or off-shelf algorithm, like the more higher is the value. But of course, it's like this push the button demo filters. I mean, we cannot really talk about aesthetics here. And of course, there is more and more we talk about the issues of data ownership, and I suggest not to use pre-made data sets if you don't want to have problems with authorship later on, because in the end it doesn't look like it's similar results, but the same discussion is for instance, this 500,000 paintings sold by Obvious that they used, that's what is the speculations about, that they used someone's data set. They even didn't do their own data set. So it's not known, is it true or not known at the moment, but in order to avoid this kind of problems and to have more let's say artistic value in the work and the process, then this graph explains actually, or summarizes very well what the artist should do. Well, moving a bit away from the art and let's talk about like politics and also the society. Stuart Russell's recent book about titled Human Compatible, about the AI and the problems of control, where he's stating that the field's goal had always been to create human level or superhuman AI, but there was a little or no consideration of what would happen if we did. And actually right now we are kind of very close to that. And the sad part is that the consideration is like Russell's saying, it's rather small or none even. And he goes even further, saying that success would be the biggest event in the human history and perhaps the last event in the human history. So it's a bit kind of a dark end to the beginning, but he has a point, because at the moment, like later on we look also more deeply through the AI Now report, that the algorithms or AI, they rule over the human opinion or the needs, and this shouldn't happen, that machines decides over us. This is in a way dangerous. But going further, like here is a quantum computer by Google, which would be the game changer in the computing world, and also I believe politics. And here Google announces the Google Quantum already in October 19, and TensorFlow is also already done for quantum, and this super computer can calculate calculations what demands over 10,000 years in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So it must be really fast. But as also in the last book, I talk about the author talks about if they are looking for the wrong problem to solve, or the logic is wrong, then just the result will be that the wrong answer would be delivered faster. So instead of knowing it in 10,000, that would be in 3 minutes, 10,000 years. And this is the biggest problem. And here are the big players of the AI field. And if you look like the owners of most of these companies are also the richest in the world. And country-wise, there are also a big race who will win it and will dominate the world economy. So even the Russian president, thinking that he's maybe not the expert of the field, he has stated that whoever becomes a leader in the sphere will become the ruler of the world. So the kind of fight or race looks like really serious. And here, borrowing also the image and the idea of golden calf by it was an article in Towards Data Science by Jakob Zelko, where he asked actually if the data is a new golden calf, and well, it's related. I would say if AI is the new golden calf, and it looks like it is a solution for everything. In a way, here is also brings me to the mind solutionism ideas by Evgeny Morozov, which in a way limits our imagination and our decisions. And the same is writing also Zelko, who was saying that we are like freely giving away our freedom, even little by little. All this the surveillance of our personal data, which makes us total predictable organisms in a way for the machines, and the machines who start to take decisions for us, and all the political races around. It's really feels like AI is the ultimate solution, and also the power. And here I have to show again the work by Mario Klingerman, which I think he didn't really thought politically about this, more poetically. and it's also interactive, where when the participant or the audience kneel on the prayer furniture, then the flip boxes start to flip, and everyone could get personal, in a way, quote. So he's using the GPT-2 model, which generates then text, and he was thinking about the power of the word, and this model was trained by numerous quotes. So the machine is quite kind of poetic and smart, and people find the meaning of it. But here is exactly this power position where the machine is kind of has this spiritual or even the religious value over the audience, supremacy, even, if you want, which talks also, which relates to this golden calf article. But continuing with GPT-2 technique, which is for text and meaning generation, in a way, the recent work of me and Mar, together with Roger Bernat, was ENA, is an online chatbot. During pandemics, when all the theaters were closed, we were commissioned by theater in Barcelona, Teatre Lliure, and ENA was on their website and talked to the audience, so web audience of the theater. So bringing in here a bit also interactive art theory, like I borrowed this schema from myself when I was doing a PhD, and use this schema to define what is interactive work. Then here I would like to point out that with AI tools, we can actually make the behavior or the results of the artwork unpredictable, even for the author. Even if we look early interactive works using conversation or the chatbots, then normally, like, the artist had to kind of pre-program and pre-think all the possible cases. Then with an AI algorithms, they can make new predictions and behaviors which would never repeat. Like, for instance, with an ENA or the Mario's work and so on, there are like a wide range of possibilities, which adds, let's say, character and liveliness to the interactive artwork. So here is this AI Now report, which sums up all the concerns with AI development, and there are many. So I summarized some here, and they are raising the issues that that all AI use, which decisions impact people's lives and access to opportunities shouldn't be deployed unless AI companies should stop using it because they are not researched well enough, and they make quite a lot false positive decisions. Then is a big issues with facial recognition, which more and more places are using, and also taking kind of decisions based on this. And And this should be kind of stopped because there are a lot of sensitive data, and it doesn't always kind of work as it should work. For instance, why we should detect certain races of people or certain classes of people, right? Here is the same saying about the bias data, like systematic biased algorithm, systematic racism and lack of diversity, and also another issue is this climate impact, where we don't know how much CO2 are producing all these powerful machines, and what kind of impact our environment has. Then also AI harms workers, especially low wages one, like Amazon is one of the case where systems are able to fire the people if their performativity goes lowers. And then also the developers are often unaware of the results. For instance, there have been cases that developers are working on human detection algorithms, and then they don't know actually that it's used for killing the people later on in by military drones. Biometrical data should be more protected, and there is another issue that the private tech companies own public data, and in the end, all these big tech companies should take responsibility for biased algorithms, just saying, okay, they're biased, and that's all. We have to take it. Yeah, and it's pretty kind of large. You can, if you're interested, you can go. You can read through it. It's publicly available, and actually, I really recommend this. So there are also, as you see, it's a very politically loaded topic, and there are also artists dealing with this. For instance, Kyle MacDonald made this work, NVIDIA CO2, where you can see by training the model or generating your images, you can see how much your graphic card is emitting CO2. Very actual issue. So there is also by MIT Technology Review by Karen Howe article that training a single AI model can emit as much carbon as 5 cars in their lifetimes. Asunder by Julia and Oliver and Tega Bryan and Bengt Sjölden. It's also interesting work. Is kind of a fictional environment manager where AI takes control over the earth and tries kind of move cities and rivers and so on, kind of rearrange perfectly to achieve the perfect results for environment. Kind of speculative work, of course. Brilliant work by Simon Werkt, Google Maps hack, where again we are coming back to this golden calf issue that we believe all this algorithm like it would be a god who make no mistakes. And he just put a bunch of mobile phones in, of course, activated ones, in the trolley and walked on the empty street. But on the Google Maps, you could see that this road is totally jammed because the artist was walking with some bunch of smartphones. Segmentation Network by Sebastian Schmieg. He in this work he brought attention to the fact that all the smart systems are actually contains a lot of manual labor, human manual labor, And in this work, he plays back over 600,000 segmentations manually created by crowd workers for Microsoft Cocoa image recognition datasets. This dataset is based on photos from Flickr and is used in machine learning for training and testing. The piece makes visible the hidden manual labor that goes into building neural networks and artificial intelligence. So there are many people like segmenting from the image, the objects. Also very nice work by Chicago University students, wearable microphone jamming, as we are in totally like smart but also controlled environment living, and then sometimes we need privacy, and by wearing this bracelet which emits ultrasonic sound, makes it impossible for all the smart agents and voice assistants and other microphones what we are not aware of, impossible to hear us. And we talked already about the problems of face recognition, and Adam Harvey, very famous work, CV Dazzle, makes it possible that the system recognizes our face. Or Simone C. Nikhil, she created a series of T-shirts with kind of many images of famous people that algorithms, face recognition algorithms, gets confused where is the face and who has to be tagged. So when we jump now to conclusions, which is quite difficult to do, then I must say that AI is definitely gaining importance and is applied in almost all the fields. AI development moves really fast, but not the regulations, and it's a problem. And many companies take advantage of this, and our human rights suffer from this, and our environment suffer from this. Numerous ethical and environmental concerns are there, and we should fight that technology serves the humanity and the environment, and not other way around. Expanding creative minds, AI is definitely doing this, but also it limits us. So we think that we can apply these AI filters, and we create already a new magnificent aesthetical experience. Also, I see that there is a new aesthetics in creative fields, new ways of images and form making, and also it brings new wave also to interactivity. We can talk about neural aesthetics nowadays, which are very unique, but also quite recognizable, which I think artists have to deal with and maybe find new solutions to this. And definitely artistic process gains value from this new tool and the AI, and it expands our creativity if we maintain the freedom of our artistic process by developing our own data sets and training our own models, which is of course difficult and expensive, but still it's possible. Okay, thank you for listening, and if we will have time for questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Could you please introduce yourself, who you are, and what you do?
My name is Mario Santamaria. I'm a visual artist, and much of my work is about the concept of the observer as a phenomenon. And I'm interested in machine visions, interfaces, technologies that build our recreations or representation of the world.
What are your inspirations?
Maybe art practice for me is like a reaction or response to something. And from this point of view, maybe we have too much inspirations and not time. In 2016, I decided to travel to my own website, and in the same way than data packets. I like this idea to move my body in the same way that mathematic process or internet protocols communications. Not try to escape to this idea of subjectivity and try to incorporate something from outside and try to see what is the effect. I like these games where not everything is open, is access, is 24/7, working every day. No, try to generate other spaces, temporalities.
So your website works for you because every time that somebody sends you an email, we get a response that I am sleeping. So you sleep while your website is working in a way?
Yeah, I want to sleep more. But I like this idea to the sleep is like the limit of the capitalism, no? Because we don't consume, buy nothing during we are sleeping, and it's like I don't know. I think people hate me for this out of office, but it's like experiment with my own relations. No, I try to. What happened if I say to people I'm sleeping when they want to work and they want a very fast response, and I don't know.
Okay. And can you tell us what are you working on at the moment?
I have like 3 different lines. One is about the image, the condition of the digital image. Other is more about time, temporalities. This idea of 23/7 for me is like a concept, and I try to put things inside. And other is in relation with this travel to my website is about geography, telecommunications, infrastructures, and now I want to continue with this idea to move in different way, move as email, move as other, I don't know, options.
What do you think about the relationship, or can you reflect a bit about the relationship between science, arts, and technology?
I work about this idea of the observer, the phenomenon of the observer, and I think it's very important in science, no? Because it's a problematic. Where is the position to see the world and create knowledge? And in some way, I critique in some positions from this knowledge from science, but at the same time is very attractive the metaphors that create from mathematics or science.
What are your feelings, your impressions, your thoughts about ecology?
In my work is not very evidence the ecology or the relation with the natural sources. I have a project, for example, it's like touristic perversion, and we rent a bus and we go to visit different places like a touristic travel, but we visit the internet infrastructure. No? We want to visit this very strong materiality that are in the city and is part of our telecommunications, relation with the world. And for me, this idea of teletechnologies have relation with how we stay in the earth, no? How we create our cities, our relations. Now with the COVID situation, it's like this image of the world, transparent, flat, now becomes blur. Something happened, no? But at the same time, in the same moment, it's like the world lost resolution, but at the same moment, the synchronization is more strong, and different powers start to recreate this resolution, no? The visibility again in other ways, because something that we don't see, we can see, is changing everything, and our world is based on this visibility. And now the situation is very weird.
I heartily welcome you to the travel to the Amazon, which occupies a vast territory of Peru. Lima Garden invites to look at the ways of preservation of collective Amazonian memory and the traditions of local communities, as well as the problems they face due to the risk of contagion of COVID-19. Lima Garden is a joint effort of Mali Art Museum Lima and ATA, a private, non-governmental organization which contributes to the development of art, science and technology in Latin America.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Elena Valera Vázquez. Vengo de Pucallpa, Ucayali, de Alto Ucayali, natural de Alto Ucayali, comunidad nativa Roya. Soy de la comunidad Shipiro. Tengo 48 años de edad y dedico mi arte plástica de pinturas en acrílico, tintas naturales, también en colores que puedo obtener en mi pueblo, ¿no? Todos los colores de las plantas, de las tierritas, de colores. Ese es mi trabajo que hago de arte. Eso es a raíz de mi abuelita que me enseñó todo mi vivencia, mis experiencias, mi cultura, cuentos, leyendas, cosmovisiones, visión de ayahuasca, de las plantas, todo lo que puedo expresar en mi arte, en mi pintura. Tengo familia también que actualmente estoy radicado en la comunidad Cantagallo de Lima. Y estamos ahí, una comunidad que realmente somos de Ucayali y nosotros también no dejamos de practicar nuestra cultura, nuestra costumbre, nuestro arte. Arte en pintura, arte, todas las destrezas que tenemos, nuestras habilidades, nuestra herencia que nuestros abuelos nos dejó. Seguimos transmitiendo cada vez más a nuestros niños. También nosotros estamos aprendiendo a convivir en Lima también con los hispanohablantes, los chipivos. Bueno, primera vez cuando yo vine en Lima, he pasado muchas cosas, mucho insulto, desprecios, algunos nos marginaban y todo eso he vivido. Después de tantas experiencias que he pasado, tenía que afrontar mi situación. He estudiado la medicina humana en San Marcos, pero no he terminado porque no tenía experiencia de cómo enfrentar mi situación, pasar, porque en realidad yo estuve confundido. Pensé que solo mi inteligencia era necesaria para poder ser profesional. Total, era tener recursos económicos y yo no tenía. Y eso fue mi experiencia grande. Y ahora actualmente con esas experiencias yo tenía que entrar en las plantas medicinales, practicar algunas plantas y estoy dedicándome con las plantas, quizás ayudando a algunos amigos, algunas personas que necesitan, y también mi arte, mi cultura, mi medicina, y también ayudando también a los jóvenes, también dando ánimo para que sigan adelante así como he sido, ¿no? Y también en los idiomas también, para que no se olviden. En Cantagallo estamos como una selva, vivimos, o sea que nosotros no nos olvidamos. Estamos en Lima, pero ese pedacito es una selva para nosotros. Vivimos como nosotros queremos, comemos como nosotros queremos, rebuscamos como nosotros queremos y estamos ahí. Y esta pandemia, esta enfermedad que vino, este virus, sí, nos ha traído mucho. Lamentamos que perdimos a nuestra familia, 2 familias, hasta ahora seguimos mal. Están algunos que todavía no han pasado, ya está agarrando. Y ahorita yo estaba 2 meses postrado en la cama y tenía que vivir cómo es el ataque de virus, cómo es el dolor, cómo es el sufrimiento. Mi corazón se paraba, o sea, como algo que no podía respirar. Me dolía mi pecho, mi espalda. Y era como todos en la cama. Todos como un hospital pequeño, un hospital rural parecía. Pero seguimos luchando. Ahí las plantas, eucalipto, planta quión, ajos, cebolla, limón. Eso era nuestro desayuno. Todo era eso. Con las pastillas prednisona que nos donaron, paracetamol, apronax también para el dolor. Y así fuimos tratándonos. No solamente era pastillas, todo era planta también. Infusiones a vapores, baños de vapores, todo era. Y eso hemos sufrido, hemos vivido realmente. Pero esa pandemia tenía dueño, nos hacía soñar el diablo venía en nuestros sueños a querer llevar un montón de oscuridad, venía a molestarnos en nuestros sueños. Te hemos venido a poner, te hemos venido a llevar, y nosotros tímidos ya, o sea que bien asustados, ¿no? No es cualquier cosa, esto es mandato, decíamos. En nuestros sueños tocaba la puerta de ese virus y nosotros cerrábamos la puerta. Y muchos sueños que hemos tenido sobre esta pandemia. Esa pandemia no era cualquier cosa. Esa pandemia es mandato de verdad de alguien que ese yushino le decimos porque es diablo, ¿no? El demonio. Y así hemos pasado enfrentando con las plantas, porque con nosotros hemos hecho, hemos tenido que hacer fuego de plantas. Con ese fuego se corrió ese yushin. No le gustó el fuego, el olor de las plantas, el humo no le gustó eso. Con eso le hemos barrido. Nuestro arte viva está en la comunidad Cantagallo. También nosotros en la selva seguimos viviendo nuestra realidad, nuestra vivencia, nuestra cultura, nuestros sueños, convivencia con la naturaleza. Es un encanto para nosotros, es una vida sana también, y para tener quizás por las necesidades grandes, que en Pucallpa mismo no hay algunas ventas, por eso también nosotros venimos acá en Lima vendiendo nuestro arte. Nosotros vivimos de nuestro arte, de nuestra cultura, y por eso también estamos acá, no solamente porque por la comida nomás no, sino por la plata nomás no, sino que también nosotros difundimos nuestro arte con el Estado. También nosotros representamos nuestro país, realzamos también nosotros con nuestros diseños, nuestra cultura viva que tenemos. Eso es lo que para nosotros es más importante. En nuestro terreno que nosotros simplemente nos adueñamos y queremos mucho a ese pedacito de espacio, lo cuidamos mucho, y por eso estamos ahí más tranquilos, y necesitamos quizás el Estado que nos apoye. Queremos que nos dé título, saneamiento físico legal, agua, luz y desagüe. Eso nomás nosotros queremos, porque casitas, chocitas ya tenemos, y nosotros vemos que ya tenemos casa con lo que estamos. Eso es lo que yo pido en este momento y doy gracias. Esta obra, primeramente le voy a explicar un poco el tema. Esta es una obra que hice Anisuerti, que es la fiesta más grande de los Itibo, la fiesta de 7 días. Para plasmar esta obra, he tenido que la tela tenía que pintar con caoba como 3 a 4 días, o sea, según el sol. En el tiempo de lluvia no lo podemos pintar. Cuando ya hay bastante sol, ya se puede pintar. Y entonces yo he pintado en color marrón, todo marrón, y tenía que pintar con hojas verdes y también tierras de colores blanco, tierra blanca, esa es tierra blanca, esa es tierra marrón, tierra amarilla. Bueno, estos colores que son resaltantes son acrílicos, es mixto, ¿no? Y estos personajes que lo ves es una preparación preparación para fiestas de 7 días se prepararon en un año, más de un año, porque tenía que hacer chacra, cortar los árboles, criar gallinas para que cuando lleguen, criar animales silvestres, aves silvestres, hacer, las madres tenían que hacer su chumo, que es linaja para su masaco. Y acá están los colores de la tierra que va a ser diseñado después. Está quemando para que pueda poner su masaco, alistando todo, recibiendo visitas, conversando, programando la fiesta. Ya todo listo, las mamás también tejiendo sus chituntis telares, hilando para chituntis, para telares, hilando algodón, haciendo masaje, preparando medicinas para que tenga puntería. Antiguamente los cultivos no era acuase, como dicen, que era inútil, no era. Todo era apuntado, punterías, cuando cazaban. Y entonces ahí significa que esta preparación para matar estas garcitas tenía que tener puntería. Ahí los jóvenes se ponían en fila. ¿Cuál era el más mucha incisivo, que es más que tiene puntería? Eso era lo que agarraba a las chicas. Y entonces a las chicas ya ellos ya lo preparaban como una reina, una niña simbolita chiquitita. Y después en la fiesta ya todo ya bien, su ropa típica ya bien arreglada, puesto ya como una reina, ya lo daban a mamar. Ahí las mamás cantaban, danzaban, tomaban, comían, y las chicas ya lo daban bastante masaje hasta quedarse inconsciente. Y para probar su anestesia era agarrar en su pierna. Si está borracha ya no gritaba, si estaba falta tomar más se movía o gritaba, y ahí le daba más de tomar, y luego ya le sacaban su parte de clítoris, que era para ellos para las abuelas era como una mujer digna. Con clítoris ya no era, o sea que ya te despreciaban. Cuando ya está cortado, ya era una buena mujer ya. Y entonces ahora, para cortar esto, tenían que ocultar a la chica encerrado. Y acá están los guardianes, los tíos, papá, abuelo, para que no entre. Visitantes están acá para que no lo vean, para que no se burle. Y esta fiesta es justamente el costumbre chipivo, costumbre antiguo, la vivencia antigua, viviendo con la naturaleza, con los animales, con las plantas y todo natural, haciendo falda a mano, hilando a mano con algodón y todo eso, haciendo su casa con soguitas, todo natural. Esa es una época como más de más de 80 años que pasó esto, pero ahora ya no saben, los jóvenes no saben. Yo hice esta pintura en memoria de mi abuelita. Mi abuelita es es como una memoria grabada en mí, y es sus historias. Y entonces lo tengo acá presente. Y es todo, queridas amigas, y voy a cantar en este momento para poder recordar que el espíritu de mi abuela, para que sea feliz también, sus memorias y yo representando su arte, su cultura viva. Y voy a cantar. Esta canción es Shirubua, que es canto de mi abuela.
Mi nombre es Olinda Silvano Inuma. Mi nombre en Shipibo es Guljajeva. Soy de la comunidad nativa de Pauya, bajo Ucayali, en el distrito de Padre Márquez, ¿no? Departamento de Lima, ¿no? Y ahora radico acá en Cantagallo, en Lima. Bueno, Hakuyama quería que mató acá y no puedo que Olinda Silvano Inuma, no puedo que Guljajeva. Ricky comunidad Pauyemanga, en el distrito de Padre Márquez, en el departamento de Lima, de Quitos. Pero radico acá en Lima, en Cantagallo. Yo soy artista shipiba conivo, embajadora de la cultura shipibo. Yo tengo reconocimiento del Ministerio de Cultura, del Ministerio de la Mujer, Congreso de la República, también de Lima, ¿no? Todo este reconocimiento he luchado, ¿no? Haciendo visibilización de nuestro arte shipibo conivo, llevando a diferentes países, ¿no? A representar a nuestro Perú en Rusia, en el Mundial. Hice 4 murales allá, me fui a representar a nuestro país también en Canadá, Vancouver, en Museo Antropología, también en México, Museo Antropología y Museo Arte Popular. Estuve todo esto mi trabajo representando a mi país Perú. También en Arco Madrid, Feria de Arco Madrid en Madrid, ¿no? También en Valencia fue elegida la ganadora de participar en la Universidad Politécnico de Valencia, ¿no? Y con el Tupac. Y también tuve oportunidad de estar acá también en Lima, embelleciendo con mi mural el arte canel, el canel shipibo, tanto como en el Museo del Lugar de la Memoria, también en centros culturales, también en Tren Eléctrica, 4 mujeres que somos, 3 mujeres, Vilma Maina, Silvia Ricopa y yo, embelleciendo a nuestro Lima, Perú. También distrito, no tanto como en Huancayo, tanto como en Tingo María, o sea, estamos haciendo miles de cosas con nuestro arte canel, el arte de cosmovisión del mundo shipibo, que nos nutre el amor de hacer con nuestro conocimiento. Dentro de mí vive mi abuelita, mis ancestros, que veremos generación en generación. Yo nunca me voy a olvidar de lo que me enseñó mi abuela, de lo que me curó con las plantas medicinales. Por visión de la ayahuasca me puso una corona invisible y cuando yo era chiquita veía visiones. Hasta que yo tuve 13 años me quitaron esa energía porque ya era demasiado. Pero hasta ahorita tengo ese don de llevar, como puedo decir, me encanta. En el camino se encuentra el don. Las personas que nunca han tenido, ¿cómo se llama? Hay algunas personas que no les gusta la cultura, pero la cultura nos cambia la vida. La cultura nos lleva a volar. La cultura, no tendremos plata, pero nos vamos lejos. Y amar al arte es llenarse el espíritu, llenarse el alma, abrir el camino de pureza, el amor que sientes, ¿no? De nuestra familia, de nuestro país, Perú, pero no de todo. Algunos te gustan y algunos no te gustan, pero a ti te gusta lo que es empoderarse, hagámonos, llevémonos al frente para que no seamos minimizadas. Seamos mujeres de éxito, mujeres que fortalecen, mujeres con esperanza, mujeres de lucha, de coraje y salir adelante, ser ejemplo de nuestros hijos, hacer ver que nosotros somos espejo para nuestros hijos y para nuestras madres artesanas, para nuestros artistas, todos los artistas que llevamos el arte. Yo pienso que cada día es aprender, cada día es innovar, cada día es crecer. Y eso es lo que yo soy, Olinda Silvano, Rishima. Me gusta lo que soy, me gusta ser mujer shipiba. Nunca me voy a avergonzar de mis raíces, de mis orígenes, porque a donde que nos vayamos, tenemos que ser lo que somos, de dónde venimos. Y eso nos hace sentir feliz. A pesar de todo, atrás de nosotros hay muchas críticas, hay muchas ignorancias, hay muchas discriminaciones, pero seamos fuertes. Si lloramos, esas lágrimas que te caen, se vas a poner raíces de tu vida y ya nadie te va a tumbar. Se va a seguir en el camino, hay tropiezo, pero hay que levantarse, hay que ponerse fuerte para llevar y para amar nuestro arte y representar nuestro país, Perú. No, porque el país, nuestro Perú, tiene muchas culturas milenarias, intercultural. No, todo eso tenemos que visibilizar. Antes de Cartagallo, migraron un grupo de estudiantes el año 2090. ¿no? Viene Juan Agustín, vienen otras personas a estar en Tarata, ¿no? A querer estudiar, ser algo en la vida, pero de lo cual sufría. Entonces una mamá viene siguiéndole a su hijo y empezar a meter el arte. Primero la semillita, el guairuro, ¿no? La alzarazara. Entonces así pudo apoyar a su hijo a dar su pasaje, ¿no? Y así fue empezando, y también vinieron de la comunidad a hacer el arte. Entonces así va creciendo. De ahí al año 2020 llegan 15 personas. Ya llegaron hace tiempo, estaban viviendo regado, dispersado. Pero el año 2020 hacemos una comunidad. Yo soy pionera. Hacemos una comunidad, ¿no? De cantagallo. De lo cual día en día se iba juntando, y más. Y ahora estamos 238 familias. ¿Sabes por qué vinieron? ¿Ustedes quieren saber? Hacer estudiar sus hijos, a buscar dónde vender su artesanía, a querer vivir un poco mejor o calidad de vida, ¿no? Mejorarse, porque en la comunidad no tenemos ni zapatos, no tenemos ni la ropa para cambiarnos, ¿no? Todo esto. Entonces queremos que nuestros hijos también crezcan en algo, ¿no? Viendo que sean profesionales, que no toda la vida vamos a estar metidos en la chacra, solo trabajando, porque creo que la vida es para crecer, ¿no? De esa manera migramos, no es porque en Lima nos gustamos, ¿no? Pero también es nuestro país, también nos pertenece. Nosotros seremos mujeres o gente de Amazonía, gente etnias, pero nos pertenece al capital de Lima. Entonces hemos agarrado un pedacito a la orilla del río Rima, estamos ahí, pero ahora nos tapó los cementos, pero seguimos manteniendo nuestra identidad cultural, nuestra costumbre, nuestras raíces. Practicamos el canto, danzamos, nuestros jóvenes también, se danzan todos 6 de la mañana, ya están danzando y las mamás cantando. Entonces, esa forma nosotros estamos viviendo en Cantagallo, y también tenemos un colegio intercultural, lo que nadie tiene en el capital de Lima como comunidad nativa. Y estamos muy felices, ¿no?, de practicar nuestra costumbre con nuestros hijos, ¿no? Y hacer ver que visibilizarse como persona, visibilizarse como nuestra cultura, ¿no? Que el patrimonio cultural, que es el Keynote, con nuestras vestimentas, con nuestros diseños, que en la cara pintada, no se pinta cualquier día, se pinta ocasiones. Nuestras coronas que hacemos a mano, nuestras pulseras, nuestras camisas, nuestras faldas que bordamos hecho a mano, no es hecho a máquina. Todos estos artes, qué lindo, mira, está hermoso. El guacamaya, la planta de la ayahuasca, el loro, o sea, esto. Y también esto significa el canto shipibo. Puedo cantar. Letra, pero se expresa la energía que llevamos, la energía de las plantas, de la ayahuasca, del piripiri, del hipocané, todo ese conocimiento. conocimiento. Esta manta se tiñe en primer lugar con la corteza de caoba, ¿no? Mezclando de diferentes plantas, yacuchapana, no mango, guayaba o semilla de palta, se vuelve marrón. Y si queremos sacar el negro, tenemos que echar el barro. Toda esta tela barro. ¿Y qué se convertir? En negro. Lavar, secar, se ve el color negro. Sobre eso empezamos la medida en 4 partes, ambos lados, sin regla, y sacamos del medio. Y nos vamos igualito este lado, igualito este lado. Y así terminamos no copiando de nuestro mente, porque eso es lo que nos enseñó nuestras abuelas, hacer el arte sin copiar, solamente inspiración. Tenemos que tener mucha paciencia, tenemos que tener mucho amor, tenemos que hacer paciencia, no pulso por pulso. Ahí funciona el que tiene buen pulso, hace buen trabajo, el que tiene menos pulso, hace un poco menos. Entonces, somos de diferentes. Y acá representa el mayácana. ¿El mayácana qué significa? El mayácana significa imaginariamente nuestro río Ucayali. El río Ucayali que va, ¿no? El camino. Dentro de esto, que hay islas, pueblos, también que hay animales de diferentes colores. También está nuestra farmacia escondida en los bosques adentro, con lo que nosotros podemos curarnos sin químicamente. Y dentro de esto, el río, de la orilla del río Ucayali, ¿no? Que está tanto como Iquitos, toda la Amazonía. Y dentro de esto, ¿qué hay dentro de esto? Los peces que están ahí para que puedan alimentarse la comunidad, ¿no? Y de esa forma ellos viven felices, tranquilos, tomando su río Ucayali dulce, ¿no? Bien dulce, no es amargo. No, entonces en esa forma trabaja y va, el río corre por abajo y no regresa. El río es puro y se va hacia Brasil y más allá. Entonces así también nuestra inspiración se va y se va. ¿No? Hay diseños infinitos. Por ejemplo, lo que hice en Rusia. Me dan pared y voy pintando, me agarran pincel, me agarra mi pintura y voy pintando, ¿no? Y cantando y careando, ¿no? Y no es mirando el que me mató acá, sino que va inspirando y se va como río Ucayali, ¿no? Va así, ¿no? O sea, así nosotros, todo lo que trabajo que hacemos, viene de la inspiración. No hemos estudiado ni un colegio, ni una universidad, pero somos maestras ancestrales, porque eso es lo que nos dejó nuestra herencia, nuestras abuelas. Nosotros no tenemos una casa grande, un terreno grande, tenemos el conocimiento tan grande que existe en nuestro ser. Y con eso salimos adelante y seguimos transmitiendo a nuestros hijos. Tenemos hijos que ya pintan mural, tenemos niñas que ya bordan, que tejen nuestras sillas. Entonces la cultura shipiba no terminará nunca, seguirá en cadena. Entonces eso es lo que somos. El Perú de nuestro país, que sigamos adelante y que seamos orgullosos de donde pertenecemos, ¿no? Yo me siento muy feliz ser mujer amazónica y ser mujer de nuestro país, Perú, maravilloso. Perú es pulmón del mundo, el bosque. Entonces hay que cuidarla, hay que protegerla. Entonces seguimos en vida y seguimos avanzando. Este año 2020 llegamos una sorpresa de vida, una sorpresa de nuestro enemigo invisible. Jamás hemos pensado, bueno, en mi situación, de nuestra situación de Cantagallo, no sabíamos nada que iba a venir esta enfermedad invisible, nuestro enemigo, pero de ahí empezó a morir uno, no sabíamos que teníamos, pensábamos que era solamente es cualquier enfermedad como gripe fuerte, ¿no? Pero de ahí empezó a morir, otro salió y amaneció muerto. Entonces, ya asustado, como yo, Linda Silvano, puse emergencia Cantagallo en el Facebook. Y de esa manera el Ministerio de Salud, Ministerio de Cultura, ¿no? los soldados de ejército se fueron a Cantagallo y nos examinaron y salimos 80% infectados y 20% ¿no? que estaba ¿no? negativo. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos que pensar? Tenemos que aceptar a cerrar todo Cantagallo, que nadie salga, que nadie entra, para no contagiar a nadie y también para no aumentarnos. ¿no? Tenemos que, como dirigente, nosotros hemos hecho quedar los militares que nos cuiden, que nos guarden. Hasta ahorita seguimos cuidándonos, seguimos tomándonos ¿no? las plantas que hay, lo que nos dan, lo que nos dicen, ¿no? Porque también tenemos medicamentos, o sea, las dos cosas funcionan. Toda la comunidad hemos pasado así recibiendo ¿no? alimentaciones de lo que nos donaban, tanto como el Ministerio de Cultura, tanto como ¿no? Municipalidad de Lima, y tanto como de salud, y tanto como las amistades que tenemos, ¿no? Nuestros que han trabajado, los que han hecho, ¿no? Las universidades que hemos dado clases también. Entonces nadie se olvidó de Cantagallo. Yo estoy muy agradecido, estoy muy feliz, ¿no? Y también que han apoyado en la Amazonía también, ¿no? Con piezas, los artistas son unidos. Como siempre yo digo, yo no tendré dinero, pero si yo tengo una obra, ahí está el dinero y con eso yo puedo salvar la vida, apoyarla. Nunca hay que ser egoísta, porque cuando nos necesitan, ahí tenemos que estar. Cuidémonos del COVID-19, porque el COVID-19 es un enemigo invisible. Porque yo lo soñé el día que yo estuve mal, vida y muerte. Vino que yo estaba en una casa abandonada, que las moscas, que las cucarachas se levantaban y querían entrar en mi nariz, en mi boca, pero yo no le podía, yo espantaba y gritaba, ¿no? Y de ahí apareció un oso grande y me empezó con su lengua grandotota a lamearme, quizás a limpiarme, pero yo tenía miedo que me mordiera, por eso lo abrí su boca así fuerte, pero su lengua era tan larga y tan mal que me limpiaba, y yo de miedo gritando, y de ahí me dijo, mamá, me desperté. Por eso que esta enfermedad es una enfermedad que viene de animales, creo. Yo pienso del diablo, pero mi espíritu estaba ahí, fuerte. Yo voy a vivir, tengo mis hijos, tengo que seguir haciendo más cosas. Mi país me necesita, mi familia me necesita. Yo voy a resistir. El COVID, el coronavirus, no me va a llevar. Yo soy fuerte. Olinda Silvano, como siempre mi papá me decía, tenemos que nombrar nuestro nombre cuando enfrentamos a alguien. Yo soy Olinda Silvano y tengo que salir adelante. Lo voy a vencer en mi mente, poniendo ese espíritu, un cruz. Y así fue recuperando. Mira ahora cómo estoy. Ya me fui a Ucayali, llegaron donaciones, ya regresé y sigo haciendo actividades en diferentes formas. Me siento muy feliz, hacer lo que me gusta, lo que nace de mi corazón. Muchas gracias.
Based on the Ars Electronica original Deep Space 8K, Ars Electronica Solutions created the so-called Cubro Negro, Black Cube, in the Centro de Ciencias in Culiacán, Sinaloa, a multi-dimensional interactive presentation and experience space with the wall and floor projection in 8K. After various workshops, planning and realization, the Cubro Negro finally opened in January 2020. For the first time, the two deep spaces will connect in a duet.
Good. So welcome to a session in Deep Space at the Ars Electronica Festival 2020. It's really, I'm very happy to show you a very experimental session and a very unique thing in the world. I would say, yeah, I will tell something about a little bit later. So first of all, my name is Michael Mondria. I'm Managing Director of Ars Electronica Solutions. And we together, I will introduce Michaela Fragner as a project manager of the project that we show to you. It's Cubo Negro. It's the second deep space in the world, so that we have built and opened up in January this year. So this fantastic room with all the possibilities has been transferred as well to Mexico, to Culiacan, to the Science Center in Culiacan. And what we want to show to you is somehow 5 minutes the preparation of the project and as well the genesis of the project. And so I will start with a few images that will show you more or less what we have done in Mexico. And just to start with, I just let the images run to give you an impression of the space. It's 2 years ago that Ricardo Rubiales comes to Ars Electronica and said, hey, we are renovating a science center in Culiacan, in the district of Sinaloa in Mexico. And we want to have a space that is really something, a central point that gives a base for all the things that we want to show in the Science Center and have all these possibilities of this fantastic space. And so we come up, and you see as well images from the renovation phase to plan a deep space like this here, this fantastic space here, to bring this space to Mexico. And maybe Michaela will tell us some words about the project. It's a long-term project, of course. It's a 1.5 year duration that we need in planning and building it up and going to Mexico and with the friends in Sinaloa. They are waiting, and so we will meet them in a few minutes, but maybe Michaela will tell us something about the project.
Yeah, so the project took us about 1.5 years in total until we could open the deep space in Mexico. And so the project started with a feasibility study, which is mostly us confirming that we can make a deep space in the location. So this took us about 2 months, and then we had the decision that yes, it is possible to make a deep space in the Science Center in Culiacan. So we came to that conclusion, and then we started into the next phase, which is the realization phase. And basically we did programming, and we had a test set up in our studio in Linz, so that we duplicated the deep space kind of like small with screens in our studio. And then we took all the hardware, so we took the computers, which is like cutting edge technology, and shipped them to Mexico along with the team. And so we went to Mexico, and then we did the final setup for the deep space. So we put in the computers, tested it in the space there, and yeah, then we were able to do the opening of the project or the opening of the space. And we had some test phase in Culiacan, and then finally in January we could open the deep space there, and the opening was a huge success.
The opening was a huge success. I will show a small video just to show you and give you an impression of how successful it was. So you see here the first day as we opened the Cubo Negro, that is the name for deep space in Sinaloa. And you see the number of people and the fascination that the people have. And so it was really a great success, and last but not least, it leads to that we start our cooperation, and it was in end of January that we opened up, and it was just 1 month that is has opened. Then we all know what then came. It was COVID. And so they have to shut down as well the Science Center. And so we cannot really proceed our collaboration in a way. This should be as well for us, and it's really a pleasure that we now can really start again, so to say, in some way. They still couldn't open the Science Center because of COVID. But they are all waiting now here, and they have sent us as well a small video that shows in a way what the status is in the Science Center, and just
located in the city of Culiacán, Sinaloa. Since its opening in 1992, the Sinaloa Science Center in Culiacán has been one of the most important meeting places for the conveyance of information, a place for thinking, learning, and the creation of new ideas. For the first time in 25 years, the building was renovated, redesigned, and the exhibition concept totally revised. In January 2020, Materia, Sinaloa Science Center new museum, opened its doors to the public with over 55,000 visitors on its first month of opening, having an average of 1,300 visitors a day. Materia involves science, art, and technology. Materia also promotes a positive social change through innovation, creativity, and cross-generational dialogues. A local museum with a global sense. With 16 plus global alliances and over 10 museum collaborators around the world. An inclusive space for everyone. A place that keeps reinventing itself so it can keep being close to the people.
Mientras tanto, sigamos conectados e interactuando para crear juntos nuevas ideas, nuevas experiencias y nuevas aventuras. Lo que parecía para muchos imposible que sucediera a más de 10.000 kilómetros de distancia, hoy la tecnología, el talento y la creatividad de Ars Electronica, así como la energía y el empuje de Materia, lo hacen hoy posible. Estos dos países, estas dos culturas, siempre estarán muy de cerca y siempre estarán muy unidas. Leaños y Culiacán, Sinaloa, son ciudades hermanas. Nos vemos en el 2021 y hasta pronto.
So I think you have now got some impressions and some feedback and some background of the project, and now we really really curious about the experiment that we want to do, because this is really the first time that we want to connect two deep spaces in real time together. And what does it mean? I will show you. I just give another image. So first of all, you see now on the wall our Mexican friends. Hey, Giuliano, how are you? It's a little bit latency here, so we have 4 seconds latency because it's more than 10,000 kilometers there. Do you hear us? They could not hear us. Do we have the sound? Yeah, we have the sound. Okay. So that is why. I mean, it's what we have done here is now that you can imagine, we see on the wall the deep space in Culiacán. So the people they are there. They are waiting for our experiment as well. And they see on their wall our image here. So you are now on the wall on the deep space in Culiacán. And this is the one thing that we have to connect it, so people in Culiacán can see us in real time here, and vice versa. And what you see on the floor is our possibility in deep space for laser tracking. What we see here is an application that is running, and we see the positions on the floor of the people in Mexico. And what we see on the wall, more or less, we can see somehow that are our positions here that we have here in the deep space in Linz. You understand? So this is really, so to say, a connection in real time where we have on the one hand the visual image and the visual impression, seeing the people on the one hand, and on the other hand seeing the position of the people on the floor. And what we try now to do is to really play a game together with the people in Culiacán, and it should be a simple game, of course. And so I want to try at the first hand a game where we create a first part of a symbol here, maybe together with your help then, and they have to guess the symbol, and they have to complete the symbol on their side. You understand? So on the one hand, what we are trying to do now, and I really need some people of you that are willing to do with us this game. So what we are trying to do now we have, before we have to restart this, because otherwise we cannot see the people. Mm-hmm. Now we have it again. Okay. It's very dark. Giuliano, you have to put on some light. So let's try it. I need at least 3 or 4 or 5 people that want to play with us this game, helping Michaela to build a half of a circle here with some points, so that the people in Culiacán can see this on their floor, the position of us here, and they have then to complete this symbol on their side. So let us try this. So please feel free to help Michaela to show up a small half of a circle. So really to make a half of a circle. You have to put there a little bit. Patrick, you have to go there. So maybe we need another person that helps to go in there and try to make a circle, a half of a circle, you know? Half of a circle, yes, cool. Okay, Giuliano, it's now your turn. There's this latency, you know? Okay, so try to... Oh, they cannot hear us. So I have to show him that he have to... So they try to guess now the symbol that we have created. I have to go out because I'm disturbing this. And now we see the positions of the Mexican people, and they try to create, yeah, that's good. Very good. We see a lot of Mexican people trying to make the circle complete. Wow. Very cool. Wonderful. And now we go out of the image, and they have to create a symbol, half of a symbol that we have to guess. So it's a pity that the audio is not working. So let's see what they wanna try to create, which symbol it could be. Who? It's very difficult. Okay. Okay, so, okay, so let's try to guess what this is a symbol is meaning for. So, are they ready?
Yeah, sure. So we can try again. The points here are just stay because they sit on a protected area, so you have to ignore those ones. But the ones that are important are the ones here. And now we can hear Guillermo as well. So the sound is working, and we have to find out what symbol this might be, and we have to create, the right symbol for it. And I can make a start because I know what symbol it is going to look like. So please come to the protection area, and we will solve this. You can come to me. It's right around here somewhere. So you can hear, exactly. Okay. So we are showing you.
So I hope you can try to figure out what we're doing.
Maybe.
It's difficult, Guillermo.
Yeah, especially with the delay, but it's kind of fun just to see how we're figuring out where everyone is.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Okay, cool. That was...
So, you got it. You got it. You got it. So we're done. It was an X. So we're good.
Yes.
Very cool. Super. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And so maybe we try as a last example.
Let's go.
We try together to create together a symbol that we know, and it should be, say, a square. So we should do together a square. Okay, Guillermo? Okay? I can't read anything.
Okay, so we'll try the square. We'll get some people on our side. Okay.
Yeah, and
so
we
I'll
need
try
some
to
people
explain
as
to
well.
them in Spanish. So
yeah, let's do in Spanish. So let's see where the people are.
So we will start because they've not started yet. So we just try to make a square, and I need a few more people with me to try to make a square. So that looks good. And then I need someone here. They are also doing something. Yeah, together. So now everyone is doing it at the same time.
Half and you do the other half, or should we do the full square?
No, we do, I would say half and half. We're already kind of like in the position, or here. Yeah. Oh. That looks good. It is. Yeah.
So, you want to try?
There are actually so many people that
perdónenme. Sí, acá entonces vamos a completar. Discúlpenme. My Spanglish is kicking in. So it's freaking people on our side.
Ah, cool. A lot of people.
Okay, hay que hacer un círculo acá.
I have to go out.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we have got it, huh?
Yes.
Super. Thank you, Guglielmo.
The square, it looks more or less here.
For us, it a lot of people on your side. Okay, so I think what we can do at last.
Okay, so now, if it, I can see a proper square. Yeah.
The latency is a little bit. So you see, it was very, the first try to connect two deep spaces together to create, and this is just a very simple version of a game that we can do together. But of course, you can imagine that this is the start, so we can think about a lot of additional possibilities in playing together, exchanging things together, especially with an environment that is like deep space here and where we have such a lot of possibilities. And so maybe, Guglielmo, we should make a photo so where you can place your people on the one side of Cubo Negro, and we are going to the other side of Cubo Negro, so that we are, so to say, have an image of both of us. It's a latency. Okay.
Then should we go to our left, which should be this side, or should we go to our right, which is this side?
You should go to the left side.
Or just in the middle? Okay, left side. Entonces nos vamos a poner aquí a la izquierda, pero nos vamos a poner todos, nos van a tomar una foto.
So we go to this side, and so that we can create an image where, I mean, it's you see it's a huge space. So yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Oh, we need to go.
No, we're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
See us.
They can see us. Oh, they can from behind, actually. Yeah.
So we have to go there.
Actually, that's right. Oh, we're here. Go like this.
Ah. Yeah, it's strange, but I think it's working.
It's strange because you have to make a computation in your head to to create the right image. Then, of course, yeah. But okay, so thank you very much. So we will.
But if we're good for the picture, then we're gonna stay here.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a big delay, but thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much that in these times of COVID that and of closing the Science Center, it was able to do this experiment. And of course, we hope all together that this will, more or less will be soon, we can proceed our collaboration in a better way than the last 6 months. And but just to closing up, I think really that it shows on the one hand, the possibility of really connecting spaces, connecting cultures, connecting people together, to doing together things and to really creating a future together. This should be as well, of course, our mindset, especially having this past 6 months in our heads, and I think this is quite a positive thing as well, showing how technology as well could help to connect people, how technology could help to bridge things between different cultures, and I was very happy now to make this experiment. Of course, there are some problems with that in terms of latency and these kind of things, but this is just technology, and we can, of course, fix this in the future. And so, yeah, thank you very much for looking to this session. I think it was a pleasure to with the Mexican friends to do this and to as well bring them a little bit out as well of their strange situation that they are now. They're really in a very strange situation, and so hopefully see you on a lot of sessions on the Ars Electronica Festival the next couple of days. Thank you very much, and Michaela, you want to greet?
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, and yeah, we will see us on another session.
Yeah.
Yo.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So, thank you very much. So we're going to clap on our side.
Yeah, thank you, Giuliano. Thank you for all the efforts. Great.
Entirely realized through AI systems within a latent space is an AV performance about exploring past, present and future as it relates to our constant journey between our transpersonal psyches and non-human unconscious. A generative adversarial network, GAN, was trained on an original plot based on a dataset composed by multiplied transcriptions of dreams. AI generated images and sound, interpret then those words, disclosing an eerie, uncanny journey into our common deepest.
Now we continue our journey to Santiago in Chile. The garden is called Space, Earth, Water Triad and represents 3 conceptual axes that embody the main components of Chilean geography and the wide diversity of its natural terrain from north to south. The panel will tell us more about the axes. The first axis, space, revolves around astrobiology and planetary exploration, considering the correlations between the evolution of life and its deep link with terrestrial gravity. The second one, Earth, focuses on the Chilean desert, characterized by extreme climate, industrial intervention, archaeological remains, and scientific investigations around energetic resources and sustainability. The third axis, water, addresses the Schiaparelli Glacier in southern Patagonia, where water plays a crucial role in the context of the current climate crisis.
Hola a todos, en nombre de Prisma les doy la bienvenida a esta mesa redonda que estamos organizando para el Festival Ars Electronica. Como parte de esta tríada, estamos presentando al proyecto de Luis Guzmán, Cosmo Ecology, en castellano podríamos decir Cosmoecology, perteneciente a este eje que es el eje espacio, porque cada uno de estos 3 ejes, espacio, tierra y agua, está siendo representado o protagonizado por otro proyecto chileno que intersecta los campos del arte, de la ciencia y de la tecnología desde una perspectiva singular. Es así que hemos invitado a Luis a que presente este proyecto como, digamos, en representación de este eje que es el eje de espacio. Un proyecto muy interesante, seguramente, bueno, ya Luis nos contará un poco más en detalle, pero es un proyecto que Luis desarrolló en el marco de una iniciativa llevada adelante por el Media Lab del MIT, donde hace algunos meses Luis envió diatomeas a la Estación Espacial Internacional con la intención de explorar el comportamiento de estas algas e investigar también las transformaciones de las diatomeas en función de ciertas condiciones gravitatorias específicas. Por lo tanto, bueno, la propuesta conceptual del proyecto de Luis inaugura toda una serie de interrogantes y de preguntas y de cuestionamientos éticos, estéticos y también políticos que de algún modo nos exhortan a intercambiar, y por eso teníamos muchas ganas de invitarlos, intercambiar algunas consideraciones filosóficas al respecto. Es así como hoy tenemos el honor de tener con nosotros, además de a Luis, a Roberto Campos y a Gonzalo Díaz Letelier, ambos filósofos chilenos, a quienes realmente agradecemos mucho por estar aquí. Gracias Roberto y gracias Gonzalo, y bienvenidos a ambos. Y Luis, me gustaría comenzar preguntándote a vos un poco cuáles fueron las preguntas y estas inquietudes y debates que se te fueron presentando desde el punto de vista filosófico, ¿no? En la medida en que fuiste avanzando con el desarrollo del proyecto, y bueno, y todo lo que quieras compartir con nosotros al respecto.
Por supuesto. Primero que nada me gustaría saludarles y bueno, en realidad en mi propia evolución como artista se fue dando esta relación con dispositivos tecnológicos y organismos vivos de manera más o menos natural. Esto a partir de un impulso que tiene que ver con el bioarte. Entonces, inicialmente, yo para dar ese paso hacia el campo de la biología lo hice justamente a partir de la ética, a partir de la bioética. Entonces, en mi formación realicé un magíster en bioética que me impulsó a, digamos, establecer este tipo de conversaciones entre arte, ciencia y filosofía también en un terreno bastante familiar, podríamos decir. Entonces, desde ahí, como artista, entré en conciencia de que la manera en que yo estaba llevando muchas veces mis propias preguntas era un tanto ciega, y de que siempre es necesaria la conversación en relación a la filosofía para poder abrir y entender el origen del marco conceptual en el cual se está operando. Entonces, a partir de esa necesidad, fui elaborando una serie de conversaciones, tanto con Roberto como con Gonzalo, quienes mantienen líneas de investigación que son completamente atingentes a mi proyecto. Por su lado, Roberto trabaja la idea de simbiopolítica, que me parece que es fundamental para pensar un nuevo paradigma de relaciones no antropocéntricas y de cooperación social en un corte no darwinista, que estaría basado en esta idea de justamente cooperación impulsada por Peter Kropotkin. Y por su parte, Gonzalo también tiene una investigación sobre la naturaleza en un sentido posthumanista, que abre una serie de dimensiones y de, podríamos decir así, texturas que me permiten dimensionar tanto los aspectos positivos como negativos de mi propio trabajo. Esto también entendiendo la idea de que nunca se está exento de estar involucrado en algún paradigma político y social. Entonces me permite también visualizar esos límites dentro de mi propia obra.
Clarísimo, Luis. Gracias por esta introducción, y de hecho ahí nos das el pie ideal porque recién mencionabas la noción de simbiopolítica que trabaja Roberto. Me gustaría entonces, Roberto, preguntarte en qué consiste esta perspectiva que identificás como simbiopolítica, y también preguntarte en qué sentidos desde esta noción sería posible ensayar algunas respuestas a las transformaciones que están siendo experimentadas por la vida en esta era espacial.
Ok, muchas gracias. Gracias, Luis, gracias, Jazmín, por la invitación. No sé si voy a dar respuesta de inmediato, porque a mi modo de ver requiere de una especie así como de, digamos, de dar algunos como antecedentes que permitan como entender cómo se puede enmarcar y qué atingencia además tiene esto con, digamos, la obra de Luis, que se llama Bioarquitectura y Cosmoecología. La verdad es que, claro, intentaré, digamos, hacer algunas reflexiones personales desde el modo en que yo he tendido como a ver este como proceso de derivas filosóficas en las cuales hoy día nos encontramos desde varias perspectivas y que permitirían vincular dos cuestiones que me interesa aquí ver en esta obra, que tienen que ver por un lado con esta idea de los simbiopolíticos y por otro lado con una idea muy potente también, que es la idea esta de migración ontológica. Mira, en principio uno podría decir que simbiosis es, como tantas otras palabras de nuestro vocabulario, también de origen griego, y tiene una significación muy, muy interesante en un texto clave, digamos, para la filosofía como el de la Ética de Aristóteles. Ahí simbiosis significa amistad. Y en ese sentido es que pareciera ser que la palabra fue recogida por la biología de los siglos XVIII y XIX para referirse y describir relaciones interespecíficas que se daban de diferentes tipos. Pueden ser de colaboración, de parasitismo, de comensalismo, de mutualismo, y que describían algo como raro, digamos, en la biología. Este enfoque, que fue examinado por Darwin también, sirvió, sin embargo, para elaborar lo que se podría llamar la primera gran controversia que se le hizo al enfoque darwinista y que provino, como muy bien decía Luis hace un rato, de este científico, filósofo, geólogo, etcétera, ruso que se llama Piotr Kropotkin, y que construye ese libro magnífico que se llama El apoyo mutuo, en el cual, partiendo de estos supuestos biológicos, los eleva, digamos, a una discusión que finalmente termina siendo política. Sin embargo, lo interesante quizás del punto de vista de Kropotkin guarda relación con que aquello que de algún modo le imputa a Darwin es no haber visto aquello que uno podría llamar así como un mundo no abundante, no el mundo que recorre Darwin de las selvas amazónicas, sino que la estepa, esas estepas rusas donde no hay esa abundancia de vida. Entonces, lo que plantea finalmente Kropotkin es que pareciera ser que la vida no necesita solo para evolucionar de aquello que sea algo así como la competencia o la lucha por la existencia, tal como la describió en su momento Darwin, fundamentalmente, digamos, y que tiene tanta repercusión, digamos, en el contexto político. Esta idea de lo que se podría llamar así como la biología rusa y que repercute también en el cosmismo ruso, una cuestión que es muy interesante para la exploración espacial después, va a tener en el siglo XX un revival muy, muy, muy extraordinario de manos de una bióloga que se llama Lynn Margulis. Y Lynn Margulis propone que la vida microscópica, la vida celular, se ha construido también en base a este tipo de colaboraciones. Y a eso ella lo denominó endosimbiosis, adjudicándole además un papel fundamental en la producción de novedades biológicas. De ese modo daba respuesta a una de las preguntas claves de la investigación darwiniana y de toda la teoría de la evolución, que es ¿por qué en realidad cambian las especies? Entonces, la respuesta endosimbiótica, diría Margulis, las especies cambian y evolucionan porque colaboran, se comparten, capturan fragmentos exitosos que yacen en su genoma y que nos van conduciendo progresivamente a entidades que en realidad son más bien hologenómicas, o sea, están constituidas por muchos fragmentos de genoma. Esta posición que ella misma denomina una posición revolucionaria dentro de la evolución, es una revolución dentro de la evolución, contiene muchos significados, se imaginarán ustedes. Por lo pronto, epistemológicos, también políticos y también filosóficos. Respecto de los epistemológicos, uno podría decir que, claro, estamos como medio acostumbrados a concebir una realidad de polaridades, donde muy bien se enmarca esta idea, digamos, darwiniana, como por ejemplo las de reino, lucha, conflicto, etc. Pero que desde el punto de vista de la simbiosis resultan como un poco controvertidas. Entonces, Lynn Margulis inteligentemente, a mi modo de ver, recurre a dos operaciones que son clásicas, digamos, en la filosofía occidental del siglo XX. Por una, la deconstrucción de Derrida, y nos obliga a plantearnos que aquellas relaciones que establecíamos de superioridad en diferentes planos son relaciones que deberían necesariamente ser repensadas. Y por otro lado, alude a una actualización, por decir así, del programa rizomático de Deleuze y Guattari, en el cual nos plantea el hecho de que necesariamente tenemos que volver a pensar en una realidad que no necesariamente tenga un centro, un corazón, sino que puede estar distribuida por muchas partes, digamos. Esta cuestión nos trae una cuestión muy, muy, muy importante que tiene que ver con que nos significa cuestionarnos categorías, como las de individuo, como las de especie, incluso una categoría tan decisiva para la filosofía como la de ente. Esa operación también de algún modo se enmarca en lo político, y un paradigma de oposiciones que había sido de algún modo muy bien descrito por Nietzsche, por Foucault, contemporáneamente por Agamben, por Espósito, nos han, claro, como replanteado esta posibilidad de pensarnos solo como como que viviéramos en lo político una especie así como de secularización de las raíces teológicas que siempre han estado presentes en nuestra civilización y que de algún modo justifican un mundo de adaptaciones que hemos tenido que realizar con los más fuertes. Mira, ese tipo de antecedentes, digamos, me han a mí animado, digamos, a reflexionar sobre la provocativa, digamos, y alucinante obra de Luis, no solamente por su inédita instalación, que me recoge algo así como esa puesta en abismo, tan, digamos, cara para la estética en general. Y esa otra operación, digamos, remota de entregar una obra a que otros la controlen y que tenga su propio, digamos, devenir, así como el gran vidrio Duchampiano. Está entregada a sus trizas, a hacerse trizas. Entonces, en ese contexto es que me interesaba a mí ocupar estos conceptos que hoy día circulan, digamos, en el escenario crítico contemporáneo, como por ejemplo el de Real Simbiótico de Timothy Morton o el de Simbiopolítica de Emilie, que están aplicados justamente en esta relación que tendríamos con la realidad, con las cosas, sobre todo con el ambiente. Y aquello nos revelaría entonces esta experiencia que hoy día pareciera ser como inevitable y que justamente evoca la obra de Luis y que tendría que ver con esta situación como parahumana. Ponernos hoy día en un nivel de significación con el arte, con el artista y con una obra que de algún modo crea y expande valores, ¿ya? Y que nos permitirían de algún modo transitar hacia una mirada política más allá de una como omnipresente soberanía que hemos pretendido sobre el mundo y la realidad. Y también, y finalmente, digamos, me interesaría mucho vincular esta cuestión con este concepto, digamos, de un filósofo chileno que se llama Raúl Villarroel, que es el concepto este de migración ontológica, en vistas de aventurar que la obra de Luis también nos plantea una pregunta sobre las relaciones que hemos tenido entre las personas y las cosas, entre la ciencia y el arte, en términos de que cuestionarlo pareciera ser un tránsito indispensable, ineludible para seguir pensando.
Muchas gracias, Roberto, por tus comentarios. Hay muchísimas ideas para considerar y para reflexionar luego de esta conversación, ¿no? Incluso, y sobre todo. Pero entre todos tus aportes hay una idea que emerge con fuerza que tiene que ver con esta posibilidad de pensar estas, digamos, ampliaciones de la concepción de existencia. Y un tema que aparece acá entonces tiene que ver con una discusión referente a la exopolítica, ¿no? O lo exopolítico. Este aspecto viene siendo justamente investigado por Gonzalo, y entonces, Gonzalo, me gustaría preguntarte cuáles serían aquellas lógicas que articulan esta perspectiva exopolítica en relación con el programa espacial.
Bueno, más allá de la distinción geopolítica moderna entre Oriente y Occidente, ¿no? Yo diría que hoy asistimos a un escenario en el que la humanidad en su conjunto parece embarcarse, ¿no?, en una empresa de colonización del espacio más allá de nuestro planeta, sobre la base de una consideración pesimista en relación con el futuro de la Tierra y su habitabilidad, en fin, ¿no? En este sentido, claro, tenemos el imaginario de la carrera espacial clásica entre Estados Unidos y la Unión Soviética, desde los años 50 hasta los años 70, el siglo XX más o menos, ¿no? Pero también hemos visto la irrupción más reciente del programa espacial de China. En un contexto donde la carrera espacial ya no tiene como protagonista único y central al Estado, sino a la empresa privada que hoy articula la carrera espacial en la lógica del capital. Tomemos como ejemplo el caso de China, solo para referirnos a una expresión más reciente del fenómeno al que al que apuntamos, ¿no? A propósito de esta exopolítica de expansionismo humano extraterrestre, hay que considerar también lo que está haciendo hoy China, ¿no? Si se analiza el orden del discurso, por ejemplo, que se expresó en el 19º Congreso del Partido Comunista Chino realizado en 2017, liderado por el presidente Xi Jinping, ¿no? Podríamos leer que lo que está en juego es la proyección de un nuevo rol geopolítico, es decir, la rehabilitación del imaginario imperial chino, pero de la mano de un nuevo rol geoeconómico también, ¿no? Es decir, la restitución de China como centro de la red de comercio mundial. A partir de ahí podemos comprender, yo diría, el significado de las noticias que hemos conocido el último tiempo, que la Agencia Espacial China ha llegado al lado oscuro de la Luna, ¿no? En una nave no tripulada. En el orden del discurso mediático, de hecho, se dice que los chinos acaban de conquistar el lado oscuro de la Luna. Pero no se trata tan solo del alunizaje, ¿no? Sino también de la instalación de un experimento biológico para la generación de una microbiosfera, en principio conformada por plantas, en este caso papas y algodón, además de insectos, en este caso moscas de la fruta, y también protistas, un gusano microscópico que se ha adaptado muy bien, el Caenor habitis elegans. Claro que la elección de estas formas de vida en función del proyecto de una futura colonización humana de la Luna y de ahí a Marte, para lo cual las plantas generarían oxígeno, en general, ¿no? Y particularmente las papas alimento y el algodón materia prima para vestimenta, con el objetivo de hacer a los colonos humanos ultraterrestres menos dependientes del reabastecimiento de la Tierra, ¿cierto? Y los insectos y protistas, por otra parte, permitirían estudiar la adaptación de animales a condiciones de biosfera diferentes de las terrícolas. Entonces, la cuestión aquí es la siguiente. ¿No asistimos hoy al fenómeno de un expansionismo humano extraterrestre que se halla en tensión con la comprensión simbiótica del movimiento de la multiplicidad de la vida? ¿Y esa tensión no obedece acaso a la expansión de las prácticas de territorialización o colonización de carácter imperial incluso del espacio ultraterreno? Es decir, toma de tierra, conquista e instalación de un régimen de producción de vida humana ultraterrestre y de seres vivos para su utilización y abastecimiento, ¿no? Me parece que la lógica de estas prácticas permanece incuestionada desde un punto de vista filosófico desde el preciso momento en que se consideran asuntos que pertenecen al campo de las ciencias naturales y su horizonte tecnológico. Ahí está en juego la división de las ciencias heredadas del siglo XIX europeo, ¿no? Entre ciencias naturales y ciencias del espíritu, ¿no? Es decir, la naturaleza y la vida son asuntos de las ciencias naturales, interpretado todo ello en un sentido antropocéntrico, mientras las ciencias del espíritu, que hoy llamamos humanidades y ciencias sociales, permanecen dentro del círculo antropocéntrico y geocéntrico de comprensión, ¿no? Girando en torno a su propio humanismo, dentro del círculo mágico, por así decirlo, de la cultura y la filosofía de la historia humana, ¿no? Es decir, ni en las ciencias naturales ni en la ciencia humana estaría en juego todavía una crítica radical del antropocentrismo como matriz interpretativa, ni del antropoceno como tecnología de vida humana con efectos más allá del humano. El humanismo que articula la carrera espacial no es cuestionado ni por las ciencias naturales ni por las ciencias humanas, a causa precisamente del antropocentrismo que caracteriza a ambas y a causa de la división de las ciencias, ¿no? Que separan lo humano de la naturaleza en su misma performance, digamos así, ¿no? Dejando la carrera espacial como un asunto tecnocientífico, mientras la filosofía permanecería ligada más bien a los asuntos de la cultura humana, antropológica y geocéntricamente entendida.
Muchas gracias Gonzalo. A partir de algunas de estas nociones que tanto Roberto como Gonzalo comentan, simbiopolítica, migración ontológica, exopolítica, esto que comentaba también recién Gonzalo a propósito de un expansionismo humano extra o ultraterrestre. A raíz de todos estos conceptos, Luis, me gustaría preguntarte cómo encarnan en tu proyecto estos temas u otros afines y otras perspectivas filosóficas incluso en torno a esta cuestión de la parahumanidad, que es el tema que, o es la noción que aparece protagonizando en el título de la charla, de la mesa redonda, y preguntarte también si es posible pensar, o si vos mismo considerás a tu trabajo como un proyecto de investigación artístico, simultáneamente científico y filosófico, pensando justamente que desde el arte es posible, yo creo que es posible arriesgar determinadas respuestas, aunque sean tentativas, provisorias, hipotéticas, etcétera, aquellas preguntas que están siendo formuladas de la ciencia y la tecnología, perdón, de la ciencia, la tecnología y la filosofía.
Sí, bueno, yo creo que un poco agarrándome de ahí, diría que es un proyecto que tiende a abrir preguntas que intersectan en todos estos campos. Yo veo que la intersección entre arte y ciencia en sí misma constituye de alguna manera una modalidad de filosofía práctica, en tanto se intersectan tanto los componentes conceptuales, o sea, la experiencia conceptual, como la experiencia estética. Entonces yo creo que ahí hay un elemento que puede permitir proponer esta como campo interdisciplinario como una nueva modalidad de producir conocimiento. Quizá no nueva, pero nueva por lo menos para nosotros que hemos sido formados en la, digamos, régimen de separación del conocimiento. Entonces, bueno, todos estos conceptos que tanto Roberto como Gonzalo acaban de describir me permiten un poco afinar la manera en que yo trato de proponer alguna salida al antropocentrismo a partir de mi propio proyecto, porque por una parte, y en una primera instancia, debo aceptar que sencillamente la idea de una relación más horizontal con otras especies que se produce a partir del desarrollo o del diseño de un ecosistema artificial o de una biosfera artificial para sostener la vida humana, tanto afuera del planeta como actualmente dentro del planeta, podría ser una salida tentativa para el antropocentrismo, en tanto cada especie es entendida como un actor que tendría un valor en sí mismo que no se puede reducir sencillamente al valor humano. Sin embargo, las miradas de Gonzalo sobre esta idea de exopolítica también me da a entender de que por mucho que mis esfuerzos hayan estado orientados a esta como rearticulación de las relaciones entre lo humano y lo no humano, aún así, todo este tipo de proyectos se ven permeados por estas lógicas políticas que son preliminares y que anteceden mi propia actividad como artista. Y esto se puede ver reflejado en la manera en que el proyecto se llevó a cabo, porque, bueno, está inscrito en una serie de, podríamos decir así, dispositivos e instituciones que tienen ya de por sí una carga política. Entonces, por eso a mí me interesa mucho esta discusión, justamente porque me permite, como dije al principio, definir cuáles son los elementos positivos, pero también cuáles son los elementos negativos dentro de mi propio trabajo, o que deben ser revisados con una perspectiva crítica, la cual, por supuesto, no se reduce a mi propia opinión o a mi propia visión como artista, sino que debe, por su naturaleza, realizarse de manera dialógica, con otros actores, con otras miradas, con otras maneras de producir, digamos, la realidad en términos generales, pero también en términos específicos. Entonces, bueno, es un poco esa la naturaleza de nuestra conversación y hacia allá un poco apunta esta idea de interacción interdisciplinaria entre arte, ciencia y filosofía.
Sí, totalmente, ¿no? Porque también pienso que esto que está comentando Luis se inscribe dentro de un contexto como el del arte contemporáneo, que viene reclamando ya hace rato, bueno, por lo menos desde mediados del siglo pasado, esta como apertura del fenómeno estético hacia otros campos disciplinares, diferentes, complementarios. justamente para también incluir, y creo que esto tiene que ver con otras de las conversaciones que venimos manteniendo en el marco del festival, en pos de incluir otras herramientas teóricas, ¿no? otros protocolos, otras metodologías de análisis, y sobre todo cuando nos encontramos en estas inmediaciones entre la práctica artística y el conocimiento científico en una época que encima está percibiendo por fin, o por ahí también de manera provisoria, una suerte de urgencia de entender los modos a través de los cuales la especie humana hoy en día está enmarañada con otras formas de vida, que la modernidad occidental ha dejado afuera, ¿no? Y ahí las distintas teorías procuran designar y explicar de distintos modos y a través de distintas perspectivas estas transformaciones, ¿no? En el modo en que comprendemos la especie humana y estas relaciones interespecies. Son temas complejos, ricos, amplios, que dan para debates más largos y extendidos. Muchísimas gracias a los tres.
Welcome to Gairloch Duality and the hashtag Undesired Line. My name is B.D. Owens, and this is the tour of my ongoing multidisciplinary project. Part of this project is hosted on the Twitter hashtag Undesired Line. Please feel free to view, share, or interact with the tweets. You do not need a Twitter account to view the hashtag page. I live on the east shore of the Gairloch, a deep sea water inlet off the Firth of Clyde on the west coast of Scotland. My home is close to the Faslane nuclear submarine base, and there is always someone watching nearby. But the seeds of this project were planted in my head in October 2017, while I was at Betonest Artist Residency in Stolpa in the Oder Valley in Germany. While I walked many miles along the trails, I began thinking about human and non-human memories of place. Who planted the stand of Scots pines on the bank of the Oder River? Just like ice cores from a glacier suspend particles from time, the trees, water, and earth can hold a physical memory of the complex and violent history of a landscape. In addition to walking, thinking, and writing, I began experimenting with my mobile phone camera, recording the passing barges on the canal and the patterns of light on the water in different weather conditions. And during the night, I discovered that when I pushed my phone camera past its optical zoom, in low light the sensor converted the moonlight on the water to animated glitter dust. Later, I would discover that using this method for long-distance shots in daylight made the video grainy, similar to the look of old surveillance camera footage. But my new mobile phone makes different kinds of pixelated patterns in low light. Thus, these effects are ephemeral depending on the generation and model of phone camera. While at Betonest residency, dancer Liliana Kane and I began a collaboration which led to 2 dance works. The opportunity to experiment and be mentored with performance in landscape gave me the confidence to expand my practice. In Slowing the Lines, we followed each other's improvisational movement, listening to each other, traveling between the lines of a labyrinth chalk drawing. We attempted to stay focused in the present, unpredictable, unfolding moment as we moved incrementally through the spiral labyrinth upon the earth spiraling through infinite space-time. My dad died 6 days after I returned to Scotland, and grief froze up my brain. It was daily walking and slow dance movement that enabled the thaw. I always walked in a line away from the base and its hostile razor wire fence. But over time, I noticed increasing numbers of military police surveilling the loch and shore. Sometimes the boats appeared to follow me, close to the shoreline. After my mother and nephew had been harassed by a Ministry of Defence police officer with a gun, and the MOD raided our garden because my slow dance moves on the lawn were deemed suspicious, I decided to make a landscape artwork to claim back territory. In 2018, it was the 50th anniversary of the Faslane nuclear submarine base. I decided to walk a 50-day, 224-mile pilgrimage from my front garden to the front gate of the base. Dragging one's feet is hard work. #undesired line. #walking. #durational artwork. Over the 50 days, I performed to the surveillance cameras and dragged my feet along the grass verge next to the perimeter fence, slowly drawing an undesired line and claiming that portion of the fence as part of my sculpture. In places, my traces are becoming a pathway. #undesired line. #walking. #pathway. #durational artwork. We live with this fence. We carry the fence with us. It cuts through all of our relationships. #undesired line. #walking. #fences. #lines. #durational artwork. Because it is technically prohibited to take photos and video near the base, I had to document my project with text and sound. Gradually, over the period of the project, I have released tweets onto the Twitter #undesired line. I was stopped and questioned every day by the Ministry of Defence police patrolling the fence. But I always turned the conversation towards the nature surrounding the base. Subject matter of yesterday's MOD police small talk. Snowy owls, cuckoos, and dawn chorus. #undesired line. #durational artwork. #birds.
Hiya. It's just audio.
Ah, yeah, I saw you saw. What is it you're doing? Is it just a recording?
Yeah.
During this time, the fence was being transformed. The 21st century facelift continues. Rolls of 1980s Cold War razor wire shed day by day. New electric fence wires are threaded through thousands of insulation grommets, a dainty needlework for macho men. Hashtag undesired line. Hashtag fences. Hashtag boundaries. Hashtag borders. But some of the new wires sparked. The spark of an arc beats a flashing pulse, where two lines are drawn too close. Hashtag undesired line. Hashtag fences. Hashtag lines. Hashtag walking. Hashtag listening. My line has become two parallel lines along some stretches, like dark green cross-country ski tracks. Hashtag undesired line. Hashtag walking. Hashtag durational artwork. It was when I saw the heron and a police boat near the edge of the line that I realised the broader significance of Gairloch duality. Gairloch duality. While the tide rises over the rocks, a heron peers patiently at the water while a police boat surveils the shore. Hashtag undesired line. Hashtag heron. Hashtag surveillance. In her essay, Nuclear Materiality, in a Nuclear Culture sourcebook, Ellie Carpenter states, "The discourse on nuclear materiality has shifted to physical and material concerns in which the public sphere is embedded politically, environmentally, and psychologically." Like many historical war maps, the satellite view of the Faslane and Coulport nuclear weapons installations have been altered to mislead the viewer. And the Google Street View of the area is now a historical archive of the base before the Cold War style razor wire fence had a 21st century makeover. I have started mapping the soundscape near the base, and I will share some clips now. We have also provided some links so that you can take a wander around Google Street View later. The wind in the shore trees carries the bank holiday beats from the peace camp. Near Westburn Water, it is strange to hear playground sounds coming from the nuclear submarine base. The evening colour ceremony echoes through the fence. But the sheep have the best view from the hill. Under towering Scots pines at Linburn Water, slow drive-by scrutiny from a military police crew. And at 25 past midnight, on the 1st of January, bewildered owls gossip about the nighttime military exercise that exceeds the backdrop of fireworks. It ends with a ship's horn. From afar, bright lights might seduce you, but don't be fooled. These are not festive illuminations strung gaily along a seaside pier. Port red, starboard green, sodium orange mark the marine gate to the nuclear submarine base. The beast is leaving the loch, its belly swollen with grief, mass murder in waiting. Hashtag undesired line, hashtag nuclear weapons. The tritiated water that trails behind the enormous black tail fin weighs heavy on my heart. Nuclear materiality, the presumption of presence, seen and unseen. In addition to the nuclear submarine weapons system, nuclear materiality is present in the infrastructure of the base. The visible and hidden military surveillance, the fortified perimeter fence, and the noisy training exercises on the loch and shore. Ministry of Defence police surveillance boats patrol the loch at all hours of the day and night. While police boats patrolled the loch, rowdy oyster catchers partied on the beach until sundown. Gairloch duality and the hashtag undesired line. Red port-side glow spills off the bow of a southbound surveillance boat, while bats flit and dip under shoreline trees, and a sliver of moon rests upon the peninsula ridge. Gairloch duality and the hashtag undesired line. The overt presence of the military could lead one to believe that there was nothing here before the base. But before the British Royal Navy arrived, Faslane Bay was a tourist destination. On the shore, a hydro hotel with Turkish baths and tennis courts, and a golf course on the slope above. And before West Shandon House was a hotel spa, Robert Napier, who is considered the father of Clyde shipbuilding, custom built this 19th century mansion. This housed his substantial art collection, which included works by Da Vinci, Titian, Rubens and Rembrandt. Sadly, this historically important building was demolished in 1957 to make way for the nuclear naval base. The only remnants of Robert Napier's time are the trees on the loch shore, the sequoias, maple and ash, and towering Scots pines. Urpinus sylvestris have stood witness over the transforming Gairloch. Their rings hold the historic traces of the first through to the last surface nuclear tests and the accidents. Gairloch duality and the hashtag undesired line. Hashtag human error. With the tree fruit from my garden, I make jars of jelly. Gairloch apples, crab apples and rowan berries, boiled and strained and boiled again with fair trade sugar and pectin. Jars of sweet amber, set to a soundtrack of megaphones and machine guns. Gairloch duality and the hashtag undesired line. Mornings without machine guns and megaphones are preferable. Hashtag quiet mornings. Hashtag undesired line.
Rafael Lozano-Hemmer, one of the most prominent artists in the new media art scene, is sharing today an insight, not so much into his artistic practice, but much more on developing a system of procedures to help him to deal with the maintenance of his works. His insight and experiences can serve as an inspiration to others and to tackle the difficulties that are still often announced when it comes to talking about media artworks and their relevance on the art market. Dear Rafael, the floor is yours.
Dear friends of Ars Electronica, my name is Rafael Lozano-Hemmer and I'm a media artist. I'm very excited to be here with you today to talk about conservation of media art from an artist's perspective. As you may know, I'm an artist who has had some success in selling some artworks to established collections, things like museums or foundations or private collectors. For the first 10 years of my career, I only worked in public art, and I always thought that collections were necrophiliac and vampiric, that it was something wrong with a culture of possession and conservation of artwork that did not allow for art to, in fact, have an honorable life and death. And then I started working with commercial galleries and, of course, changed my tune. Not so much sold out as understood that entire generations of artists have been erased by art history because of their disinterest in taking care of their artworks after their life had begun. The idea of conservation in my case has to do with, on the one hand, trying to find an economic model to sustain the practice of my studio, and then on the other hand, to have a say in how my work gets preserved. What are the elements that can and cannot be replaced or migrated? And also noting that a lot of the problems that we had in the studio had to do with a very fundamental, troubling possibility, which is that at any given time we had 200 or 300 artworks anywhere in the world with like moving hard disks, which were like ticking time bombs, and any day any of these hard drives would fail and we'd get a phone call from the collector demanding that somehow this piece stop functioning and that it should be fixed. So I'm here to talk about different ways that artists can protect themselves against data rot and against the artworks being out of their control. But as well, most importantly, I'm here to talk about how we can, as a group of artists, as a métier, as a movement, decide that conservation should be a way to fund our studios. So I'm very interested in the economic aspect of how the maintenance, far from being a nightmare, can actually be a dialogue with interesting collections and a source of income for the studio. So I do believe that many artworks should never be conserved. They're meant to be viral, performative, ephemeral interventions, and as such, no one should be trying to document them. But today, we're talking about those artworks that you are interested in making into an edition, you are interested in having in a collection. We will break it up into 5 parts, and we will show some examples of works that have been conserved throughout time. Before making a media artwork, you may consider the methods that have been used to conserve media art up to now. However, I think that it's very important to mistrust anyone who has a method to conserve media art, because by its very definition, media art is expansive, and it's not a long time before an artist will take on a technology or a method or an approach that requires the conservators to go back into the drawing board and come up with procedures to conserve. So the mistrust of conservation is the very first step. The second step is to study instruction-based art. So I believe that if people in the art world understand media art as a set of instructions that creates a particular experience, then there's a different discussion that takes place. So for example, I like to cite Moholy-Nagy Construction in Enamel 2, which is a painting from 1923 that was reportedly instructed over the phone for it to be converted into a canvas. But there's a very large tradition of artists like Sol Duett or Felix González Torres or Tino Segal that set up an artwork not as an object but as a procedure that, following some instructions, will lead to the actual outcome. So by quoting these art historical instruction-based traditions, the establishment of the art world relaxes into understanding that media art is something that can be reperformed. So use Marcel Duchamp, use the idea of all of these instructions and concepts as the fundamental sort of quantum of your artwork. The third thing is to study the precedents of technological art. So oftentimes people talk about what we're doing as if it were new, but I think it's very important in terms of understanding the media art that we're making today to relate it to existing traditions of experimentation. So some of the examples that I like to quote are, for example, the work of Marta Minujín, who in 1965, few months before Nam June Paik ever got the Portapac, in her performance installation La Minnesunda, she used video cameras to mix the live audience in the artwork to live TV. And the reason I like to quote her is for two reasons. First of all, because the pioneer of video art, closed circuit TV in an art installation was not Pike or Dan Graham or Bruce Nauman, it was this Latin American woman. So it breaks stereotypes over who were the pioneers. And the second is because it was over 50 years ago that this happened. And so to pretend that video tracking, observing the public, that the artwork is sentient is something new is completely disingenuous. And it's important to sort of establish that there is a tradition that is over 50 years, almost a tradition of this kind of experience that has been happening. The final thing is to just understand that the performance or the artwork itself cannot be recreated, that should not be recreated. That's a big part of the decision that you have to make. Oftentimes, I work with vintage elements that cannot be replaced, should not be replaced. And we will talk about the bill of materials and all of that in the next section. Now we have a section on actually making the artwork. The first thing to do, of course, is to keep a notebook or some kind of electronic log of what you're doing and what you're designing. This will always be useful to be able to refer back to the methods or parts that you were using. The second one is to select open source tools. APIs that are in the open source community ensure that your work is not going to rot as companies go bankrupt and disappear. So a typical example of the problem we had with that is we used to do a lot of our early face tracking artworks with Face API, which was a really robust system out of Australia that required you to pay, I think, $500 for a little dongle that would give you the permission to use the software. Of course, Face API then moved on and the company no longer makes the product or supports it. So all the projects that we had in the past that used this proprietary face tracking system now have been ported to OpenCV or DLib or any of the sort of normal contemporary approaches in face tracking and recognition. The next thing is to consider using a versioning system like Git. We've only now started to do that at the studio, and I really wish that we had started before. As you may know, Git allows the tracking, the tracing of all of the different changes of the different versions of a piece of software. This will be super useful to future conservators or curators because they can see what was the actual path to making decisions in a particular software. Also, it's a robust way to collaborate with others as you're seeking to comment your code for other people to be able to get into it in the future. Now, your software is your score, is the fundamental instructions that create the piece of music that you're trying to create. So the most important thing is to back it up. Right from the start, use backup, robust backup solutions. I was recommended by Ben Fino-Radin that at least I should have 3 copies of our data. At this point, what we have is 1 copy, which is actually just a shared drive where we put all of our software code, where the Git is running. And then that one's backed up automatically, both to a physical drive that sometimes we bring in and we exchange, and it's off of the premises of the studio. And then we just discovered that Dropbox has an unlimited data feature that allows us to mirror all of our Synology drive, is what we use, Synology drive up to the cloud. And that's really incredible because now we have access to this cloud copy of the artwork. It's very slow, and it's also unlikely that Dropbox will continue doing this indefinitely, but for now, it's an interesting possibility to actually keep a copy of your entire, even if it's like many terabytes, on the cloud. The next thing is, as you work, you should be keeping a bill of materials, BOM. And the bill of materials is basically just a list of every component that you've acquired. And this bill of materials basically gives you a URL for where you bought it. It gives you the brand. It gives you the function so that, in the future, somebody can actually take that material, try and find a replacement, and if not, just replace the functionality of it. Inside of that bill of materials, there should be a column where you specify this is replaceable or irreplaceable. So for example, in my work, I use a lot of incandescent light bulbs, and I'm completely married to the incandescent light bulb look and feel and sound, and to the iconic Edison shape and the warmth that it produces. And so in the list for many of my artworks, I say that these incandescent light bulbs cannot be replaced by future fluorescent or LED or any kind of future technology. And what this means is that the collector must be on the receiving end of the responsibility to actually stockpile the tungsten filament light bulbs if they want to conserve my work over a period of time. But the other thing that can happen is, in the case of tungsten filament, the reason why these light bulbs have been banned is not because they're toxic or dangerous, it's because they're inefficient. So now we're seeing that there is a new set of fabricators who will build you custom-made tungsten filament bulbs that are specifically for artworks. So it's not necessary to stockpile, so long as you can describe in the bill of materials what is it about the quality of this light that can make it replaceable. Some of the time, if you're using, say, Nixie tubes, you want that vintage quality, and you should allow for the artwork to die an honorable death if there are no Nixie tube replacements into the future, even if they're artisanally made. Other things, we don't really care. So an example of this issue is what Namjoon Paik was purported to have said about his Buddha watching himself on screen. If you remember, this is the piece where the Buddha has a camera looking at himself and he sees himself in the CRT monitor. The question was asked to Namjoon Paik, if you wanted, if we had to replace the CRT monitor with a flat screen, like an LCD, would you accept that? And then Namjoon Paik apparently said, yes, of course I would accept it. I work with the technology of my time. This particular piece is about the circularity of vision of the Buddha seeing himself. It's not about the CRT cabinet, contrary to other of my pieces where the cabinet is a fundamental thing. So all of this to say that each artist can have a different approach on a per case basis, depending on what they want to emphasize. But this needs to be established in your bill of materials as replaceable or irreplaceable. Oftentimes, I don't care if what kind of art, what kind of computer or what kind of display it's being shown on, so long as it fits certain criteria which I specify in that bill of materials. So it's like, make sure that this display is no bigger than 17 inches because I want people to walk close to it and have an intimate relation. So as an artist, you specify what are the parameters that you allow to change in the future, if any. Now, when choosing hardware, try to find anything that has no moving parts. In my 25 years experience, if something's going to fail, it'll be the moving parts, the motors. For example, if you have a hard drive, you get a computer, if it has a spinning platter, that's what's going to fail. So try and get solid state drives. Or for example, if you have a contact sensor, try and get not a relay, a solid state relay instead of a contact switch. Or another example is if you're trying to do like a pan tilt camera that is like robotically controlled, consider getting a dome camera that has 360 degree vision and then just actually do the pan and tilt virtually inside of that. Of course, if motors are fundamental to the work that you're doing, then by all means use them, but be concerned about the reliability of this kind of movement. Another important choice is to try and get off-the-shelf systems. So at my studio, we started working with computer vision and tracking of visitors about 20 years ago or a little bit more. And we were very proud of our own proprietary tracking systems that allow the computer to see and pursue the visitor. And then finally, the Kinect came out from the company that I most detested at the time, which is Microsoft. And the Kinect was a device that you could buy at Sears for $300, and it was a gaming system. And the honest truth is that it did the tracking very beautifully. It had problems with range, and it had other kinds of problems. But by all means, adopting the Kinect as a way to as a conservation practice was robust because millions of copies of this sensor were created, and that in comparison to say the FireWire cameras that we were using, which then got the progress just left them behind. So the Kinect is a piece that you could actually find much more easily. Now, of course, if you're going to try and buy off the shelf, try and buy off the shelf open source hardware. So there's a variety of structured light initiatives out there that are made with an open hardware proposal. If you go to our GitHub, you will find a taste test showing you different kinds of sensors that we've tested in the studio. And then things like Arduinos or Raspberry Pis, these are the appropriate tools for conservation, because you don't want to be married to an operating system, you don't want to be married to a corporation for a specific hard-to-find piece. Another note is to make global choices for your procurement. So, for example, the simplest thing is if you have a piece which needs power, then make sure that you can have a voltage range that goes from 100 all the way to 240 volts. And this is critical because very often people will not read your manual and just plug it in. And if you can, buy auto-sensing transformers, because again, you just don't want people to depend on people to actually flick the switch to get the right voltage into your piece. So there's other examples of this kind of global procurement. I live here in Canada, where people love the Robertson screwdriver, which is the square head screwdriver. Both English and French Canada love them. But it's though it's a beautiful screw head, nobody has them. So, you know, even though you know, a Phillips screw is going to be a lesser version of a beautiful Robertson screw, that's what you should use, because that's the global sort of procurement that you have to have in your mind. And finally, there is the need to think about an idle mode for your piece or for an automatic shutdown. Oftentimes when you sell a work to a collection, they may, for example, put it in their country house and then leave their home and leave the piece on for 2 months before anybody comes in. So if, for example, you have a camera, a lot of my pieces will look at the tracking area, and if they have seen nobody for the past, whatever, 8 hours or 4 hours, they will shut down automatically. And this kind of idle or sleep or shutdown modes are critical because you can't trust that collectors will do what we need to do. So those are the notes on making. After making your artwork, there's several things that I suggest that you do. The first one is make a video of the work, of the project, showing its ideal operation. If you're shy, then get somebody to interview you to describe what is happening. The second one is to install the project in a variety of computers or operating systems or devices and test to see if there's any software or hardware dependencies. These should carefully be listed in a README that you write. That includes, for example, what operating systems and graphics drivers or programming environments you need to run the piece. The next note is to prepare one or several flash drives or whatever storage technology of the future comes to your project, and put all the code, all the source code of your project in it, including firmware, like media assets, schematics, 3D print files, everything. All the potential instructions to recreate your artwork from scratch should be in this flash drive. Make sure that you put installers for the dependencies from the previous point. And then these flash drives are meant to be like a time capsule that holds all the instructions required to reproduce the work. Do include a document that explains that they should make a backup copy of the contents of the flash drive and ensure the integrity of the data from time to time. As you know, flash drives die over time, so you want to make sure that they know that there's the replication of this data is a fundamental part of keeping the artwork alive. But the spirit is that it's all sort of described in these flash drives. Now write a manual, and the manual should have several parts. The first part, it should have a meta-narrative just describing what is it, the concept that you were trying to address, and you know, how the piece works. The second section is a detailed setup procedure showing you examples of how the piece has been installed, examples of how to install the work properly. The third section should just be a simple maintenance section with how to clean the piece. Do not use this kind of soap on the screen or something like that, as well as instructions on turning on and off or scheduling the work. And finally, a thicker preservation section, which would have the bill of materials that we spoke about, the schematics that are printed out, and then any comments on the code. Next, you want to set up the computer to be performing uninterrupted for a long time. So I have examples here. So ensure that you're not defeating fans so they could be cooled properly. No screensavers. Disable automatic software updates for operating system and Java, for example. No virus checkers. Monitor temperature inside boxes or enclosures. Stop all notifications. Stop all login passwords, and so on. Finally, and most importantly, prepare a toolkit with any drill bits or special tools or adapters or with spares of components that you think are most hard to come by. This toolkit should have the fundamental tools of it, and in the next section we will see how we can monetize this. When I ask fellow artists, colleagues about conservation, they're always concerned about their latest production. They don't really care, I don't really care, about stuff I did 12 years ago. And so oftentimes you will find that artists are not willing or not interested in discussing the issues of conservation. What I would like to do is I'd like to change this. I would like to tell the artists that this is a way to support their studios over time. by monetizing the maintenance of the artworks, you can actually keep your studio afloat. And if this sounds too capitalist or too materialistic or too possessive, the truth is that the money that is generated with the maintenance is something that allows you to have independence and autonomy and to have like a sense of supporting your studio without needing to have further sales or without needing governmental support. So it's always a tricky affair to talk about money, but that's what we should talk about as part of the conservation exploration. The first thing on dealing with a collector to do is to take that toolkit and the manual and the flash drives and the video that you made explaining the work and the spares and make a box. All of these materials should be in a box that you give to the collector, explaining how important it is that they keep this box in a safe place and warning them that losing it will cost them an amount of money. So you should decide what that amount of money is. I would recommend about $750, something that is substantial enough that they think it's important to keep it, because most of the time they will lose this box and at least you will make a buck. The second thing is to explain to the collector the concept of digital copy. So many collectors don't understand that the reproduction of a digital file is identical to the original. So for example, I've heard horrible stories of digital artists who have made, say, a print and they've reproduced 3 copies of this print and then they've been asked to delete or erase completely the original, say, TIFF file. I think that this is abhorrent in an electronic culture. If you acquire a photograph of mine, I want to give you the photograph, but then I also want to give you the memory with the TIFF file, with the printing instructions, with very specific reproducibility sort of instructions, so that in the future, if you need to print the artwork again because there was a flood or because your kid scratched it or UV destroyed the colors, you can do so again. So in a digital world, you want the artwork to be free. You want the collector to be empowered with the actual original files to be able to reproduce that work. And this is absolutely in keeping with this idea of the Sol de Witt or the Tino Segal. It's like you basically have the instructions to be able to recreate the artwork into the future. Now, a lot of people, a lot of collectors will understand this idea that the images and the source code and all of these things need to be free and demand an explanation about how exactly their investment is protected. How can they be protected from somebody not taking the original, say, TIFF file and printing 1,000 images of this work? But first of all, if the collector wants to print 1,000 images in, say, color C-print system like a Lijet or Lambda, that's going to be very expensive, and so I'm excited that the collector likes the work a lot and wants to put all of these pieces in all of their kids' bedrooms or whatever it is that he or she wants to do. But the answer to the problem of protecting investment is, centuries old. It's with a signature. So we've started at the studio a process of certification of each and every artwork that we have made. So we have, when you receive the artwork, you receive an aluminum lingot that has been anodized twice, that has been engraved with the code from our database, that has a physical signature with a numbering, what edition is this. It has watermarks that take you to the different websites that keep the source code and keep the manuals and so on. And then lately, it also has a blockchain signature. When you give this certificate to the collector, you must explain that the entirety of the value of the artwork is kept in this title. This is what must be put into a safe, for example, in a bank. If at any given time you want to take your photograph or your artwork and sell it, say, in auction, it's worthless unless you can show this physical certificate. Now, this system is a retroactive system, so anybody who's ever bought a work from the studio is receiving one of these certificates, so that in the future, the artwork itself, the instructions, can remain viral, can remain open, can remain shareable, but it is the value of the artwork maintained in this kind of system of valuation that they understand, because this is not unlike any other certificate of authenticity. Now, this also has the side benefit of protecting you against the potential fraud. So it's not been my case, but I've heard horror stories of, for example, a collector paying 50% of an artwork and then receiving the artwork and then not paying you the full 100%. Or maybe the gallery is keeping some of this money. So what you do is you do not release this certificate until you've been paid in full. And then once that's all done, you give the certificate. I recommend not shipping the certificate ever, because the whole value of the work work is in there. You need to give it to them like Asian people give you their credit card with a lot of respect and say, this is the certificate, you understand? It's like, yeah, I understand. Are you going to lose it? No, you're not going to lose it because that's the entire worth of the piece that's in it. So it's very important that once you give the certificate, once you've been paid, they signed that they've received the certificate. So you get a little receipt, just like a FedEx delivery guy. You get the receipt that the certificate has been given. Because if they don't have the certificate, it is completely irreproducible. And then one note, which was very useful, is to always say to the collector that the artwork price includes the honorarium for yourself or a technician to go and install the work at their collection. This is really important because egregious installation of the work may actually be a fundamental problem. People don't really understand the issues. So you should, if you can, include the cost of having this honorarium in it. Now, what you should not include in the price is the travel, accommodation, and per diem of each one of these technicians that you need to travel because you don't control where this artwork is going to be. Also, you only install as part of the value of the piece once. You don't do it twice. Now, the very important part is that when your technician is there to calibrate the work, they're not there to do wiring of electricity. They're not there to actually hang or drill onto the wall. You need to tell them that your insurance does not cover you for any of that. So the collector does need to provide the installers and they need to follow your instructions. You're there just to supervise the installation and then program and calibrate it for its proper usage. This also has the additional advantage that when you walk, for example, into a violent country like the United States, you can just say that you're not going there to work, you're just going to supervise the work of others, which means you don't need a visa or something like that. Now, once you have calibrated the work and you've shown it to the collector and they like it, you show them how to turn it on and off, and then you ask them to have a full technical run-through. So you can do this with a collector, but it's better if they have a technical department. You can teach somebody the very, very intricate details of your work. And as you're doing this, they're learning, they're becoming your first protection in terms of tech support, that someone at the collection is receiving the technical know-how to support the project into the future. They understand what the tools are, they understand where the source code is, they understand the dependencies. You try and teach them all of these elements. At the very end of this visit, either you or your technician will hand over a sheet that is basically a sheet that says that the work has been installed properly, that it functions properly, and that they have been taught to conserve and maintain the work themselves. This is a very important little affidavit because it just tells the collector that from the moment that this document is signed, they are now on the receiving end of all of the responsibilities for the maintenance of the work. And later we will talk about some options on that. Another thing that you want to do is you want to install VNC or log me in or any kind of remote access method so that you may be able to work remotely and fix some problems that you might find. This is always very useful. You can consider having network power bars to cycle the power remotely if necessary. So we've often found that if the computer is actually frozen, you need to do a good cycling of power, and you can do that with sort of remote controlled network power bars. Make sure that the collector has installed surge protection and grounding to the power that you supply. I would say about 70 or 80% of the problems that we encounter in all of my artworks are electrical, and surge protection is a really important part of defending your work. That should not come at your expense. You should demand that the harmonious presentation of electricity happen before you even arrive. Then you need to talk about maintenance. You need to the best of ability, give a specific mean time between failure. This has even got an acronym, MTBF estimate. So what we're looking for here is to be able to be very honest to your collector. Say to them, this artwork includes a light bulb or includes, say, like a lamp inside of a projector that has a 1,000 hour mean time between failure. In other words, you need to help them understand that every 1,000 hours that they run the piece, they're going to need to spend $600 in replacing that lamp. And you can show them how. The reason it's very important to do that is because it has been my experience that many artists, in the haste to sell the work, just sort of say, oh yeah, you're never going to have a problem, but they will have problems. And being able to notify them ahead of time is a really smart way to understand that in the future you can make money, more money from this collector. So what you want to do is you want to use one of two metaphors. One metaphor is the metaphor of the fountain. So everybody, every collection understands that if you're acquiring a fountain, you're investing a capital sum to buy this piece. But then you also know that you're acquiring a responsibility to maintain the fountain. You know that you're going to have to chlorinate the water every couple of weeks, that you're going to have to change rusty valves every couple of years, that you're going to have to change bulbs or any kind of maintenance required with a fountain. What's beautiful about this is that the fountain is like a metaphor for abundance, and it's a landmark. Everybody understands gathering around a fountain. And in a way, a media art is something like that. It's like a fire that burns that people hang around. And so this fountain metaphor has helped us enormously. Just make sure that with a mean time between failure, you can estimate for them how much it's going to cost them year over year. The other metaphor to use, especially if your collector is in California or Texas, is the collector car. So you basically say you're buying something that is like a collectible car. You must drive it from time to time because collectible cars actually rust and rot if you don't drive them. So you must drive them from time to time. Don't drive them too much though, because that will add to the cost of maintaining the car. So they completely understand this metaphor. And in this metaphor, of course, one of the goals that we have is that you are the mechanic, not you, but your studio, and that you can continue making money out of the artwork. Now, talk about warranty. I go around the world talking to fellow artists about warranty. And I ask, how long should an artist provide a warranty for an artwork for? And sometimes I hear 5 years, some people say 10, some people say 1 year. The correct answer to how long the warranty that you provide is 0 years. This is how long the warranty is that you produce. You are not a company. You can leave and move to Jamaica and never connect anyone again. You should be able to have zero responsibilities with respect to the artwork. When you're giving this artwork to the collector, they are understanding the responsibility that they have in receiving it to conserve it properly. Now, you do tell them, okay, we're going to give you all of the elements for you to be able to take care of the artwork yourself. So you give them all the manuals and the bill of materials and all of that. Some of those components have a warranty protection. Like if you've given them a computer, oftentimes a computer comes with like a 1-year warranty. Those warranties you can provide. But a warranty for the functioning of the work does not exist and should not exist, and please don't ever suggest that you can warranty. What you can tell them is that there is a system of tech support. And that's what we're going to see in our next section about after making and dealing with a collection. So providing technical support can be a nightmare in media art, and what is actually worse is not providing technical support, because then you lose the collector. Not just you lose it, but the entire media art community loses a collector because they no longer trust that the works can perform into the future. So what you want to do is set up a path for them to receive tech support. The first thing to ask them is to read the manual. Most of the time, I would say 98% of the time, the problems that we find are there's a cable that is not nestled properly and there's no electricity arriving. So reading the manual. The second is to contact the installer that your technician or yourself trained when you did the installation. The third one is contact the gallery if you were lucky to have a gallery with a technician. And then the fourth is, if none of this work, to actually contact the studio. And we give free tech support for our artworks, so long as it's by remote control. So if we have to do it over email or we VNC and try and correct the problem and it gets fixed, then that's a remedy that collectors can have. Now, if none of that works, the collector has two choices. The first choice is to actually try and do the conservation themselves. Go, for example, to a third party, like a more forensic kind of consultancy that tries to solve the problem, technicians or AV. However, you need to clarify that if this if this conservator actually makes an egregious conservation of the work, if they do replace the light bulb with a fluorescent light bulb, that the work no longer belongs to the collector. We call this the egregious clause, and it comes from James Turrell, who famously, in his contracts says that if, for example, you can't see into the sky in one of his sky art pieces, that the piece is no longer the property of the collector. It can no longer be called a James Turrell. So this egregious clause is in place to maintain the quality of the artwork over time. And what you can give them then is the possibility, the option, to actually have the studio maintain the work. And so what that means is that a member of the studio, or two, however many is necessary, will actually travel on site and fix the problem. And the costs are the flight, accommodation, and per diem of the technician, plus any replaced technology. So maybe you needed to change to a new hard drive or a new monitor or whatever, and then $750 per day. Of course, you can choose what the honorarium should be, but $750 is a number that is quoted very often in consultancies in engineering. Travel time, that's the day of travel, is charged at half the rate. And then this amount of money allows the studio to maintain a relationship with the collector, because they know that they have somebody who can come directly from the studio and make the necessary changes. It has been my experience that 95% of collectors rather have the studio fix a work than have a forensic approach to fixing it. And from my perspective, what's beautiful is that the amount of money that comes in is substantial and can keep people employed at the studio. This can extend into your estate. You can decide once you die that there will be these trained, qualified technologists ready to be able to maintain these artworks. And the amount of money that we will charge you will still be reasonable compared to if somebody needed to come from outside that doesn't know the system to try and make it operable. So technical support can become a relationship with the collector and an income stream for the studio. Now, you need to provide a migration path for the work and explain versioning for the artwork. So on the subject of migration paths, there was an interesting debate I had with Pip Lawrenson from Tate. They acquired a work called Subtitle Public. And that work was basically an early computer vision piece that used Firewire camera and XGA projectors and, and Windows 98, I believe. And it tracked people and it subtitled them wherever they went. And the only way to get rid of a subtitle is if you touch somebody else. Fast forward to 2015. So that was sold in 2005. That was technology of 2005. 2015 comes along. Now you have things like Kinects. Now you have higher resolution projectors. Now you don't need to have infrared illuminators to flood the area. Your robustness of tracking is so much better. And what was interesting is that Pip explained to me that they did not want to have this migration path to this new technology. That what they wanted is to conserve the original intent and the original speed and specifications of that artwork. Because what she told me, which to me was a surprise, but it was beautiful, is that she wanted people to walk into the piece and feel like they were surrounded by the technology of 2005. So I totally love that, and I completely respect that. At the same time, this is an artwork that is a conceptual artwork. The technology of 2005 did not have as much ominous persecution of the public as I wanted. And so now, 10 years later, I could have that kind of technology. So we decided to settle on the idea that these two things are not mutually exclusive. That a collector, say Tate, can actually have version 1 of the work and then decide, choose whether versioning of migrating to a second version of the work is something that they're interested in or not. The idea is that you just need to be honest with your public. So when they're seeing version 2, they know that this is the version from 2015. There's also a world where you could put like the version from 2005 and the version from 2015 side by side and see the performance of the works. So long as people know what they're looking at, I think that versioning and migration into new platforms is something that is, of course, interesting. What's fascinating too is that I believe that the media artwork is not an object that is unchanging. I think that media art is closer to performing arts. And so the capability for the artist to continuously improve the piece is something that is inherent in the kind of systems that we do. So long as versioning is in place, just exactly like Git, except with the actual concept of the project, this should be possible to do. Having said that, it's important to notify that versioning should end with an artist's death, unless you're like González Torres, who had an estate that explained how you can continue versioning. So there's a moment where the artwork, is no longer changing, and that's with the death of the artist. The second thing to note is that the collector should be able to decline this migration. So they may be able to say, yeah, well, we actually don't want to acquire version 2.0. And it is important to also note that you cannot sell version 2 to a brand new collector, because when they bought version 1, they bought the unique concept of subtitle public. And you can now not make a second subtitle public, call it the same thing, have the same concept, just new technology. The only collector who can version and migrate a piece is one that has already invested in the copy or copies that they acquired in their system. For this final section on the conservation of media art from an artist's perspective, I'll just read the final notes that I have in the manifesto that is in our GitHub. It reads that you must trust conservators. They're absolutely fundamental for your work to have a future performance. They have a lot of experience in preserving the most diverse things you can imagine. Establish a dialogue with them and work out a migration plan. They tend to be relieved when the artist has thought through these issues. Above all, you don't want the collector to think that they're acquiring a future conservation problem, although admittedly they will, because every piece, even a painting, is a conservation problem, but you want to hide that from the collector. Second is trust curators, but not as much as conservators. Curators tend to be busy and they don't read the manuals and things like that. But in the future, there's the curator, the person who will stage your work in a variety of different contexts. And so you need to explain in your documentation what the parameters that the curator has to reperform the piece are. Keep a website. So for each piece that I've ever made, I do have a web page with videos and photos, descriptions, bibliography, and so on. It's very important in your website to give public credit to engineers, programmers, and other assistants, not just because it's an honest thing and it keeps them happy, but also as a way for future conservators to track projects by different coding styles, for example. And the final note is about an experience that we did in the MUAC Museum in Mexico City, where you could show up and either buy the catalog of the work, or you could buy a USB key for whatever, 15 bucks, that had all the schematics and source code and instructions to be able to recreate all the 42 pieces that were on view in the show. So to my knowledge, that's the first time that an entire show of this magnitude was given away to the creative community to make their own versions of all the projects that were on view. That happened in 2015. Now, today we have a GitHub account where we share some of our programming. It's github.com/antimodular, and you will also see a copy of the best practices document in there. I really believe that if other artists can take some of our methods and in a way have this infection of our techniques into their own projects, this viral capacity to conserve is actually something that also generates new knowledge and new experiences, new artworks. So by giving away source code, I think that we're creating a conservation path, because what we want is, instead of restricting it to something that's closed, we want it to be just methods that are shared and built upon by future generations. So that's my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention, and my apologies to have talked so much about logistics and money, but I do think that these are issues that are a little bit taboo in our community, and they shouldn't be, because they help us have like a common front. Gallerists and collectors, foundations, all these people talk about money all the time, and we don't get to. So I believe that conservation is one way to both secure your place in your contributions in a bigger art historical field, and give you autonomy and independence financially to be able to support yourself and or staff to continue producing.
What about life?
The first chapter in our continuing remote intimacy series, Garlic Med.Eat.Ation, creates sensory solidarity by exploring how intimacy can be shared remotely, virtually, through touch and taste. Please bring a clove of garlic to experience the exhibit.
Today, we will follow a pre-recorded garlic Med.Eat.Ation. Let's begin. Close your eyes and reach for the clove. Slowly explore the clove with your fingers. The curves, its firmness, its mass. Explore with your nose. Let the garlic explore your lips. Without biting, slide the clove into your mouth. Take your time adjusting to the clove in your mouth. Let the clove adjust to you as it explores different spaces within your mouth. Position the clove between your front teeth and make a small incision. Make sounds as you experience spicy, sharp, or fragrant flavors. Position the clove between your back teeth. Open your eyes. With your eyes on the screen, sink your teeth into the clove as deep as you are comfortable and keep it in your mouth. As the sensations open and echo and radiate in your mouth, make sounds. Let the garlic roll inside your mouth. Continue making sounds as the sensations unfold. Allow for moments of silence. Spit the clove onto a tissue. What do you see? Give it a name. Thank you for taking part in our Med.Eat.Ation. This is the end of the pre-recorded section.
Welcome to our short presentation about our project. The project title is Redesign Acoustic Absorbers, and it was a collaboration between the FH St. Pölten and the
FH Wiener Neustadt.
Before we go into detail, I want to show you a short video we created about the project. It's about a minute long, just so you get an idea.
Long night, stranger.
I am a songwriter and music producer, so I was thinking about buying absorbers from the music store, but Riese had the idea that we could build them ourselves.
Gleichzeitig wollten wir aber auch darauf schauen, dass das Redesign von unserem Schallabsorber mit der Absorptionswirkung von herkömmlichen Produkten mithalten kann.
We focus on upcycling of old textiles like clothes or old towels.
Außerdem achten wir dabei darauf, dass die Rohstoffe, die Werkstoffe aus der Region kommen und keine weiten Transportwege hinter sich bringen.
Our absorber currently consists of a wooden frame and rolled up towels inside.
Unser Projekt zeigt, dass es auch in der Medienbranche möglich ist, nachhaltig zu denken.
We had a lot of fun and we hope to work on many more sustainable projects in the future. So most of you probably already know what an acoustic absorber does. For those who don't, I'm just going to explain it with this tennis ball. Imagine this is a particle of air. So when we talk, or like if I hit something, these particles move, and if these particles hit an absorber, this is an acoustic absorber too. If it hits the absorber, then the movement gets slower and it can also completely disappear. So that's what we want in recording studios or in home cinemas. We want to kill all of the echoes and the reverb in a room.
Normally, acoustic absorbers are made out of a kind of foam and are not very eco-friendly. So when he decided to buy absorbers for his studio, we thought about building an absorber on our own and using different materials. And at this time, I was doing some research on textile waste, and then we had the idea to use old cloth and old towels for building an absorber. We began with cutting, sewing and gluing the cloth and just tried out how we bring it into a suitable shape. For the stability, we use a wooden frame, and the whole construction holds together without any metal parts. No screws are used. Instead, we use wooden plugs and a self-made glue.
We received quite a lot of positive feedback about the idea, and now we're in contact with different companies that give us old textiles, like old towels, and that's quite cool that we can use it for the project.
We buy our wood from a local carpenter, and also all the other materials are from the region. This is very important for us because we want to reduce transport pollution.
The next steps would be to measure the absorption coefficients of our absorbers. We've built 3 finished ones now, and we've got 10 wooden frames in total, so they're not all done yet. But there's no point in creating an absorber, even if it's ecologically friendly, if it doesn't absorb as good as a professional product. So we're in contact with different universities, and we want to measure this absorption coefficient there are certain standards of how you do that and how you measure that, and that is going to be our next step.
To put it in a nutshell, we want to create an alternative to conventional acoustic absorbers for environmentally aware musicians, sound fanatics, and music producers.
Thank you for your attention. I hope we could interest you in our project, and yeah, if you've got any questions or want to know anything more, you can contact us. There's probably going to be an email or a link or a chat somewhere. You'll find that. So thank you.
Did you ever want to hear a tree talk? Did you ever want to feel how water goes up the tree crones? How does the wind feel for the tree? Within the Garden of St. Petersburg, the artist and curator Natalia Fedorova takes us on a journey through the internet of trees that verbalizes the tree's sensualities. How does the digitization of forest not only change understandings of these environments, but also generate different practices and ontologies for addressing environmental change? Natalia will now tell us more about it.
To be the wind for the tree. To be the sun for the leaves. To be a mineral for the roots. To be something meaningful rather than harmful, to be a bird or a pollinator, insect. This year I felt closer to the trees than ever because of the induced immobility, or because I had time and space to spend with them. The work translates the trees readable for the viewer, creating the vocabulary for the physiological processes that happen inside them. The sap going up the crones, the humidity of the trunk, connected with the humidity of the air and soil, their vertical position in the three axes, and how the tree feels gravity and wind. The 12 spectra of light that allow to analyze the conditions of the leaves.
Did you ever want to hear a tree talk? Did you ever want to feel how the water goes up the trunk to the very crones of the tree? Did you ever want to know how the wind feels for the tree? This project is based on the idea of Internet of Trees, verbalizing the tree sensuality. To be the wind for the tree is a poetry generator that takes the data from the Tree Talker Plus sensor to analyze 7 parameters of the tree vivacity and well-being in order to create variables within the sentence. The concept of Internet of Trees aligns with the Nature 4.0. Nature 4.0 corresponds to the idea of the fourth industrial revolution, and again we are thinking of the green infrastructures as the systems that are able of self-management. And in order for this to happen, what we need is the real-time, precise data on the parameters of the trees based on their vigor, well-being, and the risk of failure. And all of this can be done with the help of sensors that are connected to the internet, and the Tree Talker sensor can be one of these devices.
It was back in 2013 when the European Commission published the European Green Infrastructure Strategy, enhancing Europe's natural capital, with the aim of encouraging the development of green infrastructures at all territorial levels, national, regional, and local, and also to guarantee their consideration in territorial planning. So the European strategy defines the green infrastructure as a strategically planned network of natural and semi-natural areas with other environmental features designed and managed to deliver a wide range of ecosystem services. It incorporates green spaces or blue if aquatic ecosystems are considered, and other physical features in terrestrial, including coastal and marine areas. On land, green infrastructure is present in rural and urban settings. And the social functions of green spaces relate to general habitability level of the cities. We would probably stick to this definition. So the green infrastructure can be described as a network of natural and semi-natural features within and between villages, towns, and cities, reaching out into the wider countryside. These features range in scale from individual street trees, green roofs, and private gardens, through to parks, rivers, and woodlands, transport corridors, verges, and the large-scale wetlands, forests, and agricultural land. Beyond constructing a network of interconnected green spaces, which is a fundamental requirement for conserving biodiversity, the green infrastructure provides a large number of environmental, social, and economic benefits deriving from multiple ecosystem functions and services provided by nature, such as water regulation, erosion control, water purification, or the prevention of climate change. In the urban context, the benefits provided by green infrastructures are especially important due to their contribution to the health and well-being of the public. Their numerous benefits include improvements to air quality, tempering of the urban climate, consequent reduction of the urban heat island effect, and the reduction of atmospheric contamination. The multifunctional nature of green infrastructure is underpinned by the concept of ecosystem services. The research found that economic productivity, health, and well-being depend on a range of services provided by ecosystems and their constituent parts, such as water, soil, nutrients, and organisms. So generally speaking, these services include supporting services, those necessary for all ecosystem services, such as soil formation and photosynthesis, the provisioning services, such as food, fiber, and fuel, the regulating services, including air quality and climate, the cultural services, such as recreational activities and well-being, aesthetic values, and sense of place. Russian scientists have analyzed the current general construction plans of Moscow, St. Petersburg, Novosibirsk, Yekaterinburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Kazan, Chelyabinsk, Omsk, Samara, Rostov-na-Donu, Ufa, Krasnoyarsk, Perm, Voronezh, and Volgograd. As a result of this analysis, there has been concluded that the whole range of ecoservice functions of the green infrastructures is neither included nor valued in any of the cities named. The most widely mentioned is the recreational function of the ecological carcass. The second thing to be mentioned is the aeration and the air cleansing. Less considerable function is the sound pollution filter and the buffer zone creation. The anti-erosion ecosystem services are only mentioned in two general construction plans in Ufa and Kazan, despite the fact that this function should be acquired and acknowledged by all the cities that are situated on the riverbanks and in the steppe zone.
Now, why is it important to analyze the data from the trees and how it can help creating the smart urban infrastructure, and especially the green infrastructure, and why is the green infrastructure useful for the city, for the cities and the people who live in them? So let's understand this concept of green infrastructure. So the green infrastructure is kind of a green belt or the green ecosystem within the city. It doesn't only contain the trees, but the trees and shrubs and the grasses, they certainly all are part of the green infrastructure. It also contains the rivers and the air and the light. So all these parameters are included in the notion of green infrastructure. There is this funny test on how to measure the greenness of infrastructure within a certain city. So you can imagine a little rabbit or a hedgehog traveling from, say, north of the city to the south of the city. So if this little rabbit or hedgehog can do this, then the condition of the green infrastructure is right. If it cannot, well, I guess then it is not. So the total area of St. Petersburg is 144 hectares, and the percentage of the green infrastructure is 24, which equals to 35,000 hectares. That wouldn't be too bad in case all these trees were proportionally spread in the city. However, the 60% of all of this 35, are concentrated in 5 districts of St. Petersburg. Certainly, Kurortny and Petrodvorets would be the most considerable parts, but the other ones would be Vyborgsky, Primorsky, and Krasnosersky.
In summer 2019, the Department of Landscape Architecture of St. Petersburg State Forest Technical University became a co-implementer of the project Smart Technologies for Monitoring, Modeling and Assessment of Ecosystem Services of Green Infrastructure and Soils to support decision-making in the field of sustainable development of cities against the backdrop of global changes. This project is being developed at the People's Friendship University of Russia in Moscow by the scientific team managed by Professor Riccardo Valentini. The head organization of the project is the Laboratory of Smart Technologies for Sustainable Urban Development in the context of global change, and it's also situated in People's Friendship University. In 2019, the monitoring was carried out in Moscow and St. Petersburg. However, the project imagines the creation of an operational environmental monitoring system called Smart Urban Nature for cities in European Russia. And the priority cities will be Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don and Apatity, and the system is planned to be implemented in this year and the following year. By early 2020s, more than 200 devices had been installed in Moscow, and 10 devices had been installed at test sites in St. Petersburg, at Forest Technical University, the Botanical Garden, and in the Summer Garden.
So according to the data of monitoring of wood species conditions, 30% of the trees have approached the natural limit of life expectancy. Therefore, an important problem is preservation of old age trees and the increase of plantings to replenish the lost plantations. The idea of Internet of Trees is connected with the smart infrastructures, and these smart infrastructures work on several levels. So they are embedded in the soil and in the tree trunks. They are flying in the air. The flying in the air are the drones that can on one hand monitor the wildfires. On the other hand, they can be used for seeding the trees actually at quite industrial level. Once we talk about sensors on the tree trunks or in the soil, they actually comprise this idea of Internet of Trees. They are made up of, the Internet of Trees is made up of these sensors. Another way of tracing deforestation is the light radar, and this analysis of light and other changes in the tree infrastructure can also be analyzed through the machine learning and the neural networks. Once the changes are observed and the possible next stage can be predicted. The change in social terms that can be brought by means of Nature 4.0, smart forests and the Internet of Trees can be seen in 5 stages, or with the use of 5 strategies that Jennifer Gabriz, the leader of the Citizen Science Lab, has formulated. So the first step being the observation through the remote sensors, the observation of trees and forests, wider the forests, I mean. The next stage would be automation and optimization, and here the work can be the work of attacking, of alleviating the anthropogenic state, the anthropogenic trace, can be done at a certain industrial scale. The next stage would be datification, and we can see the green infrastructure, the parts of the green infrastructure, the parks, the city forests, as the places where the data is being produced, as the agents communicating with other societies. So this would make this objects of as parts of green infrastructure the active social agents. And the next stage would be participation and inclusion of wider social groups in observing and ameliorating the green infrastructure. And there are apps and like i3 or the Open Street, where citizens of of a certain town can add information on the conditions of green infrastructure, and hopefully all this will add to transformations and smart urban nature in particular, and the tree talker device can be seen as one of the stages, one of the steps within this 5 stages. This year has brought relatively considerable change into the management of green infrastructures in Moscow. There has been decided that the tree talker sensor, and to be more precise, 217 tree talker sensors will be used officially at the level of state management of Moscow city green infrastructure, and the Smart Urban Lab will participate actively in this process. This has become possible as a result of the a 2-year experiment at Aptekarskiy Огород, Bolotnaya Square, and the Botanic Garden of Lomonosov University, where the sensors had been installed, and the data obtained from them proved to be useful for the green infrastructure management. So at this point, the sensors are not only in Тимирязевский парк, Aptekarskiy Огород, and the Botanic Garden of the Lomonosov University, but they have also been installed in 2 venues in St. Petersburg, in the Summer Garden and in the Forest Academy.
The main character of the work, the main mediator, the main translator of the desires and sensualities and the needs of the tree is the tree talker sensor, the know-how of the Nature Smart Lab, and the production of the Nature 4.0 company. So this character exists in 4 modifications: TT Plus, TT Wine, TT Carbon, and TT Fire. TT Plus works with the defining the speed of the sap flow. The TT Wine works with the speed of the worm's impulse. The TT Carbon is focused on the carbon dioxide reworking into the sugars, and it will only be produced in January 2021. And TT Fire is aimed at prevention and finding the forest fires. So the most important with this technology for comprehensive monitoring of the state of green spaces is the solution of 2 problems: assessment of vertical stability and the physiological state of green spaces. Within the framework of the project, Smart Technologies for Monitoring, Modeling and Evaluating Ecosystem Services of Green Infrastructure and Soil to support decision-making in the field of sustainable urban development against the backdrop of global change. The technology of continuous monitoring and data transmission using the know-how of measuring equipment Tree Talker is being tested in 2 modifications: TTG, which determines the vertical resistance, and TT Plus, which assesses the physiological state of woody plants. The multifunctional Tree Talker device
at the individual tree level provides continuous measurement, storage, and remote transmission of data on its vertical stability, angular deviation of the trunk from the normal along the 3 coordinate axes, water transport intensity, radial growth, photosynthetic activity, and the microclimatic indicators, temperature, relative humidity. The measurement of the above parameters is carried out on the basis of highly accurate methodological approaches. So the vertical stability of the tree is estimated using an automatic accelerometer, gyroscopic sensor. The intensity of water transport, a thermal dispersion sensor, temperature dissipation probe. Radial growth is an infrared distance sensor. Photosynthetic activity analysis of multispectral data, 12 spectra, visible and near-infrared wavelengths, about the sunlight passing through the tree crown. Measurements are taken every hour and a half, but this can be adjusted. The received data from the tree talker measuring device is regularly transmitted to the TT Cloud microcontroller, which in turn sends them to the web server using GSM network via GPRS modem. The tree talker device allows you to monitor in real time the dynamics of the physiological state of the tree, its vertical stability, as well as the microclimatic indicators of the environment. The tree talker consists of the microcontroller with the ATM Mega 328 processor chip enclosed in the case, acquiring signals from number of sensors designed for measurement of variables including water transport in xylem of the trunk, the sap flow, wood temperature and humidity, multispectral signature of light transmitted through the canopy, tree trunk radial growth, accelerations along 3D coordinate system used to detect tree movements, air temperature and relative humidity, which can be additionally completed by soil temperature and volumetric water content. A TT is typically mounted on the trees by means of a belt tightened around the tree trunk and powered by a combination of high-efficiency lithium-ion batteries and a small solar panel attached on the battery case. Depending on enabled measurement types, acquisition frequency and installation locations, the battery's autonomy is expected to span from 3 weeks to a year. The sap flow density is retrieved according to the heat balance method developed by Granier in 1985 by monitoring the temperature of 2 20mm long probes inserted into the stem wood at 10 centimeter distance along the trunk vertical axis. The probe in higher position is heated, while the lower one provides the stem wood reference temperature and is additionally equipped with a capacitive sensor for wood moisture measurement. This needle is very thin, so it prevents the creation of the wound and thus the infection of the tree. A similar technology is used in a dedicated probe for the volumetric water content and temperature measurements. Multispectral measurements of sunlight are performed across 12 bands covering the visible and near visible infrared spectrum and centered at wavelengths of 150, 500, 550, 570, 600, 610, 650, 680, 730, 760, and 810 and 860 nm by means of spectrometer with a field of view of 40 degrees mounted on top of the TT case. The stem radial growth is measured by an infrared pulsed distance sensor positioned at a few centimeters from the tree trunk surface and kept in place by a carbon fiber stick anchored in the xylem. Any stem radial increment therefore translates into a reduction of the distance between the sensor and the targeted tree trunk surface, which according to laboratory tests can be determined with a resolution of not less than 100 for a sensor target distance up to 5 centimeters. The TT incorporates an accelerometer, providing data on changes of the device position over time and instant accelerations of tree trunk where it is installed. This technology can be conveniently applied to monitor the root plate tilt, as well as the flexion and the accelerations that tree trunks receive under the force of wind for the evaluation of tree failure risk. The thermohydrometer embedded on the microcontroller completes the set of sensors. Exchange through the device case is allowed by 0.6 millimeter wide circular hole covered with water vapor permeable membrane. The tree talker features a wireless connection using powerful lower power chipset LoRa for data transmission to a node managed by another microcontroller TT Cloud, serving up to 48 devices in one cluster. We suggest 20 to avoid data collision and data transmission. St. Petersburg Forest Technical University has been founded on the 22nd of April 1827 by Nicholas I. To be more precise, the first Forest Institute was founded in 1811 at Tsarskoye Selo, and the territory of the contemporary park of the Forest Academy was the territory of the farm by an Englishman, Davidson, but it was confiscated by the state because he wasn't paying his debts, his credit debts. So after the territory was acquired, the institute was transported from the Tsarskoye Selo, and around the building of the institute, there has been a park. The park was comprising, by the moment of its formation, it was comprising 277 dessitines of soil, and there were trees there of different genera. However, there was also marshes and sands. So once the sands have been dried, the park was aimed to be certainly a recreational area of the vicinity, but was also aimed at giving the students an opportunity to have some practical classes in growing and breeding plants. So at this point, the territory of the Forest Academy is bordered by the Karbysheva Street, Novorossiyskaya Street, Novosilievsky Lane, Большой Samsonevsky Avenue, and the two parts of the park are divided by the Institute Lane. The Botanic Garden of the Forest Academy is a specially protected area of the federal meaning, and the park, despite the botanical garden, or rather inside the botanical garden, there is this interesting space of the nursery planting garden, where the species of exotic and less exotic plants are being experimented on, and their decorational and economical properties are being studied. So it seems the Botanical Garden of the Forest Academy seems to be the most appropriate place for the tree talker sensors, and hence first in St. Petersburg they were installed here. The data that you see on this Excel table, very legible. I can imagine that you immediately understand how the tree feels. So hence, this is basically why we are doing this text generator, to slightly humanize this scientific data from the tree talker. But let me give you a little bit of guidance on what you see here. So here you see the two types of data. The data designated by number 45 and the data designated by number 49. Data designated by number 45 would be the data from the main tree talker sensors, including the accelerometer, the thermal probe that allows us to learn about the sap flow, the infrared annual circle measurement device, and the thermohydrometer that gives information about the temperature and humidity outside, as well as the humidity of xylem. Number 49 data is the data from the spectrometer that analyzes the tree canopy in 12 visual spectra. However, there are, I'd say, 2 points where you can see any information about the condition of the leaves. The green leaf would be the one visible in the spectrum from 700 to approximately 900 nanomicrons. The leaf, which is slightly yellow, slightly damaged, would be visible in between 400 and 600, and 700 and 800. There would be 2 peaks. And the leaf, which is completely yellow, would be visible in the gap between 400 and approximately 600 nanomicrons. So let's look at each line of the text. So the first line makes a general statement on the tree physiology. the second translates the data from the accelerometer and the position of the tree in X, Y, and Z axis. The third interprets the thermal probe and the speed of the sap inside the tree trunk. The force is derived from the spectral analysis data, and since the light is the only thing that actually changes very quickly during the day, this is probably the most dynamic type of data. And the fifth line comments on the tree radial growth, so that is the information that definitely doesn't change very often, since we talk about the annual growth rings.
The fall of 2020 is going to be one of the hardest semesters for my students. And it is perhaps going to be one of the hardest for all students around the world. We want to share our story to encourage each other. I'm the director of Morphing Matter Lab. I joined Carnegie Mellon University 3 years ago as a junior faculty. Together with my students, we call ourselves morphers. We think we're design alchemists who can make matter dance. To us, materials are physical manifestations of digital information. They are also physical embodiment of artificial intelligence. We use chip memory plastic to design self-folding structures, learn from nature and design responsive plants, create art drawings that can become alive, grow and evolve robots with genetic algorithms. print breathing fabrics responding to our body, or cook pasta and see if it can morph in water. Because we work with physical materials, you would have always found us in labs. You will find us conducting printing experiments, operating a sewing machine, tailoring clothes, observing samples with different scientific equipments, or occasionally in a fashion show or photo studio. In that sense, we are all super makers, and we are proud to be called a super maker. I never imagined we will be forced away from our lab until COVID hits us. Last week I went back on campus to pick up a power supply and realized my labs were so quiet. Our normal life, being able to stand side by side, working and chatting and laughing and inspiring each other, becomes a faded memory. And life like this will continue into the fall or maybe the next year. I was worried, and I'm still worried. However, this video is not made as a complaint or an expression of panic. Our work and life as morphers have been going on for the past months indeed. Since the work from home order, many of my students have gone home in some states in the US, even in Asia, Europe, and Africa. But also many stayed. We kept going. If we promised to wear masks and work alone, we could even occasionally work on campus.
I am a computational designer. To me, morphing material is artificial nature.
I'm currently a PhD student in human-computer interaction. To me, morphing matter is a way of thinking about how to take some of the specialness of physicality, which is to say some of the ways that tangible stuff is so culturally, aesthetically, and physiologically meaningful to us as humans, and to blend it with the specialness of computational processes, which is the way that computation can make everything fungible, negotiable, remixable. The pandemic has disrupted some of my specific research, so for example, I did not have access to the textiles lab knitting machine that I use for a lot of my knitting-related research. But honestly, I think the pandemic has also really underscored the importance of the physical world and human relationships to the built environment, as well as all of the ways that people maintain connections and improve their surroundings in every way they can.
I am a material scientist. To me, morphing matter is nurtured. Nature has always been the source of our inspiration. For example, a pine cone can open up all the scales to disperse seeds. A dandelion can fly with the wind. And there are few species that are able to shoot out their seeds and even bury them underground, according to the weather condition. All these natural plant mechanisms are interesting and intriguing to me. So since I joined Morphing Matter Lab 2 years ago, my team started to develop this technology to help plants grow better and thrive in different situations. Like, we can use this in a farm to help crops to grow, or use it to restore ecosystem after mountain fire. I usually conduct experiment that uses harsh chemicals in our professional wet lab. And suddenly we were told that we're going into self-quarantine for the foreseeable time. So I brought home some essential equipment, and I converted part of my basement into a home lab. I share this household with 2 roommates. We have been utilizing the basement more often than ever since the lockdown. Gladly, there is enough space for all of us to put extra stuff, and it actually made the basement more organized than before. It is not easy to coordinate teamwork at this time, but we were able to manage that part well, while still complying strictly to social distancing rules. We wanted to verify that our technology can be carried everywhere, with aerial deployment, like a dandelion. So we started to learn how to fly a drone, how to equip it with a loading dock to carry our prototypes, and how to control the deployment. The pilot test gave us a chance to better evaluate the technology outside of our lab.
I am an industrial designer. To me, morphing matter is all about harnessing natural phenomenon and getting inspired from nature.
I am a computational designer. To me, morphing matter is aquatic. The ocean is such a splendid world with incredible beauty. Yet, the other side is its fragility.
I was deeply moved when I heard that due to global warming and ocean acidification, we have lost 50% of the world's coral reef cover in the past 30 years alone. So I started looking at what efforts are being made and think of how we can make a difference. This inspired us to take action. We envisioned an ocean garden composed of kirigami and branch-based structures which grow from a flat sheet, and floating islands that attract fish and provide a temporary refuge for them. Since we are deploying these structures in the ocean, we have had to be very mindful of the fine balance in the ecosystem and make appropriate material and form choices.
Hydrogel is such a versatile material that could bring dramatic shape changes by absorbing water. And we are taking advantage of this aquatic power to achieve our own underwater actuators.
Before the pandemic, Kashin and I started to explore different hydrogel combinations, and we used to meet in the lab pretty often, work on experiments together, try out different geometries and morphing strategies.
Although the pandemic keeps us away from the lab, it did not stop our exploration and determination. I set up a fish tank at home and keep experimenting with different morphing structures. I've been always fascinated by the sophisticated composition of nature. There are so many different species of corals, and they are all in different shapes. As a computational designer, I'm trying to capture and replicate the beauty and diversity of nature with the generative design tool we developed.
For me, what makes it worthwhile doing this project is that one day, and many iterations later, we will be able to deploy this in the ocean and help to revive corals.
I am an IT engineer at CMU. I love to combine technology with textiles in order to move clothing from its aesthetic function to a tool that can be used to solve human needs with the aid of technology. I see morphing matter as the intersection of these two viable tools. It gives me the avenue to identify the unexplored opportunities for technology in the field of apparels and clothing. I flew back home 3 weeks ago. After waiting for the next available flight since the past 2 months, I just couldn't wait to see my family and loved ones. Coming back home has provided an opportunity to validate our project in a new setting. Our project is to leverage on the feedbacks from the breast cancer survivors and to explore the inherent yarn properties to design a one-piece bra prosthetics that meets the needs and the expectations of the breast cancer survivors.
I'm a designer. To me, morphing matter is composed of single or simple materials combination, but it can be triggered by external stimuli to reach different states for different purposes. In a word, it's customizable. In our project, we aim to leverage the power of morphing matter to serve the community of breast cancer survivors. Now I'm on my road trip driving to Atlanta from Pittsburgh. For the past few months, I've been working at Morphing Matter Lab since March, when the pandemic just started. It's quite unfortunate that I never got a chance to work physically in the lab. However, it is because of this experience I realized that doing research can actually be anywhere, and it's even better if you could work with the right community, and to me, it's here.
I'm an architect engineer and a computational designer. To me, morphing matter is enhansive. You can design and fabricate active prosthetics that animate the body in a playful way, even augmented beyond human spectrum. Just imagine a self-actuated exoskeleton that could make a paralyzed body dance, or self-morphing tank tails participating in the underwater locomotion of an amputee. During the pandemic, the school facilities closed. I needed to conduct experiments to understand the mechanics of human body underwater and think of ways to boost it. But I had no easy access to swimming pool or sea while being in the US. Therefore, I decided to return back to Greece. I transferred my office to the safest place, by the sea. I used a set of exercises to understand the kinesthetics of swimming in my own body. Then I recorded other fully enabled bodies and also a good friend of mine while swimming both with and without her processes.
I am a computer science student. To me, morphing matter is evolved. Most of the time I'm writing code. I always have a dream that is to simulate and evolve the world in the computer. But sometimes I also need to validate the result in the physical world. For that, I brought several small tools back to my home, like LUTSpot 3D printer, Formlab printer, vacuum pump, bandsaw, sanding machine, and a UV curing box. Sometimes they are quite noisy and power-consuming, but I am getting used to live with them.
I work at the intersection of classical handcrafts and robotics. To me, morphing matter is about redefining the way we relate to material and craft. Over the summer, while in lockdown, I was working on a research project trying to integrate aerial robots with garments.
I am a mechanical and biomedical engineer. To me, morphing matter supports the human body.
I'm Fang. I am an electrical engineer. To me, morphing matter is self-healing.
I'm a product designer. To me, morphing matter is integrated.
I am a physicist and designer. Morphing matter is ethical.
I'm an industrial designer. I believe morphing matter is ecological.
"2020 Earth, Water, Sky artist in residence Hasib Ahmed will present his film The Wind Egg and discuss his body of work, notably on particulates and the particular narratives carried by the wind, which is also the subject of his residency at the Science Gallery Venice. The presentations will be followed by a question and answer session moderated by residency producer and curator Ariane Kirk.
For 3 years now, researchers have been working on the wind egg experiment at the Von Karman Institute for Fluid Dynamics, or VKI, a NATO aeronautics facility on the outskirts of Brussels. The institute was established in 1921 as the Service de l'Aéronautique Belgique and was refounded as the VKI after the Second World War to integrate the advances made by both the Axis and the Allies. The modern wind tunnel technology at the VKI is being used to fertilize a wind egg. 4 facilities located deep within the institute are dedicated to this. Now that humanity needs it most, the wind egg experiment asks, what if animals and people could be fertilized by the wind just as plants are? Could humans reproduce with the wind and without men? This project has been going on for over 3,000 years when you consider its ancient Greek, Arabic, and Chinese roots. Sitting high atop the institute, the first wind egg lab is the VKI Vulture Aviary. It is in a converted air return of a vertical wind tunnel. From the ancient Greeks onward, it was believed that certain animals reproduced solely with the wind and were exclusively female. Most known among them were vultures and their partner, Aeolus, the western wind. They meet each spring. Here in the aviary, the mating calls of vultures are collected. They are key and the starting point of the fertilization of wind eggs. The second stage of the process takes place in the L2B wind egg insemination lab. Researchers prepare the calls of the vulture for introduction into our aeroacoustic wind tunnel. Downstream lies a wind egg. A microphone embedded within it records the amount of wind penetrating its outer surface. This is the unaltered sound recorded within the wind egg. A wind egg has been successfully inseminated. The wind egg incubation chamber is housed in the turbine section of the L1, the VKI's largest wind tunnel. Aerofecundity is maintained with a special fertilizer unit. Heartbeat emanates from each egg. Each is different, as not all were healthy. Sound is air moving. Here, a specially designed acoustic vortex creates the precise incubation conditions needed for wind eggs. The sound used is derived from the calls of the mother vulture. One researcher inhabits the halls en route to the final laboratory of the wind egg experiment. He is fixated on an ancient Babylonian sphinx lamassu. They had the heads of man, the wings of eagles, and 5 legs to convey stability from every angle, as they amplify the wind if they are installed at the gates. When the EU Parliament was built, an accidental urban wind canyon created unforeseen problems of wind nuisance. Politicians were being blown over before they could enter the EU Parliament building. This researcher is looking through time for alternative solutions. He continues his research despite his proposal being put down years ago. It was deemed too undemocratic in nature, and a comfort ring has been built instead. For nearly 100 years, everything made in this place remains locked away within its walls for reasons of intellectual property and industrial espionage. These are the original test models of the Apollo space missions. In the final lab of the wind egg experiment, the wind itself resides. It was determined that it was male as a consequence of its fertilizing wind eggs. The researchers use a flow visualization technique with a model of a delta wing to conjure up its face. They work to establish communication with it and have developed a computer program to repeatedly expose it to 4 different types of language and measure its responses to establish correlations. They are futurist poetry, Latin, emoticons, and improvised live typing. Work continues, propelled by necessity and the wind, facilitated by machines and the knowledge carried in them. If successful, the wind egg research done here at the VKI could reshape human reproduction. Conception could occur without men, but with the wind alone. Human conception could occur with the wind and without men, like plants, freeing men from their nature and freeing women from men with technology.
batik tahun 1888 di kayuna. Hoyong mah dengan di sana ku sepuh dengan giringan resep. Cita nama yang jantan guru di kebun saya pancen rencang gitu, saya hiburan gitu, humor gitu di. Wih siang kene wan bunga gitu, entas-entas ngantasan mobil.
Nami Pateng, ya makna di kampungnya pengurus. Tapi ayah dia memang ayah anu di Angolandong biasa seperti kucuk namanya gitu, biasa di Angolandong. Cara pengolahan mah di kampung mah kan minum sehari-hari mah di gelang. Saat terus digelang di peuyeum lah jarak setengah jam atau lebih seperempat langsung dipanggang. Nah, terus dipanggang langsung disedot biasa gitu.
Moving onwards to Slovenia, the artists Aljaž Rudolf and Eva Smreka present us the work A Face or a Factory, Holy Surface. They created a new persona based on harvesting DNA material and a 3D scan of each individual cell. The work aims to modulate different heteronyms in contemporary corporate capitalism. What sounds now very cryptic and complicated is actually an incredible work that the artists now will explain themselves in a much more detailed manner.
Face. Noun. Definition. A face is a system. Face. Noun. Definition. The front of the head where the eyes, nose, and mouth are. Face. Noun. Definition. The front or surface of an object. definition, a face is a territory.
Face. Noun. Definition. Your face is a battleground. Face. Noun. Definition. A face is a camera. Blows up on the third eye. What is a face? A subject, an archive, a corporation.
A face is an organization of layers. What is a face? Heteronym, fluid identity. Face, noun. Definition, a face is a parasite.
A face is a parasite. Images, texts, transactions are help transformed, reversed. A face is a parasite. A para-face is a site, or site. Face is defined by political and technological criteria.
A face is surfaced by its cosmetics. After all, a face is their war site. Searching, detecting, marking. A territory. What is a face? A subject, an archive, a corporation. Biological cell, technological code, ideological tool. What is a face? Heteronym, fluid identity. It has its biography, oeuvre, place, and function.
What is a face? A face is a cosmetic surface, silicon primer, an artificial icon, soil of Silicon Valley, moisturized, stretched, injected with meaning.
What is a face? A face is a parasite. It inhabits different registers of life, imitating, performing, subverting. Face. Noun. Definition. A face is multiplied by different identities. Who is a face? A face is an artist. What is a face? A face is a parasite. Institutional parasite. Who is a face? A face is an artist. A face is an author. Institutional author of art. Noun. Definition. A face is multiplied by different identities. What is a face? A face is a parasite. Social media parasite.
A face is now programmed by military, political, economic coordinates.
Every year, young filmmakers submit their weird, subtle, witty, utopian, critical and dystopian works for the Ars Electronica's category of the U19 Creative World. Also for the MB21 from Dresden in Germany and the C3 Under 19 in Budapest in Hungary. They show us their strong imagination, their deep understanding of certain topics, and all expressed with their abilities within one media. The program is a selection of animations coming from young creatives and young professionals from different age groups and skill sets. Curated by Sirikit Aman from Kulturkontakt Austria. Take off on the journey of young animations.
Yoo-hoo!
you so much. Josh, go ahead. Josh.
Mr. President, there was a significant talk at the summit about climate change. I know in the past you've harbored some skepticism of science and climate change. What do you think the world should be doing about climate change, and do you still harbor that skepticism?
I feel that the United States has tremendous wealth. The wealth is under its feet. I've made that wealth come alive. We will soon be one of
Right now, the Amazon rainforest is being consumed by fire. In fact, there's an 80% increase in fires just over the last year alone. And this comes, of course, after the hottest July our planet has ever seen. I want you to take a look at these pictures showing the smoke from
$10 million tons of litter are dumped in the sea every year, 400 kilos per second. By 2050, our ocean could contain more plastic than fish. Pollution is destroying marine life. Plastics alone are killing 1 million seabirds and 100,000 marine mammals a year.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood.
Electronica.
Diese Wahl, Geld kann man doch nicht essen. Komm, wir spielen ein bisschen. Hopp, fang, hopp, fang, hopp. Hey, das ist meine 2 Euro. Das stimmt doch nicht. Die 2 Euro gehören dem Bananenmann. Das Mädchen hat recht. Ich habe die 2 Euro gefunden. Und dann habe ich davon die Bananen gekauft. Ich habe eine Idee. Die Giraffe könnte ihre Bananen mit dem Affen teilen. Dann haben alle etwas. Gute Idee. Machst du das für uns? Klar, mache ich. So haben sich die Giraffe, der Affe, der Bananenmann und das Mädchen geeinigt. Und dann haben sie eine Party gefeiert, zu der sie ihre Freunde eingeladen haben. Den V, den Bären und das Rentier. Dann sind sie 2 Euro ins Wasser gefallen. Der Wal hat ich habe alle meine Bananen verkauft. Nein, echt? Bananen, sijaona kitu kama hiyo. Oh, lecker, lecker. Die Banane schmeckt lecker. Banana. Ich glaube, das ist lecker. Echt köstlich. Wann ist die lecker? Mann, habe ich einen Hunger.
Dürft ihr nicht verpassen. Hier sehen wir zum Beispiel einen Opa ganz friedlich auf der Parkbank seine Zeitung lesen. Und er will nicht mal einen Tornado hören, der um ihn rumkreist, weil er so in die Zeitung vertieft ist.
War da nicht was? Ah, da ist ja ein Riesendino! Ah, schnell weg hier! Oh, da ist ein sehr schöner Artikel.
Im Stadtpark der Erfinderstadt wurden ganz viele Schnecken. Die Schnecken machen heute einen Ausflug auf dem Parksee.
Ah, Juppie, wir fahren weg. Was ist denn das für eine Insel? Komm, wir fressen da ein bisschen. Was macht ihr da? Ihr Schnecken, ihr dürft doch das nicht essen. Lalalala. Was ist denn das? Hä? Was sind denn das für Spuren? Hä? Kommt, Schnecken. Jo. Ach so, dieser Vogel hier schläft ja. Tschüssi, tschüss.
Ach ja, und hier seht ihr die vielen Dinos, die auch aus ihren Gehegen ausgebrochen sind. Naja, ich hab doch gesagt, die Gehege sollen immer besser gebaut werden, aber keiner wollte auf mich hören.
Halt, warte, das ist mein Fressen. Das ist mein Aas. Was ist das überhaupt für ein Fleisch?
Mist, jetzt bin ich schon wieder an dieser Dino-Keilerei gelandet. Oh, der große Dino wieder, der macht bestimmt wieder so einen Mist.
Hilfe, rette mich, wer kann. Ja, ein sehr schöner Artikel. Hey, wo ist meine Zeitung? Danke, sehr interessanter Artikel. Oh, nichts wie weg.
Ach, da fliegt wieder die Dame im Düsenkleid, die ich als erstes beschrieben habe. Ach so, und ich wollte euch noch sagen, dass das Düsenkleid jetzt auch für Herren gibt. Apropos, eine andere beliebte Fortbewegungsart ist natürlich das Schweben in der Erfinderstadt. Das muss man allerdings ganz schön üben. Die meisten können es nicht und fahren deswegen in Schwebemobilen. Es gibt natürlich auch noch viele andere interessante Bewohner an der
Nisa, unas canonesa, Nisa, unas canonesa, Nisa, unas canonesa. Hallo ihr Zwerge, ich bin wieder da von der Weltreise.
Und einer der super genialen und tollen Erfindungen ist der Farbpanzer. Er kann innerhalb in einer Sekunde eine ganze Wand voll sprühen. Oder andere Dinge. Naja, bei Tieren wird es ein bisschen schlechter. Die rennen ja immer so schnell weg.
Dankeschön.
Da ist ja wieder der Hund. Wo will der denn hin?
Hey, komm sofort da runter. Ich warne dich. Wehe, du machst da oben ein Häufchen. Wehe, du Dalmatiner. Ich schieße jetzt. Aua. I like to move it. 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 Nisa, unas canonesa. Nisa, unas canonesa. Nisa, unas canonisa. Nisa, unas canonisa. Yeah!